Meeting of the Commission of City of St. Pete Beach. Today is Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024. It is 6 p.m. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Phillips.
Here.
Commissioner Resnicki.
Here.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen.
Here.
Commissioner Marriott.
Here.
Mayor Petrilla.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Excellent. Before we get started, I will make one quick announcement. I want to remind everyone that we will maintain decorum during this commission meeting. That means no yelling, no cell phones, no laughing, no clapping, no cheering. I'm going to ask you that you respect the people that are speaking and give them your undivided attention without interrupting them. If you do interrupt the proceedings, as much as I don't want to, we will have the sheriff remove you from chambers. So again, I will please ask you to respect the quorum and you comport yourself accordingly. Thank you very much.
Mayor, if I could add to that, I know we have an open public speakers, and the public comment period for the trade winds items has closed, and I would just ask that caution everybody not to try to use that time for the beginning of the agenda to try to add to that public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, first we have a presentation of Citizen of the Year for the St. Pete Beach After School Program.
Good evening, Jennifer McMahon, Chief Operating Officer. Well, once a year we give a Citizens of the Year. We also do one during our summer camp. I think the mayor was here when we did it for our summer campers, but we gave a citizen for the summer camp program. Tonight we are honoring two kids who will be getting the Citizens of the Year award, and I have Andrea Nicholson, which I'm happy to introduce, who runs all our child care programs, the after school and summer camp. P.S. Our summer camp is full because of such a great program that she does run over there, but she has a few things that she wants to say about the two kids that we're honoring tonight. Andrea?
Thank you, Jennifer. Commissioners, Mayor, et cetera, thank you very much for welcoming us. I have not had this big a crowd doing this before. A little nervous. I'll get over it.
Timing.
I'd love to present to you my Explorers Club Good Citizens of the Year. We have 75 kids in our program this year, and it was not hard to pick these two whatsoever. They are exemplary children. They are very charming, and I hope that you enjoy them as I do. Without further ado, Jenny, please come on up. This is Jenny Griffin. Jenny is one of the two recipients of this year's St. Pete Beach Explorers Club Good Citizen. Jenny is a happy, positive child in our group, and she tells the whole group a good joke almost every day. She is willing to play with any of the children regardless of their ages. She notices kids who need help, and she reaches out to them before probably even I notice. She helps the littles with their homework without any prompting. And when she's asked to give a hand in anything, she does so with a smile and without any hesitation. Jenny's a smart, funny girl. She isn't afraid to ask a couple questions, and she spreads her joy and infectious smile to those of us in her presence every single day. Jenny, thank you for your willingness to help, your great jokes, your engaging smile, your happy disposition. It is absolutely fun to be in your presence, and congratulations and thank you for being this year's Good Citizen.
Come on over here.
Smile.
Give that bitch a smile.
Applause.
And Henry, come on up, please. And this is my little shadow, Henry Leparati.
Yeah.
Henry is the other of the two recipients of this year's Good Citizen Award. He's a quiet, positive force in the student body here at Explorers Club. He notices when the coaches could use a helping hand, whether it's standing by me for moral support while I'm addressing the rest of the children, sweeping up the gym floor, helping us carry items, or setting up projects, or cleaning up a mess. He's kind to all the kids in the program, and he is always smiling. He's animated, he's an engaging storyteller, and when things get heated with the boys, which, you know, they will, Henry will be one of the first to just leave the trouble behind and go find something else to do. He mixes well with every single type of child in the group, and from his 5th grade peers to the little kindies who look up to him, this old soul is truly aware of how to be the calm in a storm. He's a happy touchstone and an all-around just wonderful, wonderful person. Henry, thank you for your calm demeanor. It really helps me. And your excellent storytelling and your insouciant disposition. It's a pleasure to be in your presence. Congratulations, and thank you for being this year's Good Citizen.
Yeah.
Once again, thank you very much for welcoming us. Enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Thank you. Congratulations. All right. Do we have any amendments to the agenda as proposed? If we do not, can I please have a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
I second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Resnicki,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Phelps,
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Do we have any audience comments?
We do. Tom Rask.
Okay, if you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Tom Rask, unincorporated Pinellas County. At 5 o'clock,
Your address? Ask for
unincorporated
your address.
Pinellas County.
That's your address.
That's my address. Yes, sir. You went into, this body went into a shade session at roughly 5 o'clock. I commented there as well. And although I appreciate the efforts by the city attorney to follow Florida law was not followed again. The city now is the defendant in 18 lawsuits, and as I stated at that time, that could turn into 20, 24, 32, hundreds, because of the corruption that's going on in the city. At the April 9th meeting, I want to show this paper that Assistant City Attorney McConnell filled out and filed with the city. He's sitting right behind me, as far as I know, over my right shoulder. And you'll see here that he cites Florida Statute 286.11. There is no such statute. Don't take my word for it. Check it out yourself. What he meant to cite was Florida Statute 286.011. Now, this is the Florida Sunshine Law. So you would think that a city attorney or assistant city attorney would know the Florida Sunshine Law and not get that wrong. But if this is a classic case then of form over function, style over substance, corruption over good government. I'll just put this down and show you. Here are the various sections of 286. There's the public meetings, the Sunshine Law. There is nothing down there. Now, why does this matter? Because if you're ramming through projects, placing unelected officials on the dais, if that's your priority, you're not going to prioritize the citizens' constitutional right to open meetings the Florida Sunshine Law or their constitutional right to public records. And it's my view that the city is now, through the city attorney's office, engaging in a behavior where they're attracting lawsuits because they want to delay the production of records. They're behaving in a way where they basically say, so sue us, because that'll just delay the production of the records or whatever it is you want. And I'll leave this for the record. Regarding one public record, I invited, again, Assistant City Attorney McConnell with a copy to Dickman to avail themselves of the Florida Attorney General's program for mediation to avoid lawsuits involving public records. The deadline for them to do so was yesterday at 5 p.m. So I guess the city wants more lawsuits. Thank you.
Mr. Rask, are we required to do that checklist? We required to do that?
Am I your counsel? Why are you asking
I'm
me?
just asking you.
I don't know why you did that checklist.
It's just an attempt to try to make sure that everything's documented, because I know you are a stickler for documentation. That was just a Scribner's error. The first
And a
time we
speaker's
used-
error too, because he spoke it too. Look, I don't want to engage in a back and forth where your aim is to burnish your profile. It's some kind of PR
No.
effort.
What I'm getting at
I don't wanna
is,
engage
at
in
the
a
last
back-
meeting, you called me a corrupt city attorney. Do it when I'm here, not when
You
I'm
are a
not here.
corrupt city attorney. Yes,
Okay.
you are.
I'm glad you had the spine to do it.
Yes, I'm doing it looking at you right now. You are corrupt because those who
And you have no
corrupt,
proof of corruption.
those who corrupt the public policy process are corrupt. I don't want to engage with you further because your effort is aimed at improving your standing. You are corrupt, sir. Good evening.
Do we have any further audience comments?
John Kurzman.
Okay, if you'll please state your name and address for the record when you approach the microphone, so that we can all hear you.
John Kurzman, 5810 Bahia Honda Way South. This is not going to be the same caliber of comment. I'm just have a concern. I'm also going to try to be cognizant of Attorney Dickman's concern about delving into matters of the other discussions at hand. But I do need to show this. I received this in the mail today. This is a conditional use application announcement for PCI, which is in our neighborhood. I live between PCI and a number of other hotels. So the reason I bring it up is I haven't looked at it yet to really get into the details of whether all the things it qualifies for, if it's large-scale development or what it is or what it's qualified for. But I think that our staff has a lot to do. I was at a meeting last night, the mayor's hours, where people were talking about how long it takes to get a building permit. That it can take them, just months to just, add a bedroom. And I've seen, that firms, and I'm not talking about the matter at hand, I'm talking about a prior one. A large organization came forward representing the Serrata. A lot of people with, carts and briefcases, and there was like 20-plus people representing them. And we have a couple people on our staff that try to do their jobs, that are approving things for the residents and trying to approve things for the businesses, and they're trying to deal with all this other stuff. And I see on today's agenda, we've got another $350,000 we're trying to spend for, to help outsource some of the building department work. So my recommendation is, or the reason for my comment is, isn't there a way that maybe we could hire a firm that has expertise in conditional use applications that could be more able to dedicate the time and have, that eat, lives, and breathes these kind of land use applications or these kind of matters, and who specialize in it, that they might be best suited to offload from our staff and let them really run with that ball when we get these applications. Because here's PCI, I know that's one. We have rumors of others coming. And why not prepare ourselves in that manner? And that might help us for any kind of conditional use matters that come up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all.
Okay. Next, we have the consent agenda, item 4. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the street closure in wet zone 8th Avenue. I'll second.
Yep.
I'll second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Filtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki,
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, next we have action items. Item 5A, lot split 24019.
Do you want to swear? Well, I didn't know if you wanted to do it for everybody. Anybody who is going to be speaking to the commission this evening should be sworn in. Please stand.
Do we do that for these items, or for item 6?
Okay, we can just wait till the next. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You were asking me to? Okay.
Mayor, this is a quasi-judicial matter.
Okay.
Okay. Please
any-
stand. If you're going to be speaking to the commission, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the information or factual representation you are about to give to the commission is truthful? Yes. Thank you.
If it is quasi-judicial, then we do need to do any ex parte communications, research, things like that, disclosures here.
Are we talking strictly for item 5A?
The lot split. Yep.
Sorry.
5A.
Okay. I have none with this, other than reading the prepared package.
I read the prepared package on this item, the lot split number 24019. And I also met with staff to discuss that lot split as well.
I've read the prepared package. That's all I have.
I've read the provided information and drove past the property.
Thank you.
I have read the package. I met the owner once last year, but it was not related to this. He did bring this up in the conversation at the time. Thank you.
Perfect. Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor, Kristen Coleman, Community Development Director. Tonight we have a lot split request number 24019. The applicant and owner, Peter R. Wallace, for Barry, John, and Dennis Michael. The property address is located at 0 or 1110 4th Avenue. The request tonight is a retroactive approval to split 0 or 11 4th Avenue, which is known as Morey Beach Block 8, Lot 16, from 113 4th Avenue, which is also known as Morey Beach Block 8, Lot 15, for development purposes. So here is the original plat. It was done in 1895. Each property as currently configured contains an entire lot of the Morey Beach subdivision. Again, it was platted in 1895, which was out of 40 acres that comprised of 12 and a half blocks and located on the southern end of Paso Grill. This is a survey of the parcel prior to split. The split parcels meet the required minimum lot area for the underlying RLM2 zone and size to permit a house medium development under the Paso Grill overlay standards. This gives a picture of the surrounding density. This shows and illustrates permitting the subject request would not result in an increase in density and allow one single-family home on each lot for a total of 2 single-family residents. And it's important to note the Land Development Code does not differentiate between multiple structure parcels and structures containing multiple units in terms of density, provided that the unit count is still the same. It is here tonight before you due to Land Development Code Section 20.14, vacant parcels, where assembly or parcel splits shall only be permitted through City Commission to determine the compatibility and respect for the existing character of the Paso Grill Overlay District. Staff does find the request is in keeping with the character of the surrounding area, which is primarily residential in nature, has parcels of the similar century-old platted size as the subject property, and is in keeping with the low-medium density of the vicinity. With that, staff does recommend approval of lot split number 24019. All I have for you.
Okay, questions, comments? have any audience comments?
I have not received any.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve lot split number 24019.
Seconded.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have action item 5B. Joe Payne Building Official Inspection Services.
Yes, this item is for us to continue with building services. Currently, we don't have a building official, 2 building inspectors, a building manager. So we have the funding by transferring money from salary and benefits to cover this through Joe Payne, who is doing our inspections and our building reviews.
Okay.
So, as I understand it, we've spent about $250,000 to date, and now we're pretty much at the end of that funding stream. So this is just to carry us over for about 5
This
months.
is to carry us over, correct?
And 325 is a maximum. We may not actually hit that.
Nope,
Okay. Thank you.
correct.
How much of our last allowance did we use up?
We have about 15,000 left.
Okay. Okay, any further questions for Jennifer, the city manager? City Clerk, do we have any audience comments?
I do not.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve an additional $325,000 to Joe Payne Incorporated for building department services.
I'll second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, next we have action item 5C, the city manager contract for Francis Robustelli. So under the instructions of the commission, I have spent the last week and a half or so working with Fran, our city staff, city manager, city attorney, HR, and as well as a search firm, to put together an offer and a contract for the city manager position. That, and so you have a copy of the contract in front of you with some of the details. I can tell you, in working with Fran for a week and a half, I'm impressed by the speed at which she operates and makes decisions. I think that certainly bodes well. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the contracts or details of the contract.
Mayor, can you go over some of the points? I know we talked from the last time, like the start date, since you had discussions with her. What were in those discussions as far as start date, for example, as the first
Sure.
one?
So her current contract, requires that she provides 60 days notice. And it sounds like they will ask her to fulfill that full 60 days. So if we move forward with today, that would start the clock on the 60 days. But then Fran also requested additional time to be able to move her family because she's moving literally from the other side of the country, right? To find housing and to move her family. So it's going to be a lot. So the start date that we proposed was July 8th. And that would be right before our next, that would be the day before the first July City Commission meeting. We've also spoken with Wayne. One of Fran's requests was that the current city manager stay on for a consulting type role for at least 30 days to help with the transition. And in my conversations with the city manager, he also indicated that Fran would like to get a head start and start getting on weekly calls with the city manager in starting as soon as possible. We have a lot of large items, particularly the budget, that we would have to start working on before July 8th. It also would be great if she came on and was able to just hit the ground running rather than having to catch up. So I do appreciate her offering that. Does that answer your question, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that helps a lot.
And I think that also covers a few of the, what happens before, what happens after as well, so we make sure that we have a smooth transition.
And this is for the city manager. Since the mayor mentioned that there would, at least you've had the discussions already, because it was something that I wanted to ask about, was the transition piece of her into the role and how you would play a part in that transition, which, the mayor did really well with that, but want to hear it from you as well, Wayne, and whether, as a city, I don't know if we have to have something written separately as an agreement with that, with our current interim city manager, and maybe, Andrew, you could help with that after, too.
Yes, I'm very glad to work through that process. I have had several discussions, several discussions with Fran. First, let me say I'm very impressed with her. She's obviously she asked the right questions. As the mayor mentioned, she wants to go ahead and start having weekly phone calls, so when she comes in the door in July, she'll know what to expect. So I think that's great. But yes, the mayor talked with me about the transition, and I'm fully aware of that and willing to do that. That's not a problem with my schedule. As far as what we need to do, I'll defer to the city attorney, but there is a contract that got me here as interim. Would probably just have to make an amendment to that for that last transition period, but I certainly don't see any issue with that.
Thank you.
Sure. Any further questions I can answer about the contract?
I was a little hesitant, honestly, at the $240K. And was there any conversation at maybe starting out at a certain amount and then kind of increasing that each year for the 3 years?
Mm-hmm. So that is above the last city manager's pay scale, but it also does not include several of the items, for example, like an housing allowance that were in the previous city manager's compensation package. Please don't quote me on it. I don't have it. It was either $1,000 or $1,200, maybe $1,500 a month in the previous package, would be roughly $10,000 to $15,000, which is not. This is also less than what, significantly less than what the ask was. So we were able to work with that. So it's, the previous contract had a smaller salary, but a much bigger package on the backside that wasn't readily visible. This one is much more geared towards, this is the salary. The other ancillary package items are not as pronounced as were in the previous.
I think it looks great, and I want to express my appreciation for you and for Fran working so quickly to get through this. I think it's really important that we get things rocking and rolling, and I think that's great that you guys were able to do that.
Yep. Do we have any audience comments?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask one question?
Sure. Go ahead.
For the performance evaluation on section 14, it mentions, that annually, and I think we've historically done it that way, possibly, or at least from being in the audience, seeing it annually done. Is it possible to have like a mid, or so it's not a whole year that we're waiting for a review? Does that need to be in the contract, or not? This is just a question for y'all.
I would say it needs to be in the whatever you want, but I think she would have to be aware of that. It's typical to have an annual review, and you're not, you may or may not want to increase her salary. Who knows? But I think you also, under the contract, you develop the criteria for evaluation. You do it in collaboration with not only just the duties that are expressed in the code, but also, with dialogue with Fran. So if you wanted to have something more frequent, I think she should be made aware of that. I wouldn't just adopt this contract and just tell her, like, oh, by the way, we're going to double the evaluations on you. Because those could be tricky. I mean, they're always, I don't know, Mary, you had more conversation.
Sure. I don't, Fran doesn't strike me as the kind of person that would be opposed to that. So I don't know that if we add this or if we just have an informal discussion 6 months from now, my read is that she would much rather hear from us even sooner than 6 months if there's any items of concern, which actually does kind of lead into another item that was part of the discussion and negotiation of the contract. And so one of the, we do have an election coming up in August. And so oftentimes when commissions change, sometimes people want to make, charter member staff changes, whether it's city clerk, city attorney, or city manager. So one of the things that Fran asked is for the commission to, and give her the full term of 1 year to be able to get the job done and show us exactly what she can accomplish. I don't think that was an unfair ask at all. I think, given the circumstances with actually 2 elections within the next 12 months, it's certainly not an unreasonable ask. Now, there are some statutory limitations that make that difficult for us to do. So one of the things that we put in the contract in lieu of that, which I still think hits on the spirit of the intent of the ask, which is the full severance package in the event that she is terminated without cause. It does not prevent us from terminating for cause. It doesn't, but it just makes it, doubly, we'd have to be doubly cautious if we were to terminate without cause. And so that was one of the things that she asked, is just for the commitment from the commission to say, look, you have our support, you have our backing. We want to give you every opportunity possible to succeed at the job. I think that's a very, very fair thing to ask for. And so we did the next best thing possible that within the statutory limitations.
Let me also add that on 14.1 section, I'm just reading this, it says the city manager, performance of the city manager at least once annually. So it's already in there, so.
Yeah, I was just going to make that comment, if I could, Mayor, that I believe this was something that she wanted to be sure that there was something, because managers like that feedback. But I know, as being a manager for many years, you enjoy and want those initial or intermediate feedback, too. You don't want to wait 12 months and then get hit with. So I don't see that there's a need to change that, because I think that's covered, and you could have more than the one.
And for the severance, you mentioned that's 20 weeks, right? What you're talking
Correct.
about?
Yeah, usually you would not receive that within the first year, but in lieu of the early termination, we would, again, without cause.
Okay. And did she want the year to start August because of the election in August, or?
No, the year would start, actually, yes, she did say from within 1 year of the August election. So let's say September 1st forward.
Okay.
Yeah. But the way it is written right now, it's if within the first year she would receive that. So, 1 month, one way or the other.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to say, I do appreciate everything that you've done, in negotiating this. And while you were negotiating, I wanted to make sure, because to Commissioner Lorenzen's point about the compensation, of course, because many residents ask or speak about it, but I did research online, and I did meet with the city manager as well to talk about comparables of city managers throughout the state of Florida. And anybody here can look it up. I mean, it is within the range, it's not the top of it either. And we're talking about cities similar, like Fort Myers Beach, for example, same size population. Obviously, we all know that they're recovering from a storm, but have similar hotel, residential. I would say like our core area is kind of like their entrance over the bridge, so it's very similar. And that city manager 2 years ago was just base salary was $197.
I'm sorry, whose cell phone is that? Oh, mine.
Not me. So I
Sorry about that.
think, it's okay. I just wanted to say that I think that, and I'm sure, Mayor, you did similar things looking around to see about the comparison, that we're not just, and I would hope everybody else here did the same, that we're just not randomly picking this number, but that we did do our due diligence to look at what was comparable in our state and comparable to our city as well.
And that was certainly a conversation that Fran and I had. And I mentioned a conversation we had at the last meeting when we discussed the city manager contract, and explained with high, compensation comes high level of expectation, and Fran's response was, a year from now, I hope you will find that you're underpaying me. So. Okay, if we do not have anything further, if we can please have a motion.
Do we need do we need a motion to approve the hire of her first before motioning to approve this agreement?
That's a good question. I mean, it does have to be by hiring, has to be done by a supermajority, so it'd have to be 4 out of 5. So I would suggest you do a two-step process and just vote to appoint Fran as your next city manager, and then the next one would be a motion to approve the contract as negotiated by the mayor.
Then I will motion to approve City Manager Francis Robustelli as our next city manager.
Second?
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Filtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Petrilla? Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
And
Next.
then I'll make a motion to approve the contract as negotiated for our new city manager.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Filtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
So just procedurally, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and have it executed on our side, which would be the mayor signing off, the clerk, me, the initials, get it to her, she'll sign it, it'll be in place with the start date and everything like that, and we'll have a contract ready to go. Do we want to go ahead and, if you want to give me authority to work with Wayne on doing either an amendment to his employment agreement for the continued consultation and coordination, I'd be happy to, we could do that now.
And then
That'd
you
be
would
great.
bring that back to us.
Bring it back to you all, yeah.
Right.
Is that all right with you, Wayne?
Sure.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, so instructions are for the city attorney to amend to come back with an amendment to the interim city manager's employment agreement so he can stay on during the transition period, okay?
Yes.
All right, great, I'll take care of it.
Perfect.
Mayor, can I add one thing too?
Certainly.
I'd just like to commend the commission for two things. For one, the selection. I think you made a great selection. And I think also the process and how y'all handled the process. I thought y'all really handled that well. I'll admit that just the documents that came in, Fran was not my first choice. But after going through everything and everything you went through and then my discussions, y'all made the right choice. And I just want to commend y'all for how you handle all of that. Great job.
Thank you, sir. And Fran, if you're watching, we're looking forward to having you on board and working with us. So, thank you.
Sure.
All right, next we have item 6, resolutions. 6A, quasi-judicial hearing on resolution 2023-27. City Clerk.
I have to read all the zeros. Resolution 2023-27, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, approving a conditional use permit pursuant to sections 35.3B1 and 35.4B of the Land Development Code to allow the construction of a 4-phase temporary lodging redevelopment that will include 1,596 total temporary lodging units, or 63.18 units per buildable acre, of which 629 units are additional above existing, 59,895 square feet of meeting space, of which 14,303 square feet is additional above existing, 79,126 square feet of retail and restaurant space, of which 42,964 square feet is additional above existing, 31,105 square feet of office space, of which 10,486 square feet is additional above existing, and develop new lodging, accessory, and amenity structures containing the aforementioned units, accessory spaces, and amenities, as well as outdoor amenities and parking garages that will extend up to 116 feet in height above base flood elevation, BFE, to the roof line, and 128 feet in height, BFE, when including rooftop amenities or decorative features, and permit 2 rooftop dining and drinking amenities that will include rooftop amenities that includes the playing of outdoor music to parcels number 063216000002300300 063216000002300200 0132150000 1100600 0132150000 1100610 01321518142000 0000 01321518142000 0001 0132150000 110 0500 and 0132150000 110 0400 with addresses of 5600, 5700, 5750, 5800, 5900, and 6000 Gulf Boulevard, incorporating the conditions outlined herein and providing for correction of Scrivener's error and an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, do we need to read item 7A as well, since they go together?
They can't, I mean, that's not a resolution, but I did want to mention that this, a couple of things. One, item 7 is a companion item to this resolution because it's a development agreement that's part of the CUP, so they're linked together. I also want to mention that, for the record, you'll recall that this process started on the 15th when you started this. You had a presentation by staff, a lengthy presentation by staff. You had a lengthy presentation by the applicant and the applicant's team. You went through the public comment process, and then when you continued it to this date certain, at this time, you left off at deliberations, which is basically where you talk amongst yourself, you ask questions of anybody that's here, as far as experts and things of that nature. We will have to also go through the ex parte disclosures if there anything occurred between then and now, and then any witnesses that are going to testify. They should be sworn in. I do want to make a comment about, there were a few, I noticed there were a few written email communications circulated by the clerk's office to the commission on this item from members of the public. Now, here's how I see that, is there is a statute that says you should have access to your elected officials on such matters, quasi-judicial matters. However, at the same time, the public hearing process was closed, so it's almost like getting 2 bites at the apple. But I do need you to, if you have read any of these communications, to disclose that. And then I don't know if counsel for the applicant wants to address the status of these communications in terms of whether or not they should be admissible into the record or not. But I think it's appropriate, it's fine for people to reach out and communicate with you. You do need to disclose it as part of the ex parte, and counsel has the ability to make whatever objections she would like to make onto that.
Does that include communication from the applicant or from city staff as well?
I think any type of ex parte communication, any independent research that you have done on your own, or any of that stuff, any typical thing that could potentially be seen as prejudicial, the way to cure it under the statute is just to disclose, you know, the what, the who, and when, right now here in a public, and get it out in the open.
Okay. Start with District 1.
Sure. So since the last meeting, I have received a number of emails that I think we've all received. I've read them all. I've had several discussions with residents, some of them lengthy, and that's it.
Since the last meeting, I've rewatched parts of the hearing from the 15th. I've spoke to residents about the project. I've spoke to staff about the project. I spoke to a board member, Grant Izzy, about the project, who also spoke to residents. I've read emails from residents about the project.
I also read emails from residents on the CUP or in reference to the CUP. I had calls with residents in reference to the CUP as well. Received the email from Jane Graham, which I believe the attorney just mentioned, with an attached letter that was sent to the trade winds. I have walked the trade winds this past week and a weekend. I also went out with Lisa Wright on last Friday on a turtle lighting communication. I also met with staff and called staff in reference to the CUP. I also happened to be at Disney Springs parking garage this last Saturday as well. And I mentioned that because of the facade for the parking lot.
I've read all the emails since the 15 April meeting, and yeah, I've talked with some residents, both in person and on the phone. And I've walked Trade Winds ground a few times and also viewed it from different angles from Gulf Boulevard.
Thank you. I've read all the emails that have come in the last week or so. I've rewatched parts of the hearing, and including the planning board. I've met with several residents, including some community groups, HOAs, advocacy groups, turtle groups, for example. And done some additional research in the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. That's it.
Okay. Counselor, do you...
Sorry, I also met with city staff, including Wayne Saunders, to discuss.
Okay.
Thank you.
Counsel, do you have anything you want to speak to?
Good evening. For the record, Elise Batzel. We're in a little bit of an uncomfortable position here because, as you know, Florida law says that you can't base your decision on anything outside the record, and everything that we just spoke about is outside the record. The public hearing was closed at the end of the last hearing, and in order to preserve our client's due process, it's incredibly important, not only that you disclose it, that's one prong, but the second is that we understand those conversations, who you spoke with and what you spoke about. So I think it would help us a lot to be able to perform rebuttal if you each gave more information about the discussions that you had, particularly lengthy discussions or things that are outside of the record, because clearly that puts us at a procedural due process deficit, and it's quite prejudicial. So if you wouldn't mind having me engage a little conversation so I understand the depth of what was talked about.
Mr. City Attorney, I don't remember us closing the proceedings. I think where we left it was for the applicant to have a rebuttal to anything that was said, because we were running out of time, and then for them to make their final closing remarks. So I don't have an objection to what she's asking for. I'm simply clarifying, at least as I understand it.
Okay, so a couple of things, and this is just good because we're clarifying and clearing up some procedural issues before you get into the substantive discussions. The reason I brought up the emails is because it's pretty clear in the statute that people can communicate with you, and you just can't shut that down. And if you did read it, you have to disclose it. And so the statute on that does say, you have to, give the details of that, especially if counsel feels that it could be prejudicial and that they would like to know about it. You're correct. The reason I brought that up is because I don't believe the proceedings have been closed. The whole record for the whole hearing hasn't been closed yet. It was started on the 15th. And so, it's still being transcribed. Any discussion that happens here right now is part of the transcripts that will be part of the record. I just think that there is a question about whether any documents provided by the public, because that certainly was closed, the public comment period was closed, and this is where the public would comment so that counsel would presumably have the ability to rebut that. And I don't even know if counsel's seen the emails or not.
I don't know. We've requested some emails. We heard about them, but I don't know that we've even received copies yet.
Right. So I can tell you that I have a few copies here. I have one from John Kurtzman. I have, I can provide these to you, the ones that were circulated. One from John Kurtzman. Looks like that there's one from Al Johnson. It looks like there's one from someone named T. Glass. Not sure who that is. Keith Rodas. And then, of course, Joanne Lawson is attaching the letter that was supposedly sent to Ms. Batzel yesterday from Jane Graham. I don't know if you received that or not.
I've received the letter from Jane Graham, but we have not received copies of the other documents.
I'll give them all to you.
Okay, great. So if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor and City Attorney, you can let us know if this is appropriate, but if you don't mind just giving us more information about the discussions that aren't in those emails, and we could take just, 5 or 10 minutes to actually read those emails so that we can be prepared in rebuttal. The only other things that I did want to comment on is, at the end of the 4:15 hearing, when the public portion was closed, that's really when the record's supposed to end, but obviously you can't go back and reverse what you read. So we're just trying to fix that at this point. I do want to take a little issue at Protect St. Pete Beach forwarding the letter to me, to you, directly to the commissioners. Ms. Graham offered to write a letter of no objection. You read it probably if we agreed to certain terms and conditions. I just can't stress how inappropriate that was as a lawyer. having Ms. Graham simply restate what she already did in a letter under the guise that there's new information here, or that Protect St. Pete Beach is a party in this proceeding is also not appropriate. They had the advocacy group had the opportunity to put any information on the record at the 415 hearing, or to suggest changes to the conditions at that time. As a reminder, that group was given 15 minutes by this board, and their president was given an additional extended time as well. It's also important to note that the city has specific procedures for the order that people speak. First, the clerk calls those who sign up in the order that they signed up, and second, she calls those who submit cards in those order, unless the council changes that from the dais. I do understand that Ms. Graham and Ms. Lawson were taken out of order and allowed to speak first at the hearing, even though they were not first on the registration list. I'm just placing this information in the record because if Protect St. Pete Beach argues in some forum in the future, like a court of law, that they were not given fair due process during this process, I would argue that they were given far more due process than any rights that they have as a member of the community. So I just want to put that on the record.
And the only other thing I will say is that if this were to be appealed to circuit court and these emails after 415 were attempted to be put in as part of the record, I think there's a fairly strong argument to the court that they should be stricken as not part of the record.
So would it be possible for just a little further explanation on the subject matter and any additional concerns? If it's just a repeat of what we already heard at the public hearing, we already understand that. We're prepared to speak to that. But if there was any new information or new concerns that were raised that we should be prepared to address because they are going to inform your decision as a decision-making body tonight, we would appreciate it if you would let us know those so that we can appropriately rebut. That's really what we're asking as the applicant.
I'll go first. Most of the emails I read were pretty much duplicates of things I've seen before, slight wording changes. There were also a couple emails that told us to deny the Serrata Cup from 5 December. So obviously I didn't read those extensively. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you.
Similar, I got a lot of template emails, some addressing the December 5th as well, so I don't know if they were reading their emails. I did get emails from residents that I then spoke with. I always respond back to say thank you for your communication, and then some do want to talk. So we talked about traffic. We spoke about the intensity, and then I did speak with Lisa, which I mentioned, that wanted to take a tour on the evening of, this was last Friday. So we did go out last Friday. She went with her tools, and I could explain further, and I was going to talk about it later anyways. But we did go out there during that time. She showed the property for the trade winds. We did a couple of other hotels as well. And then I stayed on my own. I did not stay with Lisa. After that, I was there probably close to 11 o'clock at night on the beach side only, not the other property. I just walked across the property to go to get the freebie back home. Then I mentioned Disney Springs. It so happens that I was still celebrating birthday with my friends in Orlando, and we happened to go to dinner over there, and I remembered the architect who mentioned that they had done the same type of facade at the Disney Springs parking garage. So I happened to get to see it firsthand. I met with staff just to talk about CUP questions, on the land development code, nothing that we haven't spoken about here. What else am I missing? I think that was about it. Yep.
Thank
If
you.
I remember something, I'll say it, but I think.
Thank you.
So as far as communications, I had spoke to residents both for and against the project, assuming you're more interested in ones against for rebuttal purposes. So A lot of the conversations were in line with things that were brought up during public comment by some of the people that spoke during public comment as well. A couple things that I was going to bring up tonight specifically, and I brought it up in the last meeting, was the median potentially blocking 59th, which I understand is kind of outside of the plans of the project, but that's something important. Think what else? Traffic in general. I mean, things that came up during public comment. Marine turtle compliance. Beach access being available earlier in the project, which was something I was going to bring up tonight as well. So I think that's it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the content of the emails that I've received and the conversations I had was also very similar to what we heard in public comment last week, mostly centering around traffic, turtle lighting, the north side beach access. I don't believe that there was anything I discussed with anyone that was outside of the realm of what has already been fairly extensively discussed.
Thank you.
I can't think of any conversations that I had that had anything of substance that I would say was significantly different from what we've heard or read before, although I also don't have what you read those emails. Like, Al Johnson didn't CC me apparently, so so I don't necessarily have copies of everything that the other commissioners have, but from the substance of the emails and communications, I can't think of anything that was new information.
Thank you all. We really appreciate it. It allows us to make sure that we're addressing the issues that you've heard.
Is that sufficient for you?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
So the only other thing I want to comment before we get started into this is that, once again, that your decision is basically what you need to do is look at the criteria for a CUP, including the DA, and the competent substantial evidence that you've heard, okay? It doesn't mean that the parties or the city and the applicant participants are in the public. Doesn't mean that you can't consider lay testimony, but it has to be very fact-specific. It has to be something that you put the appropriate weight on it, which would be, again, very different from, let's say a layperson that talks about traffic versus a traffic engineer and things like that. So the competent substantial evidence is the key word when you want to compare it with the criteria that's been provided to you in the staff report and so forth, and as far as like making your final decision. So hopefully that's helpful.
The applicant requested a few minutes to read those emails. We
We'll
could
do that very quickly.
we could adjourn for 10 minutes
Thank you very much.
and come back at 7:20 sharp. think we're ready for the applicant's rebuttal.
We have a, can you put the slideshow up, please? Oh, Kevin's going to do it. I didn't realize that it was right there. I forgot my public service announcement. Wear your sunscreen. Good evening. For the record, Elise Batzel, 401 East Jackson Street, on behalf of the applicant. Thank you for giving us that little bit of additional time. We appreciate it. And thank you for all of your time last week. We're going to be as efficient in our rebuttal comments as we can to try to get through this quickly. I'm going to hit some points that were made by the community very quickly, and then we'll have a couple experts address a few things. Please feel free to stop me at any point and ask questions. First, I want to talk, since marine turtle compliance came up quite a bit in what you've heard recently. Ms. Graham specifically mentioned that the city still showed that there were active code violations in the system. During our April 15th hearing, you heard testimony from Brandon Berry and the city attorney that there were no current code violations. We actually appreciate Ms. Graham bringing this to our attention, because we went back to investigate and they were open in the system but had been addressed with respect to the code enforcement officer. I would like to submit for the record evidence showing that all open matters in the system have been officially closed by the city and that there are no current violations. I will note that somehow 2 popped up last week that were also related to that 2021 violation, but those are also closed in the system. Suzanne, if you could submit those. I also personally spoke to Pete Dwyer yesterday to confirm that that was accurate as of yesterday. So just submitting that into the record. I want Joe Smith to come up and speak to you about his efforts with marine turtle compliance. But before he does, I want to talk with you quickly about the difference between being in violation and having buildings that were not built to today's standards. And I think that's an important distinction for you. So no code violations relates to the things that we can fix today, for the new building and the lighting around. Joe has worked extensively with sea turtle trackers and the city. I'm going to let him talk more about that. But I want to refer you to the section of the development agreement that talks about the marine turtle compliance. And I'm going to read a portion of it because I think it will help alleviate some of your concerns. By the completion of phase 1, the entire existing developed property, in addition to the new improvements, so all existing buildings, not just the new buildings, will be made compliant with the standards for beachfront lighting in the Land Development Code today. So even though those buildings were built way back when, by the end of phase 1, we're going to bring all of those up to current standards, which requires us to go into all of the existing buildings and put specific film. That's not an easy task, and it's very expensive, but we've agreed to do that. And we have to bring them up to the standards that are more stringent, whether they're in the Land Development Code, the Pinellas County Coastal Construction Regulations, or whichever are more stringent. It also says, at staff's direction, review of this criteria may involve coordinating an evaluation with sea turtle trackers or a successor organization to evaluate and address sources of light harmful to marine turtles. Joe is already doing that, and so Joe, if you could just come up and talk about what you have been doing. I appreciate it.
Sure. Joe Smith, 1825 Weston, Florida, for the record. So this is not a new issue for us. We've been sitting down with the city and with sea turtle trackers. The issue first arose when we were getting multiple requests from multiple organizations to do a tour of the property. And I think Lisa actually even said the Tradewinds folks were nice enough to tour us around. So that's when we were confused about who to take directions from. We thought, well, it's all the same, so why not? And what we started to get were conflicting input. And we started to get, for example, some of the lights. This is the right tone and hue of orange. This is not the right tone and hue of orange. So with that confusion, we actually sat down with the city of St. Pete Beach, with code enforcement, with sea turtle trackers, had a meeting and said, why you? and they said, we are the only certified sea turtle tracking organization in the state of Florida in this area. So with that, the city and we agreed that is an expert qualification. That's something that we should rely upon. If there's anyone in the community who ever has input, whether it's Lisa or anyone else, I would recommend they go to Sea Turtle Trackers, and we will work with them. That's not the issue. The issue is having, and there's even more organizations beyond Lisa that showed up and said, hey, I really think you should do this, or I want to tour the property. It's just endless, it's confusing, and it's conflicting. So what we would recommend is what the city of St. Pete Beach and we already agreed upon, which is anyone who has input, go to Sea Turtle Trackers. They will convey whatever is correct to us, and we have no problem working through the process. I know, for example, some of the tools that I think you probably mentioned, Commissioner Reznicki, I'm aware of, but I think there's even argument about whether those are right tools or not, whether they should be relied upon or not. I know some of the photos submitted before are largely not of our property, but of our neighboring bar instead of us. So there's lots of confusion around the issue, and I think we'll be here all night if we start talking about the 5 different organizations who want to opine upon marine life. So that's where we are. We've had meetings with the city. The city agrees with us. And I think it's an organized fashion. I wouldn't discourage anyone from giving input to Sea Turtle Trackers. Go for it, absolutely, no problem. But we need one voice that's a certified expert that we can rely upon and work with. And that's what we've done, and that's what the development agreement reflects. Thank you.
The other thing I wanted to address was a comment made about the commercial garage and the fact that we were overparked. We're only about 10% overparked, and based on some modifications that we're going to suggest tonight, we'll be even less overparked because we're going to remove some spaces for that public beach access. But all parking garages for the trade winds are to service the hotels and related on-site amenities to trade winds. You have a specific definition in your code of what a commercial parking garage is. It's a structured parking facility with 2 or more levels that is not affiliated with a specific other use. That's not trade winds. Does somebody come on occasion to trade winds and say, I want to go to your bar, and they pay to park and they don't go to the bar? Probably, right? We feel like the parking provided is the right amount, a practical amount of spaces, but it is not a commercial garage. I also wanted to comment on the FAR issue that was raised. So Ms. Graham noted that parking garages are not counted towards the FAR calculation. She's absolutely right. They're not in the city of Tampa, they're not in Hillsborough County, they're not in Pinellas County, they're not in Plant City, and they're not here. They're typically, in most of the jurisdictions that we work in, they are not counted towards FAR. As you know, FAR is one mechanism, one-dimensional mechanism for quantifying a development. But I think her point was that not counting the garage for FAR was somehow underestimating the height and the scale and the mass. But remember, we've provided you with exact elevations, exact renderings. You know exactly what the height and the scale and the mass are. We did do the calculations, and even with the parking garage, we're just right at 2.0 FAR, and your code allows a maximum of 2.6. So that doesn't take us close to the maximum. I want to talk about beach access. Commissioner Phillips, I know this is really important for your constituency and the residents in your neighborhood. After the hearing, we went back as a development team, and we talked a lot about public beach access. Oh, can you put up the overhead, please? Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. First, we want to propose a change to the timing of the northernmost third access, and we'd like to go ahead and construct the permanent beach access for Phase 4 immediately when we construct Phase 1. So what that means is during Phase 1, with this proposal, you would have a permanent beach access on the southern boundary of the property. You would have a permanent beach access on the northern boundary of the property, and you would have the temporary beach access through the middle of the property that under the development agreement has to continue until it's a permanent beach access, which means if it never gets built, that temporary easement does not go away. A couple things to consider. I think that perhaps it was the mayor or one of the other commissioners said, why can't we do this earlier? Well, there's 2 components to these beach accesses. Both Phase 1 and Phase 4 will first go through site plan and permitting process as part of Phase 1. That's going to take a little bit of time. And then we actually have to construct them. We have to physically go out there and do the construction as part of Phase 1. So at the end of that construction, we'll know exactly where the path is going to go. We can create the legal description and then execute the easement. Until that is fully engineered and built, we don't know exactly where to give you the actual easement and what that legal description looks like. So the easement comes after it's constructed, so that it's on the correct property. So the second issue is during construction, we do not want people going through the construction zones just for safety issues. So we don't want to give that until those are constructed so that it's safe for people to be transversing up and down the beach. I want to clear up, I think, what were some misinterpretations and maybe misunderstandings about transportation and concurrency. The traffic study that we submitted, and which has been reviewed and approved by the city's independent traffic consultant, is the document that is confirming that there is adequate capacity and an adequate level of service for Phase 1. We are not reserving concurrency for any subsequent phases as part of this development. Now, we work on a lot of development agreements, and normally that's what you do. You do a development and you reserve concurrency. We're not doing that here. We are saying that we will come back to you at each and every phase and do a new study with actual counts so you know exactly what the transportation issues are at the time concurrent with when we move forward with that phase. We're also not reserving concurrency for water, for sewer, anything else. Every time we come in for a site plan approval for a different phase, we have to come back and prove concurrency to staff. This is also clearly spelled out in Section 5 of the development agreement. And I also want to talk about the median issues. So we have no dog in the fight, really, with respect to the median. The only reason that this is even a part of our CUP approval is the city came to us and said, hey, if the city and FDOT, either one, says certain transportation improvements have to be made in front of the trade winds, we want you trade winds to pay for those. We're not going to construct them, we're not going to do them, we're going to pay for them. And that's what the condition says. So whatever those median closures might be, that's really whatever the city and FDOT work out and determine. We're not involved in that at all. And those safety study improvements aren't contingent on our development. Those are safety study improvements on their own right. I also want to talk about Alex Rourke's letter that he submitted. Ms. Graham talked a lot about the letter that was submitted the night before the April 15th hearing. The city's independent transportation engineer has prepared a letter dated yesterday, I believe, which addresses each of the key points in Mr. Rourke's letter. I'm just going to read a couple of those points. And then, Mr. Mayor, before I do that, may I submit a copy into the city's records?
I was going to ask the city attorney about that, so that was my question from earlier. So any new information from staff, from the applicant, pardon me, that's to be entered into the record, or?
Yes, I think it should be, because again, this is still an opportunity to hear from experts. It's not just legal argument. Yes.
Thank you for clarifying.
In addition, the city's transportation engineer is here, I see, so he can also comment. Suze, would you please submit that into the record, please? Thank you. I just want to call out a couple of the comments that he made with respect to Mr. Rourke's letter. There were 6 points, and he talked about each of those points. First, he says, Mr. Rourke's comment is invalid and does not affect the results. Mr. Rourke's comments do not draw any conclusions and incorrectly define a VC ratio exceeding 0.9 on a roadway segment as being deficient. Mr. Rourke's comment does not invalidate the results. The transportation analysis is correct as submitted. You can see his conclusion here, but having reviewed his comments, we have not identified any additional concerns that would alter results of the submitted transportation study. Mr. Henry, would you come up for just a moment? Have you read the response to Mr. Rourke's letter prepared by the city's independent traffic engineer?
I have, yes.
Do you agree with its conclusions?
I do, yes.
And does Mr. Rourke's letter change any of your conclusions in your transportation analysis?
It does not.
Thank you. With that, I just want to go back a little bit to something that Andrew talked about, which is substantial competent evidence. It's always important to talk about substantial competent evidence because you're really sitting up there as judges, and that's a really difficult position because that's not what you normally do when you're making decisions. I want to talk a little bit more about what is not competent substantial evidence than what is competent substantial evidence. You know that experts and facts are competent substantial evidence, but speculative concerns, and these are all directly from Florida law cases. This is the legal framework under which you are making your decision tonight. Speculative concerns about the future zoning of an area are not allowable. They're not competent substantial evidence. Desire to maintain the status quo may not be considered. I think that's really important when you make your decision tonight. Subjective testimony can't be given a cumulative effect. We looked at the petition that Protect St. Pete Beach submitted, and if you look at it very closely, Mick Jagger signed it and Lucy Liu signed it, and it doesn't matter if everything on there were 1,000 signatures. Florida law says it doesn't matter how many people agree with an issue. If the opinion is not substantial competent evidence, just because 1,000 people say it doesn't make it so. Lay witnesses cannot give opinions on technical matters, specifically traffic, land planning, stormwater, or telecommunications. These are technical issues that require an expert. I mean, you heard the questions to the transportation engineers. This is stuff that they study for years, and they understand how this works, and that's why we have to rely on those experts in making those decisions. And finally, this basically says the same, the interpretation and application of traffic engineering principles or publications requires expert testimony. I want to talk just a moment about CMARC and the opposition to the project by Mr. Yarnell at the hearing. We were actually very surprised when CMARC registered to speak in opposition to the application. And I want to take a little time to give you the history of how we've worked with CMARC for the last couple of years and outline what 1754 has done to accommodate CMARC through this entire process. First, before we even submitted an application, this building was thoughtfully designed with CMARC in mind. If you look at it and you look how it is designed with respect to the building and the Gulf, it's clear that the orientation was done to protect views and privacy of CMARC. The garage east of the CMARC building is positioned so no headlights go into CMARC. It's pushed back. And the screening, even though it's not directly adjacent to CMARC, they went ahead and added screening on all sides to make it aesthetically pleasing when someone looks out their window. After we submitted our application, we received a letter in October of 2022 from CMARC's counsel expressing 4 concerns, and 1754 immediately responded to those concerns and addressed them. The first was concerns about structural compromise of CMARC. It was right after what happened in South Florida. I think that was on everybody's mind. 1754 agreed to conduct a pre-construction foundation and structural inspection, and to continue monitoring during the whole construction phase 1 project. They said yes. Concerns about wind were raised. 1754 conducted a wind study. They did a whole entire model that simulates all of the buildings, and they simulate wind, and that report shows that there were not degrading effects for wind. They said yes to that. There were concerns about noise pollution. 1754 agreed to install glass sound insulation and provide additional landscaping along the southern side of the restaurant. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that request later. And there were concerns about air quality. The developer agreed to install exhaust scrubbers on the restaurant vents in order to mitigate any smells coming from the restaurant. But it didn't end then. Throughout the process, Joe continued to have dialogue with residents at CMARC, and we actually redesigned some of the buffering on the southern boundary because they were concerned that some of the trees would grow too tall, and they asked us to change those species. We did that with that in mind to protect those views. The beach access also provides this physical layout. You can see that. And then there's more. So these were a number of additional changes, and some of these were as recent as 2 and 3 weeks ago. These were in direct response to CMARC's comments. The pool closes at 9 o'clock. As I think you heard during the case in chief, CMARC's pool closes at 10. We think that's very reasonable to keep noise out from the residents. Restaurant seating and the view was positioned for customers to face north and west away from CMARC. There was an addition of this specialized roof that you can see here along the top in order to deflect sound into the site away from the residents. It's a non-smoking facility. We talked about the scrubbers. So let me step back for just a second. So Ken Metcalf is our planning expert, and he said, you know, the only thing I'm really thinking about is that open restaurant, that open air restaurant. And so we are agreeing tonight to remove our request for a conditional use permit in phase 1 for the rooftop, and we will build that restaurant to code, just like you build every other restaurant. You'll see that reflected in the conditions that we're going to ask you to look at tonight. Please note, though, for the record, that the roof and the walls aren't going to look like they do here in this rendering, because now we're going to build them to code, so it's not going to be an open, deflected roof. It's going to be a regular roof. So just want to note that on the record. Finally, last week...
Sorry, can you expand on why you want to do that?
Let me go back in. Well, I can talk to Joe, or ask Joe to come up and speak to that, but really it was, you know, continued concerns by the neighbors, and honestly, the fact that CMARC showed up after all of that and we still had concerns, we thought, what can we do to make sure that there are as minimal impacts as possible? Joe?
Commissioner Lorenzen, it's important to note that I've had over 4 dozen pieces of communication, emails, phone calls, online meetings in only the last 45 days with CMARC. And I'm happy to say that. I really like them. I like Tim Yarnell. I like Mike Gordon. These are good people. They're my neighbors. And after talking to them over many conversations, we just said, what's giving people heartburn? Some of the heartburn is this kind of open rooftop dining. And we said, well, if we take the rooftop dining aspect out of it, a lot of the issues go away. And so we said, we'll build it to code. Let's just take it off the table, make it easy. This is a recurring theme you've probably heard from me a lot of times. Let's make it really easy for people. Let's make it easy for people to say yes. And we just decided to do it unilaterally just to make this a much easier process. That's really it.
Are you going to cover later in the presentation a rough of what it looks like when you say to code?
It will look very, very similar to this. It's just you'll see like glass enclosures potentially, and that roof might be a little bit different, but it'll be generally similar to what you're looking at. It's just built to code now instead of being a rooftop dining facility.
Thank you.
Finally, last week, right before the hearing, CMARC sent a letter with 2 new objections. Those objections were concerns about telecommunications and concerns about views to the north and the northeast. First, I just want to put onto the record that there has been no technical information or report offered by the residents of CMARC to substantiate that the Trade Winds building is going to do anything to the telecommunications signal. But, and again, as mentioned, lay testimony on these issues is not substantial competent evidence. But in an effort to alleviate the concerns of CMARC, we would like to offer a condition similar to what we did for Serrata that provides if the cell tower provider complains about diminished service, we'll provide a signed opinion from an engineer and make sure that we will find ways that the signal strength is appropriately addressed. So, Suzanne, would you submit that? Or, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, may we submit that for the record for your consideration?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to talk about the views from the northeast. CMARC is objecting now to the views to the north and the northeast. What this tells me, and what I think it should tell all of you, that they really don't want any development on that site. Because if you can't affect any views, what you mean really is that you can't put anything on the property. I'll talk about that a little bit more when we talk about views, but it does not seem genuine to be objecting to views to the north and the northeast at this point in time. So I'm going to talk briefly about the legal framework. I know you all know this, but it's always important because it's not something that we talk about every day, but there are very important principles under Florida law that provide you with a roadmap describing how your comp plan and your land development regulations must be read. So I just want to take a couple moments and highlight what is on your screen. Local governments must follow their current regulations. There was a lot of discussion about the what ifs during the presentation and what if the site was planned differently and what about this. But tonight, your job is to review the current application under the current regulations and determine if we met our burden to satisfy all of the conditional use criteria set forth in the code. It would be impossible for the developer to commit to the significant community benefits that they have to say that we would agree to somehow update this to new regulations that you may pass in the future. We need to know what we can develop in order to put all of this money and infrastructure and community benefits into phase one. So I just want to, because the city could drastically change what your regulations look like, and we can no longer build what it is that you're approving today. Land use regulations also have to be viewed in totality. This means that you cannot take a specific phrase out of context. You have to look at the whole comprehensive plan and the whole land development code. Mr. Berry did that when he wrote your 108-page, I think, staff report. He looked at each and every provision of the comprehensive plan and the land development code when he came up with his recommendation and his expert planning report that we're consistent with a comprehensive plan, that we've met the criteria under the conditional use permit. They're trying. You can see them out there struggling. Mr. Metcalf, our expert land planner who testified, he also reviewed the entirety of the comprehensive plan and the land development code and also found that the proposed project is consistent with a comprehensive plan, compatible with the surrounding uses, and meets the CUP criteria. These are our professional expert planners and your professional expert planners, and Florida law says their testimony is substantial competent evidence. Specific land use regulations control over more general ones. To paraphrase the very large body of case law on this subject, if you have a specific provision and you have a conflicting, more general provision, you have to follow the specific provision. And this is specifically important when you hear a little bit more about views and vistas and the references to the views and the vistas in your land development code. Policy 2.11.3 is this general policy, and it directs the city how to administer their land development regulations. It was used, I think, in Ms. Graham's presentation. It is not a project-specific mandate nor a direction towards a project. It directs the city, hey, when you administer and these land development regulations, here is what you have to keep in mind. It's presumed that local governments have knowledge of their existing land use regulations when new regulations are adopted. Those citywide policies that we were just talking about were in the original comprehensive plan, and you came in later and you developed the large resort district and you said, here is what we want to see here. The city knew at that time that there was the maintenance of view and vista general language, but yet you came in and you said, here are the heights, here are the intensities, and here are the densities specifically that are permitted provided the following happen. You contemplated that, you knew that. One provision in a land development regulation can't be interpreted to render the other provisions meaningless. It's really important, right? We have to use common sense. So if we agreed with the CMARC that, well, we've positioned the building back from the Gulf to maintain views and vistas, but now you can't really block the north or the northeast views, that doesn't make any sense. That's not the intent of the regulations, nor how the regulations can be interpreted under Florida law. You have to use common sense when you're thinking about these things. It's very important. It also means that if you think about it, if you take that logic and that we can't block Gulf views or vistas, or we can't block views, two things would happen. One, anybody that lives along the water at any period of time that wanted to expand beyond the exact footprint or exact height that they have now would be prohibited from doing so. You have to think this not just about the trade winds, but about any petition that comes before you that's on the water. Clearly, that's not what the regulations mean. And it's very clear that this interpretation really runs afoul of Florida law. Finally, Florida courts have been very clear that inconsistencies in any of these regulations, if you just don't know because you think they conflict, if there are any questions, you have to apply them to the applicant's property in favor and construed in favor of the applicant, because they are a derogation of property rights. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ken Metcalf to talk a little bit more about views, and I'll be back in a moment. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. For the record, again, my name is Ken Metcalf, Director of Planning with Stearns Weaver Miller. As Elise mentioned, policy, that's Future Land Use Element Policy 2.11.3, simply directs actions in regard to the city's administration of the LDC. It doesn't set any standards. And it only addresses beach views. It doesn't talk about bay views. So that's also important to keep in mind. Very important to understand that there are no provisions, no policies or objectives in the comprehensive plan, and no code provisions that actually require frontage views from Gulf Boulevard. That is, there's no requirement in your comprehensive plan or your code that addresses the idea of setting a standard or requiring that a CUP maintain views of the Gulf from Gulf Boulevard. And I want to make sure it's understood that Code Section 4.12, that applies to the city's review of a CUP, and it's specifically the language is that the city would consider whether the CUP would cause unreasonable or negatively disproportionate impacts to adjacent or nearby structures. That's the scope of what's under 4.12. There's no reference at all there to a frontage view from Gulf Boulevard. With that said, you're going to hear more testimony that, in fact, we're not impacting views at all from Gulf Boulevard, but I just want to make sure that's clear. So under Code Section 4.12, there are two provisions. You have subsection A4 that applies to Gulf views for properties that are located west of Gulf Boulevard. So that would apply to the evaluation of the CUP in relation to CMARC, as would Section 4.12A9. Now, 4.12A9 is the more specific provision, and I say that because it applies to temporary lodging facilities that are greater than 50 feet in height and greater than 30 units per acre. So it's a little bit more specific than subsection A4. And as you've heard, and I'm not going to go into any more detail about it, the Tower 1 has been positioned set back from the coastal hazard area, from the coastal construction control line to maintain the view of CMARC. It's oriented, it's positioned to protect privacy, although that's not one of the criteria here. This just deals with sunlight and views. But it doesn't cast any shadows, as you've heard, on CMARC, and it doesn't affect their views at all of the Gulf. And so with that, I'll answer any questions that you may have. Okay, thank you.
Oops, wrong way. Joe Smith again for the record. So you just heard from Ken and earlier Elise on the legal premises for the views from Gulf Boulevard or north and northeast not being able to be part of this decision process. I think that was very clear from them. But notwithstanding the legal background and the legal position, I think it's really important for us, it's important for me to convey that actually there are no views. So put aside the legal work, which is very clear. The situation that we have right now, and I'll show some video shortly, that there really are no views from Gulf Boulevard out to the beach. When you go down the length of the property, what you only see is two really areas that show up as potentially a question of whether there might be a view. And if you look at the next slide, we're going to explain, and we'll show you a video in just a second on why there are no views. You're about to see a video that goes up and down Gulf Boulevard with every inch of it blocked by landscape, back-of-house buildings, hotel buildings, the coral reef, Hertz rental car offices. But what you might see is a little bit of a gap, and actually on that right picture there, you see that the gap today, that's how it looks. And so some people might have the misunderstanding of walking up and down Gulf Boulevard and say, well, what's that gap, Joe? Why is that there? Isn't that a gap? Number one, you don't see the beach, but number two, more importantly, is if you look at the photo on the left, that's the place where the coral reef building used to be, 200 units there. That gap exists because that building is no longer there. That building was taken down by trade winds, I believe in 2017, if I'm not mistaken, in anticipation of development of a bigger building that would block the view even more. So when we start looking about, gaps and view corridors, it's really something that will become very clear. We're going to play just a quick video for you. So this is turning out of Runfish and going southbound on Gulf Boulevard. As you can see, looking to the right, there's Runfish Grill. I think most of you are acquainted with that. There's clearly no views here. Those people passing by in these videos, they've got a pedestrian on height. So this is what a pedestrian is going to see walking down the road. You see there's all kinds of infrastructure, there's telephone poles, there's utilities, there's all kinds of stuff. As you go through, and we're about to arrive at the section that's just on. There you see the coral reef building that exists today, still blocking a single inch of view. If you start to come down here, you say, okay, that's a parking lot. I'm still not seeing anything. I'm just seeing landscape, parking lot, cars, right there. That's where the coral reef building used to be, and that was taken down. So historically, there was no view. You further go down the property, and you're not going to see a lake of view all the way down. And until you get to the Hertz building, in which case there'll be an area which you'll see not a view, that'll be an open pathway to the berm in the background. The good news is that it'll be preserved. But here we go again. Still no view. Still no view. And you don't think about all these buildings that we have all over the place. It's like we understand this. It's a building. I don't think there's anyone who's walked away from this video and say that there was view here. It's absolutely blatantly clear that there's not a single inch of consideration of where the building was taken down. It's still there, and you can see that there's no view there either. So here we go again. This is non-cut, uninterrupted video all over the property. Continuing landscape buildings, Hertz building, and then right here, you can see, perhaps you can see all the way out. But you know what's interesting? This is where our 30-foot wide beach access is. So that view corridor you just saw will be there exactly as it is today because of that beach access. Uninterrupted, straight out to the water. So the only view that you have is that one spot, and we're preserving it. So even when people talk about, well, what have you done to preserve the views? We've preserved the views 100% without any qualifications. I think that's really clear. But when we sat down with the city, and we sat down with the city manager, we all kind of looked at each other and said, technically, you might be right, Joe, but be better if it felt better. And so we sat there and said, okay, I get it. Everyone wants to feel good about this. It's not just always 100% compliance is the goal sometimes. So what we said is, you know what? And I remember the meeting specifically with city manager. I said, I have a surprise for you. I said, you know, the surprise is I'm not just going to preserve views. I'm going to create views that not only don't exist anywhere in St. Pete Beach, they don't exist anywhere in the state of Florida. These things only exist in Manhattan. They exist in Chicago. They exist maybe in San Francisco. They don't exist in the state of Florida. What we're doing is we're giving a public beach access to the top of the 12th story building in phase 2, the main building. It's going to have an elevator that's a one-stop elevator that goes directly to the top. So local residents can go up without any delay, without having to stop on guest room floors. And they're going to open up to a 4,800 square foot space that overlooks the Gulf, the bay, south. You're going to be able to see views in many directions. And it's going to be a really spectacular view. That little bump out on the left side of the lower picture, I think is going to be really interesting. It's section number 9. That's going to be a glass floor balcony. So when you walk out, you're going to see straight down, 12 stories down, into the amenities below, the pool area and the landscape. We're really excited about this because, again, this has never been done, to our knowledge, anywhere in the state of Florida, where you have people come up, no charge, regular type of rules in terms of time. You don't want people up there at midnight. You don't want them drinking alcohol and falling off the railing. But you do want people to get up there with ease of access, be able to enjoy it. If you want to bring your public sandwich and a Coke, by all means do it. There's no obligation to buy anything from us or even buy our food. If you want to bring your single-use individual food, go ahead and bring it up with you. So this is something that we're just really thrilled to do. And again, the theme here is I want to make it easy for everyone. I want to make it easy to say, not only do we preserve views, but we've created some of the most amazing views that the city has ever seen. And what I'm going to do now is, this is a little glimpse, but what we're going to do is show you a video. We took a drone at the actual location, and we filmed a video of what that rooftop viewpoint would look like. This is actually the position and the height that actually that view will look like. As you can see sweeping views down to the Don Cesar. You can see views all the way up and down the beach. And actually, I think the drone doesn't do a good job of sweeping all the way around and looking at what you would see further south. But that type of view is what we're delivering. And I don't think there's a person out there, whether you're in opposition or not, that can say that these views are not only what the community would hope to have, but far superior than anything they do have today. And so I think it just kills the whole issue of that viewpoint. Even though legally we don't have to do this, we wanted everyone to win. We've always said this. If we are lucky enough to be approved, we want everyone to win with us. And that's what we've done. There's a lot of questions in the comment section about the community benefits. There was a question of, why sign a development agreement? Why do this? Why should the city give up and sign away something that's long-term? There's a lot of good reasons for that. It's a quid pro quo agreement. There's a lot that goes to the community in exchange for cooperation and over time. Part of that quid pro quo agreement is something very personal and important to you, Commissioner Phillips, and your constituents. That public beach access was very important to you. As you heard a little bit from Elise before, we're changing. That northern beach access is now going to be a permanent beach access built in phase 1. So that is now off the table. I know that was a question you had. But we're going to go ahead and do that in phase 1, and not do it temporary, but do that permanent access. So you're now going to have, no matter what, under all circumstances, 3 beach accesses. Doesn't mean if we proceed, doesn't mean if we stop. Under all circumstances, you're going to have 3 beach accesses. So I'm extremely proud to say that we're doing that. We listened again. I know you told us how important it was for your neighborhood, and we listened and we went ahead and did that. The customer use easement, we haven't talked about it a lot. There's so many benefits. We haven't talked about all these things very much. That's over 25,000 square feet on the beach where people can come and lay down, put their towels down, enjoy. No money, no requirements to pay us anything. They're going to have an easement and access and the right to do that. And it's going to be accessible by the beach access points. That's a big deal. That's something that doesn't exist up and down St. Pete Beach today, right? We all know that. These are all private beaches, and the residents complain about not having their own space. Well, guess what? We're doing it. It's big. It's 25,000 square feet. We're obviously paying for the beach walk. That could be millions of dollars. We don't know yet. We haven't seen the design. Full dune restoration, that's again something that doesn't get done in phases, or it's a maybe. That gets done. Internal circulation road, reducing the curb cuts by 60% from 10 to 6, the 10-foot sidewalk. These are all things to create the pedestrian environment that we all want to see in our community. We will pay for any safety improvements that are discovered by FDOT. That's on our bill. $1,250,000 will be paid over 10 years for the mobility, basically the freebie shuttle. Emergency services study will pay our fair share. These are not even all of the benefits. They keep on going on and on, right? Environmental, Commissioner Resnicki, we've talked about the importance of the environmental very much, as well as I have with the other commissioners. And I don't need to recap everything I said, but remember that we're building LEED Silver certified buildings. That's probably to add tens of millions of dollars of additional cost of the development. And we're doing all the new buildings, not just one, but all of them. We're using in excess, and we will try to do in excess of 50% Florida native friendly landscape. We're using reclaimed water and cool roof to reduce the heat island. These are all things that we heard from you. We heard from the community. We went back, we changed, and we said, you know what? This is what the community wants. We're going to do it. So turtle protection, we've all seen the press that we're going to spend, we believe, up to $5 million on replacing every single cabana out on the beach, which is by itself a couple $1 million ticket. We're going to do all the tinting on the windows so that turtles no longer are confused at night. So some of the Lisa Reich emails and photos relate to what you can see through a window. Well, we're addressing that. We've committed to it as part of the development agreement. We can't back out. This is something we have to do. So I appreciate Lisa's comments, but this is already in process. It's already documented. If we get approved, this will happen. We can't change our minds. We've done the mock turtle nest and educational. We have sea turtle trackers come over and make presentations to our guests. They'll educate people not to touch the sea turtle nest. Our staff is trained on how to contact them and how to deal with it. We're already, until we get that tint in, have placards on the windows saying close your blinds at night so that you don't confuse the turtles, but we want to get that tint done as well. So I'll turn it back over to Elise, but again, we're really happy that we can just take a lot of these issues off the table, and rather than have a lengthy conversation tonight, do the hard work for you, hopefully, and commit to them right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Elise Batzel for the record. One person said in the last hearing, what are you giving up by approving this? And I would ask you to think about it a different way. What are you giving up by not approving this project? And it's all those community benefits that Joe just outlined. This project is thoughtfully designed. It has beautiful architecture. It's very sensitive to neighboring properties, and it will create a myriad of community benefits for this generation and the next. I want to end with not my own comments, but comments that you heard at the last meeting from your own St. Pete Beach residents. In life, change is inevitable. The Tradewinds proposal is positive change. Change isn't risky, being stagnant is. St. Pete
Sorry,
Beach.
City Attorney, but these are audience comments that are being reread. Would this be considered?
This is not rebuttal. Definitely not rebuttal. Everything that's happened so far has been rebuttal. I've been listening very carefully. She's been able to do it. I think she's just doing a conclusion.
Sure.
But yeah, if you.
I was concluding, instead of telling you myself about all these great things that we just talked about, I was using their words. So.
Yeah, I don't think this is rebuttal, but it's just conclusion.
So with that, we would ask if we could submit the modified conditions that talk about the public beach access, talk about the telecommunications condition, and also the 4-diamond rating condition that we already submitted. We have a red line of those conditions to submit for the record, and we would also propose the revisions to the development agreement that reflect the same thing. So with that, we're here to answer any questions. We really appreciate your time and attention this evening.
Mayor, can I ask a quick question? Because I just want to do some housekeeping here. So,
yes.
I mean, I have a copy of this one, the what you handed out, which is the
that was the 4-diamond.
Condition.
Oh, that's telecommunications.
Then I wrote down the North Beach Access Phase 1 is a change, right?
Suzanne, can you hand a copy?
So you do have something that you were going to hand
yes.
out? Okay, great.
Sorry, the telecommunications was done after the rest.
Yeah.
So
and there was a beach access. All beach access will be permanent.
Beach access
at Phase 3.
Yes, and there was a condition that was submitted at the main hearing.
Right.
That's also incorporated related to the 4 Diamond that we discussed during the main hearing.
Okay.
Those are redlined for you.
And then a removal of the outdoor dining CUP for the restaurant?
Yes.
Okay.
We do have copies for if you each want them.
Thanks.
Thank you.
To clarify, this does not remove the CUP request for the second rooftop.
No, it looks like it's the restaurant that's by the pool between the C-Mark and the new building.
You'll see in the conditions the modification that keeps the rooftop restaurant in Phase 2. That's still going forward. It just refers to the beachfront restaurant in Phase 1. That's what's been stricken from the conditions. Thank you.
Okay, any questions before we close the quasi-judicial proceedings portion?
Just one real quick one. If you had to make a guesstimate on how long, assuming the CUP was approved, because it's the only way I can ask that question, how long would Phase 1 last in your mind?
Joe Smith for the record. So we would start working, assuming approval tonight, we'd start working on construction detailed drawings for a submission for a permit. My goal would be to submit that within 12 months and bid it, start construction soon thereafter as we can. Maybe it's an 18-month construction period, so some of the next 2.5 to 3 years, hopefully Phase 1 will be done.
Thank you.
Just to add for the record, there is in 4A a requirement that we submit that site plan application within 1 year. That is part of the DA.
I've got a couple questions for just clarification, and you answered some of them, but regarding the marine turtle compliance with the existing properties, so they'll be compliant by the end of Phase 1.
So the lighting right now, according to Pete Dwyer, is compliant. Your DA also requires that we continue to work with sea trackers in the city because, again, we get conflicting things from different people. But the compliance that we're talking about by the end of Phase 1 is actually going into all of the existing buildings that aren't required to be compliant today and making them compliant by putting the turtle film on every window of all of the existing buildings. So that will start, and we'll do that as part of the Phase 1 construction. It's going to take us a while. We obviously have to get all the permissions from the appropriate buildings and associations, and we will have to go in and actually do that and enter all the units and do that. But yes.
Okay, yeah, because my question or concern.
Can I clarify something to your point, Commissioner? And I could ask Wayne, because I've asked this question, because when you say that we are compliant, I did go ask to find out whether a survey has been done, and there has not been a survey done.
What
for
kind of
lightning.
survey?
Surveys for lighting. So code enforcement and trackers, I don't know if they do it together or separate, and Wayne, maybe you could help clarify this. They go out and do a survey typically before the start of turtle season, which is May 1st, next week. I believe as of today, there has not been a survey done. So I want to make sure that's clarified, because I don't like hearing that we're compliant when there hasn't been a survey done possibly this year. So I just want to make sure that we get that clarified.
City manager, by all means, if you'd like to chime in, go ahead. But my point would be that we're in constant communication, right? So I think the concept of having a survey at this date certain and a survey that date certain, that's not how our process has typically worked, although I can look back in my files and see if we have surveys. I mean that in a good way. We're constantly getting feedback. We're having sea turtle trackers coming and saying, you missed that, you need to do this. So that constant kind of involvement has just been a process we've always worked through. So I haven't been delivered a date of a date certain that a survey needs to be done or will be done, but I can check with the operations team and see if they have something done. We're happy to do it. I think we just have a much more frequent communication than a survey date.
Yes, I did ask that question of Pete Dwyer, and the response I got was, been doing this every year, at least for the last 8 years. Clearwater Marine Aquarium conducts the yearly lighting survey, along with Sea Turtle Trackers Cooperation that our code enforcement works with. That's scheduled. It was scheduled for next week, and then they will use that to schedule any other follow-up inspections. Property owners and business owners of any infractions will be notified following that.
And Wayne or Andrew, perhaps you can clarify, because I know that Ms. Batzel touched on it, but there's essentially older buildings that are grandfathered in, right? Like because I've heard talk of the old, in compliance with the old ordinance, and bringing old buildings up to compliance with the new ordinance. And so I'm wondering if some of the confusion is coming from compliant with which ordinance, and which one do they have to be compliant with? Because to my knowledge, the city hasn't required every hotel on the beach to come into compliance with the most recent ordinance. Am I understanding that correctly?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah. So my thought process on this is it's easy to get wrapped up into compliance, not compliance, but to me it's not what it's about. It's about sea turtles and saving their lives. So I guess my question is, we're talking about end of phase 1, that could be 3 years from now. So, how quickly could efforts be done early on in the project? 1, and then 2, the second part would be, you touched on it briefly in your rebuttal, but what are you guys going to be doing to help educate guests? Because there's little things on the beach that guests could be doing, like filling in holes, not leaving toys out on the beach. So I think those are little mitigation factors it's important to educate guests on.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I totally agree with you. This is about helping sea turtles. So, this is why I joked about it one time. I don't remember, it was the planning board or with you, but I'll go out on the beach myself and I'll take photos and I'll say, we need to change this, we need to do that. No one's telling me. There's no organization that's coming in saying, you should look at this differently. A lot of times I'm doing it before anyone tells us. And, that doesn't mean I'm perfect, but it does mean that I agree with you. The goal is to do the best job we can. And so that's why I kind of say, well, the survey, I don't really know. That's not really the operation team that deals with the specific surveys. But it's my job as a leader of the organization to go say, what can we do more? And that's why we're spending $5 million on the right things to help the sea turtles. But the education, we have 2 mock nests where we literally have billboards by it saying, this is what a sea turtle nest looks like. Don't touch it. Stay away from it. Alert a team member. The team members on the beach are all trained what to do, to contact sea turtle trackers. They have constant, sweeps to the beach. They talk to each other all the time. So the education part is big. We even have sea turtle tracker members come and give presentations to our guests about what's happening here, what's the right thing to do. So you're absolutely right. I'm not aware of anyone else doing this on St. Pete Beach, or actually even Clearwater for that matter. But, or actually on the west coast of Florida, I'm not aware of anyone. But I'm really proud to say that we are, and we're going that extra step. No one told us to do this. No one said you should do it. This is part of our DNA. And I couldn't agree with you more. That's where we are. That's what we'll continue to do. Oh, timing? I'm sorry. Thank you for reminding me. So, yeah, the only reason why I hedge on that is because I'm dealing with parties I can't control, right? So I have Blue Green Timeshare Association. I have the Jacaranda Hotel Condo Association. If it's just us, I think, we have a fully approved, non-appealable CUP. We can hit it right away. I mean, we'll go out and do an RFP and do it, and it'll be a matter of a handful of months before it's done. So I'd like to say that this will be done within a year, but I need to make sure that this is a fully approved CUP that's non-appealable, that we are moving forward in all the right direction. I need to work with Blue Green and Jacaranda on what we do there and how that's done. I can't just walk into someone else's unit and say, I'm going to put film on your window. I have to explain what this is for, why it's being done. They're going to ask me questions about, is it going to change the view to the beach? Is that going to hurt my guest experience? We have to go this whole education process, how important it is for the turtles. So, you know, that's just something I've had to deal with at Tradewinds and something I will deal with in the future.
So you currently don't have approval from Jack Coranda and the other one to go ahead and do this?
Well, if I'm going to pay for it, I imagine there's probably not an issue with them. We do have buy-in from the Jack Coranda board members. This makes sense, but I want to present it to the entire association. We're not just steamrolling anyone. So we will, it'll happen for sure. I mean, I'm paying for it.
Okay.
I think what I have a major issue with on this particular topic is we do have other parties, property owners, right? We have timeshares and you have condo resort owners who also probably feel they have property rights and what they want, or the struggles that you're having to get them to be compliant. I don't feel comfortable saying we wait to the end of phase 1 for the site to be compliant, because we are in the process of changing beach codes in the city and possibly looking into improving our turtle ordinance as well. And I wouldn't want to lump the whole property in this, because as far as I remember, and you can correct me, city manager, that when people are fined, or if fined, it's by individual property owners. If there's an issue at a condo building, it's not the condo building that gets the issue. I know I've heard and I've spoken with Pete in the past that they actually figure out which unit is non-compliant and then address that unit owner, right? Not the building. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I wouldn't want to lump the whole property as to being compliant, because there are things that currently can be done today. You mentioned education. There's a lot of things, even closing your windows, that they can be doing today that doesn't have anything to do with film, right? You've mentioned to me in the past before about putting things on windows to educate people.
We have them already.
Stickers. But I'm talking about all properties, old and potentially the new, right?
So we have them on all the windows across the property right now. Coral Reef, I cannot speak for, but I can.
And that's why I'm mentioning this, because there's other properties that are on that lot, and we're talking about a zoning lot, right? So, again, I wouldn't feel comfortable saying that the whole property would be compliant, because something can trigger that they all need to be compliant today. And, you know, again, you know, that's several seasons of I mean, it's next week. You've got all those wooden cabanas out there today.
Right.
So, you know, unless you're telling me today you're going to start stacking them, there's a lot of stuff out there, including a big water slide and other numerous objects that are on that beach that concerns me. I wouldn't want to say wait till end of phase 1 for this particular topic on turtle compliance.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Commissioner. At the same time, I'm sure you can see my position is that I want a fully approved, non-appealable CUP. So there's that timing issue. But once we do have that and it can no longer be appealed and everything moves forward, yeah, I don't have a problem using our best efforts to get it done within, you know, a year of that point. So it's not 2.5 or 3 years out in the future. That's not an issue. We're aligned. We want to get it done. We need to have clear direction of where we're going with the CUP.
I got another question along the line of stuff that's on the beach. The zip line, something I'm not clear about. Was that zip line staying?
Yes.
Okay. And then another question, talked about the median, which, not to get too off topic, but I just want to ask the city manager about that median, because it's a big concern. Maybe not everyone understands how big of a concern it could be, but for people who live in Bahia Shores, it would be a very big concern if they move that, blocking a left-hand turn into that neighborhood. If that is a result of the safety study that it needs to go there, what we as a city, how can we fight back on that so that doesn't happen?
Well, the city, of course, DOT is in control, but I think in the past, they've been very good at negotiating and working with the city if there are particular issues like that. So that would be a discussion we would have with this particular DOT district. if we see a plan that's going to be there, then we can raise that objection and show the reasons for that. And like I said, in the past, they've been very cooperative, but it would be a negotiation between the city and DOT.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Sanders, in reference to that medium, because we do have two curb cuts, the service entrance and Coral Reef, that I think are proposed as right turn only. So since they're being proposed as right turn only, wouldn't naturally FDOT say place a median there, because you're going to want to discourage someone trying to make a left turn versus a right turn if there is no median there. So to me, the median could potentially become recommended as a safety, because we don't want people to left turn if the curbs or if the ingress and egress of the service and Coral Reef are only right turn lanes.
If I understand your question, right now we have more points of ingress and egress with right in, right out, and there's no median there, and I'm not aware of any recommendation from FDOT to put a median there. So reducing the number and keeping two right in, right outs, I'm not a traffic expert, nor am I a representative of FDOT, but I don't know how that may compel a conversation about the median. I know there's different opinions, and I think that's something that you as a city will have to decide what's best for the city. I know in the past there's been city managers who have said, oh, this is fantastic, let's do a median. And I know in the present that's something that is very sensitive and you don't want done. We're not pushing for a median, we're not recommending it, we're not asking for it. So we're really hands-off on the whole topic. So I can't speak for FDOT beyond that.
And obviously, I can't speak for FDOT either, but as far as the situation of a ride-out only, there's certainly ways that can be constructed leaving their property that prevents what you're at. People just, even though the sign says right turn, a lot of people may want to turn left. But that's something we would review at site review of trying to make sure that it's designed where it is a right out.
Yeah, that was a question I had as well. What measures will be taking to prevent people from trying to make a left turn there?
Yeah.
And there is a median there now, but it's in between 58th and 59. Right.
That would be under the design review.
And I had one more question.
Okay, I was just talking about the right in, right out. I mean, it can be designed what we call a pork chop in the driveway itself, so that will help restrict it to right in and right out only. So not necessarily affecting the access across the street. So they could keep the median, and we would just make that a pork chop in there and design it so it would discourage anybody from making a left in or a left out.
I wasn't sure of what that technical term of pork chop was.
I'm glad that engineering degree is paying off. Commissioner.
You touched earlier about eliminating some of the parking spots. So I guess that's a question I have. What measures are being done to deter the public from using the extra spaces in the parking garage?
I think it's important to realize, one, that we're really not overparked. I think there's a misunderstanding out there thinking that we have all this excess parking. The conversation internally is we have just enough for our internal business. That's really what we've built. That's what we think we have. I've talked about before that we will probably have guard gate, arms to let people in because we want to keep the flow of traffic moving. We don't want queuing up on Gulf Boulevard. But if you park and you're not a guest and you go through that guard gate and you grab a ticket, it's probably going to be a unmerciless price that will be charged upon you, and I think that's a big deterrent, right? So the guests that go to the restaurant or at the hotel, they'll get validated and they'll be part of their fees and they'll have the right to go in there. But one of the tools we would use is just pricing to keep people, away from doing beach parking or whatever you have.
Okay, thank you.
You mentioned the amenities of the zip line, and obviously you have a lot of other amenities. Yeah. That's a current permit, correct, to have the zip line up there?
Yeah, my understanding is it's part of the slide permit. So it was put under the slide permit, I believe.
The slide permit, I think, is a CUP, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, the permit we did was with the DEP for sure for the zip line. That I know for sure that we had a conversation with DEP about that.
And the water, do you still use a water park outside on the Gulf?
That floats in the Gulf. We do on occasion. It's not out there every day, but based upon demand and weather, yes.
And that's also a license or permit from the city to allow?
I believe it's all licensed, but I am not the technical expert on that. I don't know if anyone has a...
On your BTR?
Yeah.
Okay. When visiting, and more than once, out there, there's a lot of intensity on what we call the preservation zone on the beach. Mm-hmm. And for submitting a CUP that has great intensity on the landward side of the CCL, I at least was hoping and would like for there to be less intensity on the number one asset that not just residents, but even commercial, this is what we protect. This is our mission, right? It's a green statement. To me, I think I've heard this many times, even on beach stewardship committee meetings that we've had about that intensity. When I was out there, what I see and what I felt was, and this will be a feeling, so don't take it as evidence, but it was my feeling, was the current behavior is indicative of future behavior. And as I sat there, knowing that turtle season is coming, and knowing how many cabanas are out there, and knowing that there's the glow volleyball going on, there's a vehicle that comes up the beach to collect the glow volleyball net, not licensed to drive on the beach, but out there on the beach. Then, I see the water slide. I'm imagining that's emptied on a daily basis, so God knows how much water is just being poured out back into the beach. I see the zip line, know about the water park, and just think, goodness, why couldn't this all have been brought in landward of the CCL? Because it's intense. It was very disappointing for me to see that what I see as the current behavior could continue to be the future behavior. And again, I did look at the CUP for the water slide. I didn't see the zip line attached to that. It's a lot. So not only are we building intensely on this lot, it's intense on the beach as well. So I just wanted to make that comment because it is disappointing, and I'm trying to hear, haven't had a chance to talk with the commission, but just hearing Commissioner discuss, about the water slide, it's a lot more than just that water slide.
So I appreciate that comment. Thank you for making that. If you Google St. Pete Beach, and one of the first things that pops up is the slide. And so we're at a point where you say, and the CUP, if you read some of the requirements, it says, maintain the culture of St. Pete Beach, use the word family, I believe. So you're at a point of saying the CUP compels us, and as we want to, create this family environment, right? That's what Trade Winds is all about. A lot of the reasons why people love Trade Winds and they love the family environment, just to be very candid, is the slide, is the water park, it's the beach activities. People come here for that. If you start taking that away, you're in a way dismantling the business, which is tough, right? And I'm just being very honest with you. It's very tough just to sit there and say, come back to our property, pay us the same amount of money, and come back year after year, but I'm going to take all the stuff you like away. Because you can't fit a slide like that, landward of the CCL. There's not.
But you're adding 2 huge resort pools. You have a tidal, what do you call it, surf rider that's being installed there. So you're still adding more family amenities. I think you've mentioned to me before about the bowling alley, the ice cream parlor, all the other things that are not seaward of the CCL.
Right.
So I don't think you're losing that family desire, to be there. I don't see the water slide as a plus. I see that as a sore. I live closer towards the Don on the south side, and unfortunately, I can see it from way over there. And I just don't. I would never want to encourage any other commercial property on the beach to want to be adding slides. This is
Right.
not Disney World. You're adding slides already on your pool. So I don't think you're losing that. And I'm sorry, I'm just going to say that because I do see that you're creating the environment landward.
Right. So things like the floating water park is taken in every day. It's not left out there. If you actually walk up and down the beach, it's not there most days. It's that there occasionally, I'd say. I think you probably agree with that. It's not usually not there in the water. So some of these things are not there often. Some, like the slide, is there all the time. You mentioned about motorized vehicles and things like that. Again, our staff is trained on how to spot and deal with, and there are sweeps done on the beach every day, sometimes more than once, for turtle nests. So this is something that we accommodate for, the way we operate to be sensitive. So it's something that we're not just blowing off. I think, again, that we're more vigilant than anyone else up and down St. Pete Beach, and I can say that confidently, or probably Clearwater Beach. And so I don't know how we can be doing more in those aspects. And again, it's my personal belief that if you start taking away things like a slide, which isn't part of the CP application today, we're talking about an existing business that's not something that's part of this application that would be significantly damaging to our business.
That slide's been there a long time. I remember when it was on the beach before it was a Tradewind slide. I'm just going to ask the question, would you consider getting rid of the zip line?
Of the zip line, really, we're not considering getting rid of any of the existing amenities. I think there's an economic impact for us getting rid of the economic amenities. The zip line, I think, is probably less impactful between the slide and the zip line. So it's something that, we count on for our everyday business, and our customers have relied upon. And if we take it away, they're going to ask where it went.
And just to give you some perspective on that, the reason I ask about the zip line, and I'm caught up on it a bit, is the access that many residents in Bahia Shores use to get to the beach that we've talked about, kind of in the middle of the property there. One day there was just a zip line basically going over your head there. So it was a bit of an eyesore. I understand it's moved now.
It has moved to a southern location, yeah,
Okay.
right by the slide.
Okay.
So it's a little bit out of the way now. But
And is that where it would remain?
I believe so. I'd have to check the team if there's some other reason they would have for moving it, but I believe so.
Okay.
Anything else?
That's it for me.
What's the maximum, and I think I know the answer, but I want to see if I'm correct. Is the height of the rooftop terrace, the top, including the roof, 139 feet?
Scott?
The Scott Eisenhart, DeSantis Architects, Dallas, Texas. The height to the roof is 116 above BFE. There's another 12 feet for the amenity level. So the roof above that would be 128 feet.
And with the base flood elevation. And I'm referencing page 194, which is a profile view of the building, and it's labeled 139. So that's why I want to know if that's what the height is. It's a profile view of the building.
Correct. If you add
194.
Page 194.
Yeah, so by adding the 11 feet for the base flood elevation, that gets you to the
139.
38.
Thank you.
Hmm?
You won't be able to see it in those pages. It's so small. You have to look at it on your computer and zoom in on it. You won't.
Okay.
It's blurry, trust me.
Yeah, even with my glasses, I won't be able to see it. Okay, any further questions for the applicant at this time?
But you know what? I got one more. Can you touch again why this is a 20-year project and why there's a benefit for the community of it being a 20-year project?
Thank you. Absolutely. And Joe, fill in if, would you prefer to talk about it or?
Well,
okay.
Go ahead, please.
So the one thing that the applicant is asking for under the development agreement is to pause in between the phases. And the reason is because of a lot of what Joe has heard. And Joe dealt with this project long before I got involved. For over a year, I think, this project was contemplated before I was the attorney on the project. And the concern was constant construction from having phase built after phase built after phase built. And the second concern was an economic concern, and that is when you build a phase, you want to make sure that the market absorbs those rooms before you go on to the next phase. If there's something weird that happens, we just had a pandemic, if there's something in the market where people, I don't know, we have terrible red tide for 3 seasons in a row and people aren't coming to Florida, the last thing from a business perspective that they would probably want to do at that time is to go forward on the next phase economically for their business. So the idea, that's the one thing that we're asking for from the city in connection with the development agreement. The big thing. All of those additional community benefits are in connection with that 20 years. That is why the developer has been able to say, yes, I thank you for giving us the flexibility. It doesn't mean it's going to take 20 years, but thank you for allowing us the business flexibility to allow those units to absorb if it becomes necessary in the market to do that before we go forward with the next phase. The benefits that the community are getting are all of those front-loaded benefits. I mean, it's the timing of those benefits and the amount of those benefits. Without that agreement from the city, the developer can't afford to go forward and spend $20 million on day one unless they know they have the time from a business perspective to make this work, and also the units that they'll be able to build over time. So that's my understanding. I'm going to let Joe pipe in if there's anything that I've forgotten.
So I also think we need to think realistically about how this happens. Because if we said we're going to build the whole thing right now, it still probably takes 8 to 10 years. Because to get the amount of construction crews available, the materials, the supplies, and build those different buildings, may not, even if we want to build it all right now, may not happen all today. The contractor may come in and say, no, I need phase 2 to stage the storage of my steel and concrete while we're building phase 1, so I can't do it. So even if I said, hey, go, build everything today, they may come back and say, Joe, you're not getting it. It doesn't matter. It's still, so when talking to the community, from the official meeting to all the meetings we've had, loud and clear from the community. In fact, you all received a copy of a letter from a Jacaranda unit owner saying, I don't want 15 years of solid construction. And once we called him and said, no, I think there's a misunderstanding. This isn't 15 years solid construction. He calmed down and said, oh, okay, you should change the way you're representing this because I was confused. I thought this is 15 years and there'd be a material impact to my unit. And I would say, I agree with you. If there's 15 years straight construction, that wouldn't be good for you. I get it. So there's really a logistical thing, and what we heard from the community loud and clear is don't go and build this for 10 years straight. We'd much rather have 18 months of construction and a space for us to recover, for you to recover, for you guys to make sure that those units are the right thing. God forbid you build them and they actually don't run up as well as you think. Well, I'd rather have you stop than build a bunch of other phases and we're all of a sudden one of these ghost cities in China where it's a bunch of empty units, right? These are all things that the community has told us and we've listened. But I would say just because we're cautious and we're practical about this doesn't mean that we won't build it faster, right? If we see an opportunity to accelerate, or it's the right time, or it's going well with the community, it's well accepted by residents, by guests, we might say, okay, let's not take the pause. Let's go ahead and build the next one. It just depends. But those are some of the practical things that why we need the term, but may not necessarily use the full term. That's it.
The only other comment that I'll make, and this is just seeing how development has worked in Florida for a number of years, and that is we often have hurricanes, and what happens is you'll see these executive orders come out. All the crews come after a hurricane, and they go to take care of the disastrous stuff that has happened, and they're reconstructing all the things that were torn down. And sometimes the ability to get people to actually come, and workers and steel and everything else, it causes a lag in time as well. We see that over and over again with hurricanes. And so Joe, might not be thinking about that, but we see that from Florida development on a regular basis. And that's why typically the governor will issue that executive order and say that all your permits and approvals are extended for a period of time, because you can't get workers and you can't get supplies in order to do the construction. So just one other thing to think about on this issue.
One last thing I wanted to add, Commissioner Resnick, about the slide. So because we do have different stakeholders in our group, we actually have like a contractual obligation to Blue Green, for one, for keeping that slide open. So when we start saying, hey, can you take down the slide or remove the slide, there are financial implications that just ripple through so many aspects that, it seems like a simple request, but the economic damage to our business would be, there'd probably be lawsuits flying, and there'd be all kinds of stuff. So it's really tough on us. Just want you to know that.
We also could have environmental damage as well. So one question on the development order. Do you have a list of things that you all would want to keep versus us just giving a 20-year development order that says you keep everything what it is today? Could you tell us instead, you mentioned disaster, but an executive order I would think would still pause a permit regardless. But is there a list of things that you all have instead of just us saying everything that's today?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
What is it that we're trying to protect over 20 years?
You mean why do they want the flexibility?
Extending the pause, yes.
Well, I think you just heard from Joe, from a business perspective, wanting those units to be able to absorb before you go forward, and also the disasters, right? Wanting to make sure that if we can't get supplies, and we don't know what's going to happen over the 20-year period, right? Think about it. Nobody thought we were going to have a pandemic that would shut down the hotel industry for 2 years and completely, devastate a lot of hotels that weren't able to reopen because they couldn't make it. In our minds, that just happened. We don't know what might happen. And I think that's the issue, is allowing us that pause and flexibility allows us to continue and meet our obligations under the development order. Doesn't mean we're going to take the 20 years, but it gives us a business perspective to say we have to make this work. And you heard from Joe, we are talking about millions and millions and millions of dollars of investment and infrastructure in the St. Pete Beach community. And the cost of that is, allowing the business to do it in a way that they can make it successful so they can comply with their obligations and they can continue to build and perform on all the things that you've asked them to do. There are some things that don't happen till the end because it can't, but I think the community wants to see all of that happen for a cohesive project. That's what I can add. Did that answer your question?
No, but I don't know if, Andrew, do you know
Yeah.
if executive orders from the state or governor pause CUPs or permits, let's just say?
The timing of them, they may extend them, but I think the question, Ms. Batzel, that is being asked is, so the development agreement, you're getting vested, right? You want...
Oh. We're the project we get to build the buildings today.
Right.
But there's no vesting for concurrency with the exception of this traffic.
I understand that part,
sorry.
right? Yeah, but as far as the point of all this is so you don't have changing codes and changing situations all the time, that you have some certainty over time, and the reason you're asking for overtime is that you want to be able to operate and continue. But I think
You said that far better than I did.
I think what the commissioner, if I'm not mishearing her, is she just was asking the opposite, what exactly did you want to be vested for in terms of going in the future? Did you want to, because we're having we have a beach ordinance coming up, for example. That's a new ordinance that's going to happen, and it may apply, you know,
Okay.
things like that.
Now I understand the question. So this development agreement says you're looking at a site layout, basically. What this development agreement does to us is it says we can build these buildings in the location as laid out on that conceptual site plan. If there are changes to the Florida Building Code, we have to comply with those changes to the Florida Building Code. If there are other changes that affect how we build something or in one manner, we are not asking, I mean, we can't contract with the city to, you know, for changes to the building code. We just want to be able to look at the site plan and say, I can build this building in this spot. Does that make sense?
Right,
That
so
is what
for
we're
example, if setbacks change or, you know, like over time, you know, a new commission comes in and, you know, the setbacks to the CCCL or something like that might change, this is a way for them to be vested for that period of time and have certainty for it. Does that make sense? Was that what you were asking about?
If there's a change in, I mean, we're about to go into the beach ordinance, since you brought that
Yeah,
up, right?
exactly.
And I know we're mentioning the water slide, and this has been mentioned, like I said before, and I know there's, I read the CUP, you know, and I know that the water slide could be removed. That's not part of this right now, but it could be. But because of this CUP, since you're mentioning you want to keep all current amenities, does that mean that we are tied to hold that
No,
forever, for 20 years, or till they
So-
decide to change their business model?
Let's use the beach.
Can we change it?
Let's use the beach ordinance, for example. They would have to comply with the new beach ordinance. That's not part of this development agreement. It's not part of the CUP that they're requesting. So if the city were to say, we have a new beach management ordinance, we're making an omnibus, you know, area, and by the way, it's gonna change things that may affect, you know, their beach, they would have to comply with it. So they're not, the CUP that they're getting doesn't vest them in any way to the things that you were raising. Am I
That's correct.
on that? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
And any other ordinance that wouldn't affect the site plan, for example, like if,
If you change the noise ordinance and it's a
Noise
lower
ordinance,
decibel,
yes.
that isn't, you know, those things, it is site-related issues.
right, you still have regulatory abilities going forward, except for the part that are under the CUP, which is primarily the site plan and the timing of it under the DA.
Maybe it's best to address it like this. Unless it's specifically addressed in the CUP or it's specifically shown on the CUP site plan, we have to comply with everything as it changes. So that only those things that are in the CUP and the development agreement that differ, that's it. Everything else, we have to comply with any changing codes. Maybe that was a better way to say it.
Anything further? Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we conclude the quasi-judicial, I do have one question for the city manager. You've been doing this for a while. In your experience, how many development agreements have you seen that exceed 10 years?
Not more than a couple.
I mean, how, is it 1 in 100, 1 in 10?
Boy, you're asking me to think back over a lot of years, Mayor.
Well, you've got the experience, and we're
I've
relying.
seen very few that would go over 10 years. I'll just put it that way.
Great, thank you. All right, unless there's anything else at this time, we're going to close the quasi-judicial, and I think it might be appropriate time for a recess.
Yes.
And we can also review the new conditions that the applicant has given us and put into the record as well. So with that, let's say we'll be back so we're going to close the quasi-judicial portion of the hearing, and then we will reconvene at 9:10 p.m. So the next thing before is for the commission to deliberate on the merits of this conditional use application. And take it from there.
Mayor, if I could address one thing real quick, because it was brought up about the discussion about the different types of things that are on the beach, type of activities and so forth. And maybe I could have either Kristen or Jennifer get up. But basically, the long and short, because she said BTR from the chair, and I wanted to make sure that it was there. But my understanding is that all of those things are regulated in one manner or another, either through, the slide's got its own CUP, the other ones have, maybe type of licenses. If you have to have a car on there, you have to have that's got to be licensed, et cetera, et cetera. They should be on the BTR, right, business tax receipt. But there's also a level of state regulation that goes into it as well. So I just wanted to make, is that a fair statement,
Right,
Jennifer?
Everything that is on the beach has some type of permit or regulation that we are doing, as well as the state. So DEP is involved. Like the slide, for example, the state is the final say on that permit that's on the beach. I can't pull up the BTR to confirm that's where the zip line and that is on there, but it is, just like vehicles on the beach permits, we issue those. If there's temporary structures, we issue those. So those are all regulated in some way, shape, or form. So just to clarify that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay.
1,200 pages. I'm sure you all have some comments, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure where everybody else is landing on the process that we want to use, or some kind of framework to start the discussion. I didn't know if we wanted to start just with section 4.4 on the standards of review of a conditional use, and discuss if we think that this application is sufficient, or if
So you
there
want to
was
start with 4.2?
other topics that we wanted to chat about. I mean, for 4.2, I was assuming the applications and administrative review process is a bit more of a city staff issue.
Yes.
And when we get to 4.4, that's my interpretation of that is that's where we as the commission come into evaluating. But I'm open to wherever you want to start, but.
Well, the commission comes in at 4.1. That's where the commission comes in when it talks about the review of conditional permit applications. And then it gives instructions as to what the commission may or may not,
Sure. No, I mean, my point was to look for a spot on which to begin the discussion.
I'm simply saying we should start in the beginning rather than on
Absolutely. Yeah,
on
no,
the second or third point.
Wherever anyone would like.
So, I mean, look, when you look at 4.1, just a brief reading of 4.1 that states that talking about the purpose of conditional use applications, certain uses are conditional rather than uses by right. They're subject to the conditional use regulations because they may, but do not necessarily have significant adverse effects on the environment, public service, the desired character of an area, or they may create nuisances. A review of these uses is necessary due to the impact they may have on the surrounding area, or neighborhood. Conditional use review provides an opportunity to allow the use when there are minimal impacts, to allow the use, but to impose mitigation measures to address identified concerns, or to deny that if the concerns cannot be resolved. The City Commission may approve applications for conditional uses in accordance with the procedure, standards, and limitations of this division. So what 4.1 tells us is that, one, the very first thing it tells us that certain conditions are not uses by right. So you get 30 units per acre by right, you don't get 75. You can apply for 75 up to 75. But those uses may be conditional. And then the reason that it states that is because certain uses, as it says, may have adverse effect on the environment, public service, the desired character, they may create a nuisance. And if there is an opportunity, right, if those uses are not, if they have minimal impact, as it says, you can then look at approving a project. Or if you can have mitigative measures to address the concern. So the staff in their staff report had, I don't know what it was, 20, 30 pages of concerns that they pointed out. And if you feel that those mitigation measures address those concerns, again, or you can deny if you don't feel that the concerns can be addressed and resolved. So one of the areas I think you could start is by simply saying we have a long list of issues that were pointed out by, both the staff and testimony that we've heard, and then we've heard what the proposed mitigative measures are, and are those measures sufficient or are they insufficient?
Just to make sure we're in sync between you computer folks and us paper copy folks, any particular page we're looking at right now on the handouts, or are you on a comp plan right now?
Yeah. I'm on the city website looking at the land development code.
Okay.
But I believe it is in the, it might be in the package as well.
Probably in the staff report. This one. Listed out the conditions.
Oh, I got it. This one where I got all the tabs. All right. I think it's in the very beginning.
Would you like to go through the staff report? Is that what you're suggesting?
That was Commissioner Marriott's recommendation. And we can go through the staff report, or we can just have a discussion on any particular issues that you're seeing, or something you like, something you don't like, something you have concern about, how we're mitigating these concerns.
I asked my questions that I had, and they had answers to most of my questions. I'm curious if anyone else's questions or concerns.
I feel the same way. I've been studying this for weeks and weeks, and we've had 2 sessions, ask a lot of great questions. So I guess I'm more in the hear mode from my constituents on whether you've got some concerns so I can analyze those. But I think I've heard what I need to hear.
I can just go through some concerns if
Sure.
That's fine. Forget about going in the order. One being, so this is the design, so I don't know what number it is. You all could find it if you'd like to. But specifically with the facade of the garage, for one. So I'll just start there. And maybe I didn't hear it in the planning board. I really believed that, or I thought that the greenery on that facade was real, not fake. So when I heard it at the last meeting, I was kind of surprised, because I was taking that into consideration as far as greenscape, right, or the green space ratio is the plants. And then I was surprised because I know the architect mentioned having done the one that's in Disney Springs. And I had seen that before, and thinking of Disney World, I would never imagine that they have anything fake in Disney World. You would think of everything is nicely manicured. But by coincidence, I happened to be there. So, and I went and I saw it and I parked. And I actually have a piece of it, not because I pulled it, but I was very disappointed because, and I'll pass it either way so you can feel it. I parked at the top level, and I went down the staircase of that parking garage. And I was with my daughter and my friends that we were out celebrating for our birthday. And simply, to my surprise, and anybody who's been to Disney knows that usually they pick up the garbage that's off the floor. They're very meticulous, right? Well, all of these pieces were on the floor. And my daughter just happened to pass her hand over on top of it because she didn't believe me that it was fake. So as she's doing that, all these little pieces are just falling, very brittle, down to the floor. So again, thinking of our green mission on our comprehensive plan, and the location of this building being close to the beach, stormwater, and so forth. We all know we have great strong breezes on the beach, that all these little pieces would eventually fall into our waterways, right? So, and when you're looking at it really close, you know it's fake, right? So you know it's not real. So, you know, I'm not really pleased with that, and I'll be one to say, you know, fortunately, I was able to see it. I wouldn't have thought about it twice if I hadn't actually seen it. So I am disappointed with that, and would not agree to having fake plants. I know we talk about, or was mentioned, was conservation of water, right? So reduction of water by not having to water these plants. But then again, these plants provide a lot for our environment, right? It's a source of oxygen, right, for us. So do you want to spend the money on watering the plants, or do you want to spend the money on replacing the plants that are constantly falling apart? So there's still a cost. So just thinking green and our mission, I just wanted to bring that to the commission's attention and to the mayor, because I really would have not thought, other than my surprise last meeting, hearing that it wasn't real. I just happened to have a chance to see it. So, so that's just one.
That was also, if you don't mind, one of the concerns brought up in the staff report.
Correct.
On page 37, and I'm quoting from there. It says, primary concern related to the features that front Gulf Boulevard, particularly the parking garage. So they're addressing this particular issue. And one of the other things that they cite is that despite improvements, the garage elevations and renderings still show substantial openings that are clearly for vehicle storage, because one of the things that's in the land development code is that a garage, as funny as it sounds, may not look like a garage. It should not be, I forget what the verbiage is, easily identifiable as such, I believe, or something along those lines. So your concerns were also brought up, and the staff did not have a solution for that, because it says despite improvements that the applicant has made, they don't feel that it was clearly mitigated.
Thank you. That's correct. The other one that staff did bring up in the report had to do with the south west corner where the restaurant is. One of the concerns was the turnaround for the fire truck. And I know that the second option was stated in the report. Well, if we're not able to do that turnaround, whether it's because of the beach walk or approval of FDP, that the amenity would be moved. And that's very vague for me, that the amenity would be moved. When I did go and I did speak with the fire marshal and the fire chief, just to see if they knew what that second option would be. And I did speak with, Brendan and Kristen, and we talked about it, and none of us had seen that second option, which I think is important, because there isn't a known about what the beach walk is going to look like. I know it's written that the city will be planning or designing it. Again, big question mark. I really don't know what it looks like. I want a guarantee on depth. I know, because I went back and I looked at the Serrata's plan that had a depth of 100 feet average of dune system that was, I'll just call it designed, but on their plan but we don't have a definitive plan on this particular site. So again, that's a big question mark. There's current dunes being installed right now. So again, that's a big question mark for me, and if anybody wants to look for it in the staff report, I know it's in the staff report that it's asking about that particular option, so.
I do feel very uncomfortable with a lot of the we shall sees, right? If we can't do this, then we'll do something else comparable, like even the thing about the cell phone antenna. It's not saying we're going to fix it, we're just going to do another study, and if our study says something different from what your study says, then we'll be fine, right? I do have some serious concerns about things that are not 100% spelled out so that we know exactly what might be approved.
Another one that I did ask for or mention it at our last meeting, and it was kind of mentioned today too, you know, when we were all speaking, or when you were presenting. We talk about the C-Mark, right? The C-Mark, their property rights. I know the Trade Winds has property rights, right? But so do the other owners on that property, Coral Reef, Jacaranda, Breckenridge, okay? We're protecting C-Mark on structural compromise. We're protecting them on their views. But how about the separation of sunlight and views for those who own within that lot? Jacaranda, Breckenridge, Coral Reef. I didn't see any of that written nor discussed. I did speak with a resident, and I did mention this at the last meeting, about their concern about their views. And their property, they've got property rights too. They're property owners. They pay property taxes. So again, that to me is an unknown, if we want to think of it as another unknown, because I don't know how it was addressed. I haven't spoken to those individual associations to know their views and their concerns. But I would think, and I did mention at the last meeting, I think it's Senate bill, and I would hate to say 141 and I'd be wrong and quote it wrong, but it has to do with the Champlain towers that collapsed in Surfside, and inspections. And I think I remember someone in the audience saying, no, they were done, but I'm not sure if those inspections were done. I am concerned for these old buildings. If we think of our comprehensive plan, right, and redevelopment district, it's to develop these older buildings. So we're keeping these older buildings. They have a possibility of being compromised, and I have a concern about that, so.
Was also a concern raised in the staff report on page 52, talking about that many of the existing buildings are over 50 years in age. I mean, it's a long time for a building.
Yes, it is.
Just two thoughts on that. One is that the members of Jacaranda, Breckenridge, others, I don't know if they showed up to any of the meetings or made any public comments that they were concerned about that construction. I didn't hear any. I may be wrong.
I did speak with a resident of Jacaranda.
All of them?
I did mention, not all of them, one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I think I guess my point is that I think they had ample time to show up to the meeting and voice their concerns. I don't remember hearing, other than one case, much of a concern with construction.
And we do also know from the applicant that they had their own agreement with them, so they may have received something in return for cooperation with this project.
I don't know about that, but I mean, that was my original point, that they could have been here speaking to us, and they didn't, so.
Yeah, no, that was a question that we did ask of the applicant, and that was one of the things that was confirmed.
And then, as Mayor, to your point about the older buildings, I may be mistaken, but I think we're here to look at this cup only for what's being proposed as new construction, not to review what's already there and hold them, not hold them accountable, that would be the right phrase, but we're here to look at the proposition, which is the new construction.
In addition to that, we're also supposed to look at, as section 4.1 states, look at mitigating options, putting in conditions, thus the conditional use aspect of it, right? And so several of the conditions that are put in place, for example, the film for the turtle, for the window film for the turtles, yes, that may go in an old building, but part of the conditions do address what happens to the old buildings, right? So if you want to get your new buildings, okay, maybe, but then let's look at what else you have and make sure that gets into compliance as well, so that we're not mixing and matching the new, and then we have a whole bunch of other stuff that is out of compliant, outdated, not conforming to the latest codes, not having the latest safety implements, not having, you know, the latest. Again, you look at the comprehensive plan, one of the things that it talks about very early in the beginning is, you know, that we want to be a green city. And what does that mean, right? Having the LEED certification, having the green certifications. So part of the conditions that we need to look at is, okay, well, what happens with the old buildings? Does it really benefit the city and the residents to have a 20, 30, 50-year-old building that is completely out of compliance on energy, on green, on resiliency?
I hear what you're saying, but you could say that about 90% of St. Pete Beach then. So, I mean, I feel like we'd be cherry picking the old buildings specifically at trade winds, instead of concentrating on what's before us, which is and I get the turtle film and all that stuff. I'm with you on all that, but I'm not sure it's a logical leap to say, okay, so let's look at all the existing buildings and we think they're old and maybe they're out of compliance. Well, that's what codes are for, if I'm not mistaken. So if there's new codes passed that say those have to be renovated, then they should be renovated.
I think we also need to be cognizant that if our position going forward is that our interpretation of the comprehensive plan is that it is requiring replacement of all old buildings, that's a significantly different business model for somebody who's investing to tear something down completely to bare ground, have no income coming in while they're going through construction and developing a project. And so, although, you know, that would certainly be an option, to me, that seems like a big ask for businesses who are investing on the beach. And, I mean, frankly, we will all be incredibly lucky if in the next 5 to 10 years, all those old buildings aren't taken out by a hurricane anyway, right? So, I mean, at some point, those buildings are going to get replaced. I personally would feel better about the status of the beach if we have some new buildings that might withstand a storm already existing on the beach, rather than making it so difficult for somebody to redevelop that redevelopment doesn't happen. And so, you know, I think there's a number of ways to interpret the comprehensive plan as far as that goes, and what you call redevelopment and what you call tearing down and starting over. You know, for me personally, I don't interpret the comprehensive plan as requiring that all old buildings on a site be torn down and that we start from scratch. So that, I mean, that's my position on that one.
We have several other developments that were either approved or that were in different stages of applications where that's exactly what they're doing, is they're tearing down. And, you know, we've heard from, you know, previous commissioners talking about, you know, what was the intent when the comprehensive plan was revised, that yes, it was to tear it down, right, to build new, so that we do have the safety measures in place, so that we do have the resiliency, so that if, God forbid, and I hope you're so wrong.
Me too.
Right, we do get hit, that they can survive those. And again, the economic, it's not our responsibility to make the economic sense for them. It's their responsibility, it's the applicant's responsibility to make their own economic sense for themselves.
Sure.
And so,
I mean, you know, there are examples all over the country of cities that make decisions that make the economics so hard that people just don't invest in that city, and we have that option, absolutely. We can, you know, we can make it as hard or as easy as we like. And I think that with the comprehensive plan that we have, and with the process that we have, and with the extreme attention to detail that the staff has crafted the conditions that are being required, I think they've been very careful about those things, about walking that middle ground between inviting redevelopment and trying to get updated buildings and a lot of the things that we want in the city and still making it an inviting place for people to do business, right? Because that's that balance we're always trying to keep.
And the other one is to give away the farm.
Yeah, you know, you can interpret things however you like. I think that the millions of dollars that they're spending to comply with many of the things that the city is asking for, in my mind, it's hard to define that as giving away the farm, but certainly you could.
Well, I wouldn't agree that they're complying with everything. The staff also mentioned view corridors, and when we talk about view corridors, I'm not talking about view corridors from the sidewalk, right? The video that was shown today was a key example. We're talking about property owners within a site. This is a unique lot, okay? It's not like I just bought a lot and I have an old building. You can't even compare it to Surratt. It's very different. We have property owners on a zoning lot that we're trying to approve. So I do have concern for those property owners. This is going to be the same concern that we all had for C-Mark as well, or any other resident. They pay their property taxes. They have non-conforming, the older buildings, Space 4, Rumfish, Alden, if that was built under, but if that was on its own, they wouldn't be able to be doing what they're doing right now, right? Those buildings are, we wouldn't be able to address those buildings if you combine them all together, right? They have pools that are on the CCL, past the CCL, pool decks. This is another concern that I have. We're trying to construct a beach walk. We would like to, as a city, have a beach walk, which would provide those Gulf views for all the residents. So how are we going to get an easement through a pool, right? Are we going to jot the easement around the pool? How are we going to put a crossover, which is what we want, again, showing environmental stewardship, right, that we want to have beach crosswalkovers on the dune. We don't even know what it looks like. It's an unknown. The intensity of what's on the preservation zone. It is zoned preservation today, not tomorrow, today. It's intense, okay? The amount of cabanas out there, water sliding. I don't mind saying this 100 times because I get very disappointed to see it every single time I see it. Zip lining, water park, out on the water. No one else in the city does that. No one. Unless I don't know some other hotel that's doing this. And maybe any of you could educate me on that. No one is doing that. Okay? That's not showing stewardship of the #1 asset that we have in this city. Okay? You're coming to a CUP to ask for intensity and density, right? Then we should be asking for something in return. Okay? No intensity and no density on that beach. Okay? You have enough. They're building to the max. There's no corridors between the Jacaranda, the Breckenridge, parking garages. I've been through there. It's hard to walk through. This past week with the event that they had going on there, it was hard for me on the freebie for them to even get to the back of the Rumfish because we had to zigzag through people and people coming down the parking garage behind Rumfish that doesn't have a stop sign and pulling my daughter back so she doesn't get hit by a car. It's tight in there.
That's something they're trying to fix with an improved
we're adding
design.
more. We're adding more. There's more intensity. Every space that's open is being built out, right? Every space, okay? There's a possibility that they might do a new pool between the Alden and the Rumfish, right? Maybe in the future. It's not in the plans. I know I heard this in one of our discussions. We should be asking to reduce on water consumption. Water is critical in our city, in Pinellas County, in Hillsborough County. If you were adding the pools that you're adding, then remove the puddles that are on the CCL. Don't need them, okay? If we're trying to protect our environment. Just like the water slide, they're emptying water, whether it's daily or every other day, right on the beach. There was shelters on the beach with portable trailer restrooms right on the water basin, okay? That to me, again, goes back to current behavior is indicative of future behavior. And you know, yeah, we should be protecting that. I can't say, do I want development? Absolutely. I would love for that site to be redeveloped. But we also have to be supporting the mission of our city, our strategic goals, right? We all know up here what everybody loves, the beach, right? It's the asset. That's what's selling the business, is the beach, and we should be protecting it.
I think a lot of the things that they're doing, you know, you say that their current behavior, you can't assume that their current behavior is going to change, except that some of their current behavior is working around problems that they have because they don't have adequate back-of-the-house facilities and because the site wasn't designed as an integrated site like they're trying to redesign it to be. And so, you know, I'm not sure it's fair to say that they're trying to work with the site they have, and so that has caused some hurdles that they're dealing with in ways that maybe you would prefer that they aren't. I don't know that that means that you know, like, I can't imagine they're gonna build this really extensive, amazing development with the idea that, like, oh my gosh, we're so lucky we snuck the porta potties past it, we're gonna put even more of those on the beach. You know, like, I don't think that's how this is gonna work. And you can say that I want development, but then at the same time, you're saying, I don't think they should have any amenities on the beach, and I think they should have less swimming pools. And so, you know, their current resort is a family resort that has those sorts of things. So if we're gonna say you can only redevelop if you get rid of all these things, if you have, you know, no slide on the beach and no amenities on the beach, and we want you to have less swimming pools because they use too much water, if I'm the business owner, I'm gonna say, fine, I'm leaving everything just like it is. And then we lose all of our ability to influence any change. And the comprehensive plan, the way it's set up for a conditional use, is so that when people want to develop, we have the ability to have some negotiation and some give and take. I'm not sure that we should feel like it's our carte blanche to just demand that things be the way we wish they were, to the point that developers just go, great, you guys have it the way you like it, you keep it. I'm not sure how many of you lived here when the Coral Reef Hotel was still there before it had been torn down. And it was a rat-infested, homeless people, electrical fires, significant eyesore that also blocked the view of the beach. And, you know, everybody likes to say, well, that could never happen again. But you know, go take a drive through Daytona Beach or Cocoa Beach and you'll see a lot of rough-looking places. And, you know, nobody has to redevelop here, you know? And so I think that our comprehensive plan is asking people to redevelop here. And it's giving us the tools we need to try to negotiate benefits for our residents.
And that's exactly what our responsibility is to take the land development code, the comprehensive plan, look at what the mission is, what is it trying to accomplish, and then for us to put in safeguards.
Yep, and I think our
accomplish
staff
that.
has
And
done a fantastic job of that.
I think there's a lot of room for improvement there.
So I mean, you know.
Well, again, we're looking at one of the goals is, you know, is that we're resilient,
Yep.
that we're good stewards, and on the issue of good stewards is, you know, what's the proverb? You know, if you're a good steward, you get more. You're a bad steward, maybe we'll take away what we have, right? Because it's not just, you look at conservation with the water, right? It's a waste of water every day in the midst of a drought, as we speak, right? I can't, you had your moment.
Ability to have St. Augustine grass also, because that's a lot of water being wasted by residents.
You have your opportunity to speak, and so now I'm going to ask that you allow me to speak.
Absolutely.
Thank you. It is our responsibility to put in the safeguards in place. It is our responsibility to make sure that the goals of the comprehensive plan are met. And one of those things is to put in conditions as appropriate, right? Because what does it say? If you can impose mitigation measures to address identifying concern. That is one of our responsibilities, is to look at and say, where are the concerns from the staff, from the community, and how do we mitigate those? And the question is, are we mitigating them? And in many instances, just reading the staff report, the staff's answer is no, it's not being sufficiently mitigated, or what the applicant is proposing doesn't necessarily tell us that, doesn't tell the staff, or at least the way that's written, that they feel that it was sufficiently addressed, right? And one of those things actually were the view corridors from Gulf Boulevard. It says it in the staff report, right? They're talking about, how it, on page 82, one of staff's primary concerns with this development is the lack of any public frontage maintaining the views to the water. The development will effectively remove most of the interior views on the water. We're talking about 1,500 feet. We're not talking like a small slice, right? This is the staff's report. This is their words. The comprehensive plan calls for both evaluation of maintenance of existing abutting development views and provision and maintenance of Gulf and bay views and vistas as evaluative criteria for development of its density and height. In fact, the staff mentions the view issue multiple times. Page 35, staff finds that the development is eliminating view corridors across the private portion of the property when viewed from the public frontage. The comprehensive plan, again, this is citing the staff, requires provision and maintenance of Gulf bays and view vistas. View corridors are required for new construction on unsolicited properties are being eliminated, right? Page 49, staff's initial major concern with this project pertains to the Gulf views and vistas, right? Which is mentioned many times in the comprehensive plan, right? So let's look at what we're told we're getting in return, right? Because the applicant had their nice little list of here's all of the community benefits that you're going to get. What's really interesting is when you look at those community benefits, many of them are required by either the comprehensive plan or the land development code. So they're telling us, oh my God, we're so nice, we're giving you this. And they are giving us some things that aren't in there, which I do appreciate, because the first conversation that Mr. Smith and I had was about $50,000 for 4 or 5 years for the freebie. So I do appreciate him stepping up to the plate and say, yeah, we're going to impact traffic. We're going to impact, moving up and down Gulf Boulevard. So let's help in some way. I certainly do appreciate that. But a lot of the other things are not. The 10-foot sidewalks, that's a requirement, but they're putting it up as like, oh my God, we're giving you a 10-foot sidewalk. Well, you have to. If you're redeveloping, if you got a conditional use application on Gulf Boulevard in the large resort district, 10-foot sidewalks is something you have to do, right? So yeah, I think we need to look at, what are we giving up versus what are we getting? What is the applicant, offering in return for what they're receiving?
Well, here, I thought I was done, but I guess I'm not. So I've been kind of keeping tracks of the negatives and positives. Some of the positives I've seen as we've gone along is 3 beach accesses, and I believe only 1 was required. And now they've moved that forward to say by the end of phase 1, maybe earlier if we're lucky. We're updating an aging resort, 4-star level. Not every piece of it, but all the new stuff will be. The comprehensive plan begs for the large resort district to be redone to kind of fix the 80-20 tax burden between commercial and residents. So here we are, if this thing all goes according to plan, and along with some of the other things popping up in our beach, we're going to be getting more tax income. Okay, the beach walk easement, I don't know if that was a requirement, but they certainly agreed to that. The 12th floor viewing thing, I think it's nice. I mean, it's obviously not going to make up for everything, but yeah, it's a nice thing to do, absolutely. They volunteered, and we can get into the turtle lighting thing all night long, but they volunteered to do the film and all the other type of things, probably ahead of a lot of other places on the beach that haven't done anything about it. The comp plan was crafted 10 or 15 years ago, and this city has been through amazing turmoil over a couple decades. We've gone through referendums. You know, we've gone through redoing the comprehensive plan. We've gone through lawsuits. Well, the comprehensive plan was rewritten, and it's basically asking for this. And now I feel like, here we go again. Kind of saying, well, yeah, it sounds good, but maybe we don't want all this. I didn't hear a lot of neighbors complaining at all. I heard some from the CMARC. I think the fact that they're turning that southern unit in phase 1 that direction, and I don't know if that was purposely just for them or that was just the way it fit into the property. I can't answer that. But I think that's a great deal for the CMARC. And I think the negotiations they've done with the CMARC to try and change the restaurant around, now we've gone to, you know, a solid cover, some other things, you know, closing down at 9 o'clock. To me, those are all positives, and those answered a lot of the concerns I had. I think the frontage road is going to be a good deal. I think it's going to help a lot with internal traffic and maybe limit some of the queuing on Gulf Boulevard. The planning department voted 5-0 in favor. We talked about all 3 beach accesses. Let's see what else. The view and vistas. I mean, here's, one of the gentlemen made a point which I hadn't heard before, and that was, hey, the comprehensive plan was crafted by the then city commission and whoever else was involved, and it said, here's the height you can go, here's the density you can do, and so they knew exactly what was going to happen to the views and vistas. Somebody said that, and that really kind of, wow, he's got a point there, right? They wouldn't have allowed you to go to those heights if you were going to not be able to see that from Gulf Boulevard. And personally, I think if this gets built out all the way along with the other ones, I think in 2 or 3 years, you'll be driving down the road, you're not even going to look at that stuff anymore. It's just going to be the stuff that passes by your window when you're going shopping, when you're going home. It'll become the new norm, and I don't see it as this behemoth that's going to cause, you know, all this anxiety about views and vistas. So those are some more of my thoughts.
I think you'll have ample opportunity to watch the building as you're sitting on Gulf Boulevard and stand still. But let's address some of those items that you brought up. The 3 beach walks. I'm encouraged to see them coming forward. I can tell you on my list of things that I looked at and reviewed and said, why are these things not included in the conditions that the staff proposed? The 3 beach access were at the very top of my list. So I'm encouraged to see that those will be put in place no matter what happens to the phases should it go forward. But let's not, again, misconstrue what it actually is, because, and based on what the staff said, nobody bothered to do the math, right? Because if you took the individual 5 lots, you would be required to have at minimum 3 to 5 beach accesses if you were to redevelop them. Now we know that the 2 north lots you actually can't redevelop because of the way that they're laid out. You'd have to tear it down, and you couldn't actually add something else, and they're already doing that. They're telling us that's what they're going to do. And so that really leaves you with the 3 southern lots, 1, 2, and 3, coming from the CMARC, right? And so if you redevelop those, you would be required to put in 3 beach accesses. So we're not really getting more than what we would have been required if they were developing those individually. But not only that,
if they were redeveloped.
Yeah, so just because they're combining something doesn't absolve, you know, the reason they're combining it is to get around some of the restrictions that you had if you had 5 individual lots. It's not for our great benefit, it is to their benefit. Because you're eliminating the setbacks, for example, right, between the buildings. If you had lot 1, 2, and 3, and you had building 1, 2, and 3, you would have setback requirements that they are looking to eliminate by combining the lots. Not only that, but there is a possibility, again, we don't know because no one did the math, they might not even be able to build what they're asking for if they didn't have the density from lots 4 and 5, right? Since they're not redeveloping 4 and 5 at all, other than adding a beach access and tearing down a porte-cochere, right? So if you just look at 1, 2, and 3, there is a possibility that actually will exceed 75 units per acre on those 3 lots, which they wouldn't have been able to build that height and that density if they only had those 3 lots and if they did those 3 lots individually. We don't know. But let's be clear on what we're getting, because what we're getting is the minimum that would be required if you're redeveloping just 1, 2, and 3. And if you redevelop 1 through 5, you would actually owe the city 4 beach accesses. So I am encouraged by the fact that they're offering to put those in phase 1 with the temporary one and for the middle one. I understand it's not feasible to make that one permanent until later, right? But that isn't more than what we're entitled to. That is the bare minimum that we would have been that they would have been required to provide.
But what do we have now?
What do we have now?
Beach access through all those properties. Is it one?
None.
None.
Yeah.
Okay.
So but that's the trade-off when you redevelop, right? You give some, you get some.
Oh, yeah. But it's a big if that if they'd kept all those individual lots and each person, you know, they'd sold them off and each person bought that lot and they decided to put up a hotel there and 5 more cups came through. So
yeah,
I see your math, but it's an if. It's another if.
Well, I mean, that's what it would be, right? And that's what, we're not getting more, we're not getting less, we're just getting the bare minimum.
I think the fact that so many of the things that we're getting, that the mayor can call them the bare minimum, is testament to how well the comprehensive plan was written. Because what it demands, what the comprehensive plan demands from people when they apply for the conditional use is a bunch of really good things. And so I'm not certain that the yardstick should be what else can we demand from them just because we can, beyond what the comprehensive plan requires.
It's not demanding what we can squeeze out of them, it's rather what safety measures can we put in place to do the things that the comprehensive plan is asking for.
Right, and so having
and so
those
we're asking for safety
blocks
measures
that are
here.
spread out into parts of the lot that make more sense rather than having 3 shoved down at the south end is a really nice thing. Like, I think that's great for the people who live more across the neighborhoods across Gulf Boulevard that are more to the north end of the property. I think they'll really appreciate the fact that they're going to have a beach access on that north end where they otherwise wouldn't if the parcels were developed individually, redeveloped individually. So I think that is a benefit above and beyond what is specifically, what could be specifically required.
I'm going to give a few of my thoughts.
Before you start, almost 10.
I'll make a.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to continue to 11 p.m.
I'll second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Reznicki? Trilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
So, over the past few months, I've spoke to a lot of residents in our community, residents who are for development because of the benefits that can come from it, and residents who are against development generally for the concerns that can come with it. And the common ground that I found amongst all those people is that we don't want it to become Clearwater Beach. We need some redevelopment. So what does that look like, and what does that mean? Is there a perfect project out there? And over the past weeks, I've been thinking, it'd be easy for me as a resident and as an individual to say, I don't want it to take any longer for me to take a left turn southbound out of my neighborhood. Or I want to continue to see the sunset as low as I possibly can from the end of my street. Or a number of other reasons. I don't want it to take longer for me to get to Publix. I like the breeze from the beach, but I think our job up here, amongst other things, is to be open-minded and not be a yes to all development, and to not be a no to all development, is to look at these CUPs individually and see the efforts that they're making to meet our code and to give benefits to the community. And quite frankly, a lot of the concerns I had with this Serrata, I don't feel as much with this. I think they were mindful with their architecture and design as it applies to the C-Mark and abutting properties. I think the parking garages are not easily recognizable as such. I think there's nice design elements to them. I think there's reasonable height. the public beach accesses, and I can't stress that enough, that is so, so important. There's not one there now. You know, I also think development as a whole in this project will bring money to our local economy. I think it'll help small businesses. I think it'll potentially create less vacant commercial buildings, which has been a concern for a number of people, a number of leaders in our community. And I think it'll create higher and better uses for some of our small commercial properties. And I also think it provides a place to come back to in the event we were to get hit by a hurricane. So those are some of the benefits I see. And I'd also like to add, I interviewed for this position. When I showed up to the interview, I did it because I care about the future of the city and because I'm highly invested in it. This project would take place directly across the street from where I live. It would take place throughout my son's entire life until he goes to college. And with that, I do feel there are a lot of benefits with it. And I'd also say, last time we did this, we went through the conditions first before we made a vote, if I remember correctly, because, you know, there might be some more questions as to, like, the granary on the parking garages. Would the applicant be open to doing real greenery as opposed to fake? If I remember correctly, those things we kind of ironed out with the conditions previously.
I will tell you one of the biggest concerns that I have is with the development agreement and 20 years. And I thought it was rather interesting that, Commissioner, when you asked the applicant if they could explain the benefits to the city for doing a 20-year development, it was 3 or 4 things that were to the benefit of the applicant, not to the city, not to the residents. Right, and I think the applicant did tell us in their own words why they want 20 years. And the reason they want 20 years is because they don't want to be subject to any changes that future commissions may deem necessary, right? They want to be locked in today in what it is. They know we're talking about comprehensive plan changes. They don't want to be subject to that. If, God forbid, Commissioner Marriott is right and we get hit and then we have to make, you know, changes to our plans later on, they don't want to be subject to that either. You know, is they basically want to tie the city's hands for 20 years without really any downside to them. And they keep talking about, well, we got to leave room for the rooms to absorb. Well, that is an economic decision the applicant has to make. That's not on us to give them plenty of time for them to do their thing. That's really in them. If they don't think 650 rooms is viable, then don't do 650 rooms. I mean, that's really what it is. And the other real concern that I have with it is, you know, they want to essentially tie the hands of future commissions for the next 20 years to make decisions that would be important for that commission to make at that time. And so just look at it 20 years in reverse, right? 2004. There's no iPhones, right? There's no self-driving cars. There's no Tesla. There's no SpaceX. There's no, you know, Blockbuster was still around, right? You look at the changes, the massive, significant changes that happened in the last 20 years, and with the rate that things accelerate, I would imagine that the changes that will happen in the next 20 years will be 2 or 3 times as significant as the last 20 years. And what this development agreement is doing would essentially hog tie and hamstring any future commission from making good decisions based on the circumstances 10 years, 15, 18 years from now. You know, and that also ties into the development agreement. Not only are they asking for 20 years, but they also don't want to start within the year that they're supposed to, right? They want to have more time, right? One of the things that they wanted to remove is the requirement to start within 12 months, right? Because normally a conditional use application, if you do not break ground within 12 months, you lose it. So again, the development agreement is designed to do one thing only, and to make things as easy and convenient for the applicant without any real benefit to the city. What's the benefit of not starting within a year? I mean, the applicant was telling us how he's already out getting architectural plans because, you know, in his words, he was so confident this was going to go through that he's happy spending the money already, right? But not enough that we can actually start on time, and that is actually something that's in the Land Development Code, right? Land Development Code 4.3C gives an applicant 12 months to start the process. And not only that, but the Land Development in 45.5 recommends that agreements do not exceed 10 years, right? So why are we letting them start arbitrarily at some point in the future? Why are we giving them more than 10 years, right? They've said that it should take roughly 10 years, so let them do that. Let's, you know, look at something that's 10 years, right? The challenge that I have with with the development agreement is that Ms. Betzel, the applicant's attorney, has lectured the commission, not just in this hearing and previous hearings and many other hearings, about, in fact, she mentioned it tonight. This is the comprehensive plan you have. This is the comprehensive plan you must abide by. But you know what? And she meant us, the commission and the city. But you know what? It goes both ways, because you also have to abide by the comprehensive plan and the Land Development Code as they are today, which means you start within 12 months, which means when you violate your conditions, you have 30 days to cure them. They're asking for 90 days. You know how much damage you could do in 90 days and then rectify it by day 89, and then you don't have a conditional use violation, and you just move along. So why are we giving, you know, if you don't cut your lawn, Pete will be there, and he'll give you 30 days to get it cleaned up. But they're asking for 90 days? Again, be a good steward. Show us, you're telling us how you're hiring all these competent people and these, you know, great architects and these great, you know, builders and so on. What, they can't stick to your plans and not cause conditional use violations? And if they cause one, they can't rectify them in a reasonable manner, that you have to ask for 3 times the normal time that you have to do that? Right? So, you know, I look at this and it says like, well, the only ones that benefit from 20 years is the applicant. And what are we getting in return for 20 years? We're getting future commissions tied to something that may not be viable in 15, 18, 20 years from now. I almost look at this development agreement as a vehicle for circumventing the safety measures that are put in place in the comprehensive plan and the Land Development Code. And that's really what it is. There are safety measures that are put in place to make sure that certain unfavorable conditions don't happen. And what this does is it removes those safety measures. It's intentionally trying to circumvent the comprehensive plan that we're told we must abide by, so that we can create a different vehicle to approve something that they want. So for example, there's no vehicle for combining lots and then you not being subject to having the setback requirements, the beach access requirements that you would be subject to if you didn't combine the lots. And yet here we're creating a vehicle with this development agreement to allow them to, you know, merge 5 lots and get something they couldn't have on their own. Again, as a means of circumventing the Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan. I mean, there's a good reason why these safety measures were put in place. I mean, in fact, these safety measures were put in place because of a lawsuit. Ironically, from the same property. Different owners, so I'm not blaming the current owners, but that's what happened. You know, we put these safety measures in place, and now we're looking at a land development deal, like a land development agreement here, that would essentially remove all the safety measures that we have in place. That doesn't seem like now we're not being good stewards, right? And so if we were to move forward with something like this, it's got to be reasonable measures. 20 years is not reasonable. And there's zero upside for us as a city. There's zero benefit, certainly none to the residents. The only thing we're going to get is, whether it's all at one time or on and off, on and off, on and off, you're just going to get the constant traffic and congestion. You're going to get the dust. You're going to get the street closures. You're going to get construction noise for years on end. Why not just get it all over with at one time?
So I look at the development agreement a little bit differently, and when I look back 20 years ago, I guess it shows how old I am because it seems like the blink of an eye. And 20 years is about how long it's taken to build a business, for instance. You know, I'm not smart enough to be a proof of concept, sell your business entrepreneur. I'm an owner operator, right? And so 20 years is about how long it takes to build a business from nothing into something that seems like a real thing. And so to me, a 20-year time horizon for a project of this scale does not seem unreasonable. And when you ask what are we getting from it, I think what the city is getting from it, that they've pointed out a couple times, is that if they didn't have that time horizon, if they had a shorter time horizon, and something did happen where construction stopped and their conditional use permit expired and they couldn't continue, then what we're getting with this development agreement is their commitment, not just their commitment, but you know, an agreement that's tied to the property to do the stormwater improvements over the entire site. Where if we were doing a short-term conditional use for a portion of the project, we would maybe get a portion of the project, we would get the dunes restored behind the property, or we would get a portion of the project to have stormwater dealt with in a better fashion than it is now where Gulf Boulevard floods. But by doing the 20-year development agreement, we know we're going to get those things fixed, whether they go through with construction or not. What we're also getting is we're getting future traffic studies with every phase, and I think it's very common in development agreements like this that they don't have to do that in the future. And so I think they are being very good citizens of our community in agreeing to these things. And so I don't think the development agreement is just their way of tying future commissions' hands and circumventing things. I think it's their way of being prudent with how they're going forward and what they're doing in a very realistic fashion so that they can build something that is sustainable for the community.
I think we're in agreement. This development agreement is good for them.
And it's good for the community.
If they default because they can't move forward building their project, you're not going to get the stormwater anyway. They've defaulted.
But whoever ends up with the property is going to have to do it.
Yeah, and it might sit there for 10, 20 years until somebody buys it who's willing to subject themselves to the stipulations in that agreement.
Or we cannot get it at all ever.
You could say that of every property and every
Yeah.
construction project.
And my thought,
Make a default.
yeah, my thought process, I had some of the thoughts you did as well, Mayor, but, you know, if they were to agree to do the whole project up front in, say, 5, 7, 10 years, and then they defaulted, we might have vacant buildings, multiple buildings, whereas if they do phase it out, and if that were the worst case scenario, it might just be one building, I think there's a less likely chance of that happening, because in my opinion, with this, if it passes, one of the biggest concerns I would have is vacant 12-story buildings, just like I have concerns about vacant commercial buildings currently on St. Pete Beach. And going back to a benefit of development is I think it helps with those commercial buildings being vacant and bringing more money to our local economy.
which kind of ties nicely into the expert opinions that we've received. Right? So, to your point, their economist, who has yet to answer some of my questions, who was saved by Commissioner Marriott from answering them, told us about the great benefits for small businesses and taxes and all sorts of anything. Couldn't show us the math on that, but he certainly made those stipulations. While at the same time, the traffic person said, oh, don't worry about traffic because we're building an integrated resort with a street around it, an internal street, and this is what's going to happen is this is going to make sure that we keep as many people on site, which I would propose to you is probably, if I was building this development and if I was spending $500 million and if I was going to spend the millions and millions of dollars that I'm sure you're going to spend every year on marketing, I wouldn't want people leaving my development either, because I paid for you to come here through marketing dollars, for investment dollars in any way, and that's really what it is. So you can't have it both ways. You can't tell me, you can't speak out of both corners of your mouth and tell me, oh, it's going to be such a great economic benefit because we'll bring all these people here, but don't worry because we'll all keep them on site, right? You can't have it both ways. It's got to be one or the other,
Well, I think they'll have guests who will do it both ways. I think there'll be guests who stay on site, and I think there'll be guests who come out to our local shops and restaurants.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And, like I alluded to...
Okay, if you're, I'm sorry, Commissioner. I apologize, I was looking at him, so I didn't see anything. Please, out of respect, we heard you. Now it's time for you to hear us. So please keep the chatter down. The sheriffs are here in force today, and I don't want to use them. So help me out here. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I've said it before, I think with the way our code is written, some of these things are subjective. It's up for us and our interpretation. And that's why these meetings go 10, 12 plus hours. That's a whole different conversation about the land development code and comprehensive plan. But, I think it's important that we as a commission, and I think it's important people in our community to go into these with an open mind and to look at them individually. And if the common ground is, and at least in the people I've talked to, we don't want to be Clearwater Beach, we need some redevelopment, and I think it's important to look at why does your neighbor have an opposing view as to me? How might this affect them differently in the future, or how might it affect the city in the future in a positive? And to me, when talking about character of a community, that's how you protect St. Pete Beach.
Might I offer a suggestion? And I'm in no way trying to shorten deliberation, but I'm sensing that folks have a stance on where they are on this vote, on this cup. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, last time, even after the vote, we had to go through some conditions and clarify things.
That you would have to do beforehand.
Say again, Major?
Any conditions would be part of the conditional use application, so they would have to be put in before you vote.
Before you vote?
Yes.
All right. I would recommend that we get to that then, unless somebody says otherwise, or the majority. Because I really don't want to see this go to a third night.
I think this is an important enough decision that we need to take the time necessary.
I'll stay all night.
So, I do have a couple of concerns about the experts that we were provided with. Between the conflicting information between the economist and the traffic individual. There seem to be some inconsistencies in the traffic studies that it seems, I was looking at the studies provided, and it's funny, the new trade wind study, in which this was number 2 or 3, I'm not sure how many it took to get the results they wanted, but it actually had less traffic, including the Serrata, than the Serrata had by itself. they had lower traffic numbers. So, and they put this Serrata traffic study in there. So I'm not sure how that's possible, that you have a development that you now have to take into consideration because the CUP was approved. I also have some concerns about, the traffic study, and I asked him this as well, asking about, what local knowledge he used. He couldn't tell me what local knowledge he used. This is their words. We use local knowledge to adjust the numbers. But then you'd fail to take into account that St. Pete Beach's peak traffic is not at 5 p.m., that it's on weekends and holidays and 2 o'clock in the afternoon, right? So I do have some challenges about, how expert that advice actually is based on the local knowledge that that they're providing. And then also, you look at the view corridors that they provided graphs of. I thought it was interesting that the restaurant appears to be see-through because the arrows go right through it. And we've had several of the Serrata residents tell us, it's like, hey, you built this restaurant at 24 feet, which is what they said. You're going to block our views for the first, second, and possibly even the third floor, right? Now, we didn't hear from the Jacaranda, the Breckenridge, and the other ones, but just because we didn't hear from them, it doesn't mean that we as a commission shouldn't take those view corridors into consideration when your comprehensive plan and land development code in 3 different sections talks about the imperative of protecting those view corridors. I had, and I wish Brandon was here today, but he is not. He just lucked out, didn't he? Because we asked, and this is, I'm sure the applicant is going to take offense with this, but I reviewed again the applicant's, so one of the conditions is to provide documentation of your financial viability to build what you're proposing. And what's in our package, on the back page of something completely unrelated, next to something else completely unrelated, is a one-page document like this that has no phone number, no email address, and a Word document signature on it from somebody who says the applicant has money to build only on 5,500 and 5,600, does not mention the other 3 properties. And when I asked our city staff if they verified, so let me just share a moment out of my daily life. We're both real estate brokers. In some instances, and especially on a high dollar value asset, and they make you a cash offer, it's very common to provide what's called a proof of funds. And it's my responsibility to just pick up the phone and call and say, hey, I'm verifying this proof of funds you sent me for $2 million for buyer XYZ. Takes 30 seconds. Very easy. Was not verified. Nobody confirmed. One of the conditions is the financial viability. I mean, that seems like to be a very simple step that could have been done in a matter of a minute or two, if there had been a phone number or email address or any kind of contact information for the person that put a Word document signature on this document. So I'm not sure how that snuck through. And then the other thing that I had concern with, and I brought this up, was that several of the experts provided testimony in fields that they are not experts in. Why is the economist talking to me about the comprehensive plan? He's not a planning expert, he's an economist. And even that, the answers he was provided, were insufficient. And the other thing I had a serious challenge with the experts is, on several occasions, I asked specific questions. I asked for additional documentation. They didn't provide it. They said, we'll get it to you later. Well, 12:30 came around, they didn't provide it. Now they've had another week and a day, and they were up here talking, but nobody bothered to go back and answer the questions that we asked. So you either didn't have the information, which then or you didn't know the answer, or you didn't want to answer, I don't know. But that certainly puts, for me, some real challenges for the experts that we had. I was, it was, anyway. You want to talk about conditions? Do you have any conditions that you would like for us to consider?
I don't know if we need to go, maybe recommend if anybody has any conditions they'd like to change, Mayor? Or amend?
Well, I'll give you my list. I've had a lot of time to think about, what are we getting? What are we being offered? What is the applicant getting? What safety measures in a comprehensive plan that we need to take into consideration? What things that you could say, as the Land Development Code says, but to impose mitigation measures to address the identified concerns. So there's some concerns looking at the project that I have, that I would propose a few amendments to some of the conditions. At the very top of my list was the beach access, so I do appreciate seeing that it's going to be done at phase 1, and that it will be provided no matter what happens with future phases. So that certainly is a positive or a step in the right direction. And maybe we can look at each one of these individually and then discuss the merits of each one. The other one I had is freebie, the $125,000 per year. Again, I am appreciative of where the conversation started a year ago versus where we are today. But I think if you're going to ask for a 20-year development agreement, then we should receive 20 years of multimodal transportation allowance. I don't think that's an unreasonable request. You want 20 years, then we want something in return for 20 years.
Let's see, maybe it would be help us if we identify the condition number.
I didn't write down all the condition numbers, and some of these are not referenced necessarily everywhere because they were not a condition that was put in by staff in the first place.
So there's an additional.
So no, this is one that was recommended by staff, and they recommended 10 years. I'm saying if they're asking for 20 years, and we know what the benefits to them are for 20 years, then there should be some benefit for the city to say, well, if we're going to give you 20 years, then here's what we're getting in return for 20 years. I don't think asking for the same allowance for the entire 20-year development agreement is unreasonable.
I agree to ask on that.
I would agree too. Could we say for now that it match the agreement? Because we haven't gotten to the agreement whether we agree with 20 years or not. So whether it's 10, 15,
Yes,
or 20.
that's actually the way that for each year of the development agreement, that's the way that I thought of it in terms of, so there's just different ways to look at it, right? You could do 10 years, you could do 15 years, you could do 10 years with an option extension. I mean, there's different ways you can look at it, but I think at the very least, the things that, something like the freebie, that should be for the entire duration of the development agreement.
And for that particular, not call it freebie.
The multimodal transportation, yes. So would that something that we can reach consensus on? I'm sorry, Matthew. Thank you. Because you said no in the middle of me asking a question.
Are you saying no? Is what you're saying?
Just to clarify, we were wondering what document we were in, and that's in the development agreement, so I just answered Kristen's question.
Oh, okay.
For the hard hearing, so are we doing the CUP right now or the development agreement?
We're doing conditions.
Okay, got it.
Wherever in those.
All right.
Okay, so are we in agreement on 125 per year of the development agreement?
I agree to ask them.
Okay. On the mitigating measures, so I know on the rooftop one, they had glass on the south side, and then they had a roof structure on top to mitigate sound. My concern is that roof structure 2 did not have any sound mitigating. And then you look at other buildings that have conditional use permits for rooftop music, and they are a constant, just a constant battle with the neighbors. And, you know, I look at the, what's the Bellwether, right? They have a nice rooftop. They have ambient music. There's no band playing. There's no amplified music. There's no loud noise. And so I don't know why we need that. And you look at it, I mean, when they have, you know, I live quite a bit farther than Commissioner Phillips here from the trade winds, you know, almost a mile from it, but just due east of it. And I can tell you what song they're playing if they're having a band, you know, at a party and at the beach. So now you put something 124 feet up, 116 feet plus whatever to get us to 139 feet. That's going to travel the entire distance of the beach. So I am shocked that there's no kind of sound mitigating conditions that we put in. At the very least, there should have been glass wall surrounding everything to make sure the sound only travels up one way rather than going out left and right. The other thing is you're sitting on the beach, you're enjoying the waves and the sunset, and then you're just hearing blaring music from behind you. So I would look at, one of the other things that I would look at is for rooftop 2, either no music on the rooftop, or I don't know what it would have to be, probably 8-10 foot glass around to keep, which you would hate, it'd be miserable because then you have no breeze and it's going to get 100 degrees, which is one of the other things that the staff was commenting in their staff report, is that because of the overwhelming 20 acres of coverage, you're going to have in some instances as much as 120 degrees of reflective heat.
I thought Brandon mentioned that there were decibel requirements and other things that are already in the land development code.
Condition 4.
Yeah. Oh, condition 4?
I don't think those are sufficient.
So I'm not sure I understand what you're asking for.
Go ahead.
I would recommend no music on the rooftops, no amplified music.
And just ambient?
Just ambient music, no.
So this condition 4 says applicant shall install decibel limiting software or hardware such that a sound reading with rooftop music playing does not exceed 3 decibels above a preceding or following ambient reading with the music turned off.
If anyone can explain to me what that means, I would be happy.
That's a question I have.
Yeah, we heard what it means. It means they're going to take a reading, and however loud it is, based on the ambient noise, they will allow you 3 decibels. For those of you who don't know what 3 decibels means, it means every 3 decibels is double the volume. Decibels do not work in the sense of you go from 60 to 63, that is not a 5% increase. You go from 60 to 63, that is a double the volume every 3 decibels. So whatever the ambient is, you can have music up to double that volume.
Yeah, but you did, Commissioner Phillips, you said 3 decibels max, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's nothing. I mean, 3 decibels is
That's
barely.
double.
It's double, almost 0. I mean, a lawnmower's 90. A leaf blower's like 80. Trust me, I'm half deaf. I know all those decibel readings.
65 is a lot.
Yeah, so we're talking 3 decibels above ambient. Ambient's like nothing. Am I missing something here, folks?
No, you're not missing something.
Ambient is like us talking, background music, and you're only going 3 decibels above that. It's almost irrelevant.
I think that condition is very adequate.
I do too, I agree.
It's inadequate looking at the rest of the city and the challenges that we have with this particular situation.
Are the situations we have that are problems, are they limited to 3 decibels above ambient?
Why don't we hear from the expert?
Mayor, if I may, Kristen Coleman, Community Development Director. I think with number 4, staff picked that one because we have used that in other properties within the city, mainly Serrata, Zamora, to name some. So we've used that consistently through other CUPs that you've recently seen, or maybe not this commission, but other commissions.
And this one doesn't even have residents around it, unlike Zamora or some of the others that are surrounded by houses.
They're directly across the street. 100
Pretty
feet.
far away, actually.
100 feet. It's not that far.
Yeah.
That's 50.
But I just wanted to print,
No,
for
I'm saying-
consistency purposes, we have applied that.
Yeah.
And Kristen, I don't mean to put you on the spot, and it's totally acceptable if you don't know the answer to this question.
try.
But the places where they have that condition of the 3 decibels, are you aware of those being places where we're flooded with complaints like we are at some other places where there is amplified music?
So actually, the initial one, Zamora, and that was before I was actually with the city, that was implemented because of residents, there's a lockbox, there's other preventative measures, like only, one manager has the key, code can come out and take readings. So there's several steps that have been implemented to try to mitigate the noise and to keep it locked down.
And so that 3 decibel level is the level at which there really aren't complaints then?
Correct.
It's when it's above that there's problems? Okay, thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. You talked about the freebie, and normally, since that's an additional $1.25 million for the client, we would have some sort of discussion about whether that condition was acceptable and go through them one by one. We're happy to wait, but it might be more productive for us to discuss each of them, at least whether the modified conditions that you're talking about would be acceptable to the applicant.
I think we can finish a conversation with the commission, and then if you have a list of the ones that you would be objecting to, we can go through those.
So you don't want to do them one by one, you want to go back and start again and go through each of them again?
Well, you're simply going to tell us the ones that you don't want to do, right?
No, I'm going to, if we don't want to, I'd like to provide an explanation as to why, and I think that we're going to start all of this discussion over again. I'm just trying to be respectful of everybody's time, but I do think it would be more efficient.
Okay. What would you all like to do?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I'll let you finish this
So-
one, we'll come back up.
All right.
So, should we do thumbs up, thumbs down on this decibel thing? I'm good with it as written, condition 4.
Yeah, I am as well.
I am as well.
All right.
Do you want to come talk about the multimodal?
Just respectfully to people that are drafting this while you're talking, if we could just start with one document and go in order, and then go to the development agreement and go in order, it would be a lot more simple for us.
I don't know where they all are located, so I apologize for that.
Actually, the handout they gave you, it's got some changes put forth by the applicant, but you can still see the initial print. It's the one that looks like this.
So we were just discussing the conditional use application. Condition 4 was the amplified rooftop music.
So all the conditions are attached to the resolution. So if you find the resolution, it's a couple pages long.
And that's the most updated form that we got tonight.
Well, that came from the applicant.
Yeah, that's the applicant
That's
change.
the applicant one. So they, I think, renumbered some things.
Yeah, I don't think it will be of much help, Matthew, on that one. I apologize.
1048 is the development agreement.
I mean, if you're looking at the agenda
Or you
for
can,
tonight,
or if you want to go to this guy, it's on there. It's on page 56, Exhibit A, if you scroll through there.
Point of clarification, Mr. Mayor, the changes to the conditions are only to modify the things that we agreed to today. We went ahead and modified those conditions so that you had something to work from, and the city attorney didn't have to draft those from scratch. Obviously, we're not married to the language, but those only reflect what we submitted into the record last time after the discussion, and what we agreed to, like the public beach access and no rooftop dining on phase 1. There are no other changes to the condition, so if you look at this, this might be a helpful document. And the numbers are the same.
Do you want to talk to us about the multimodal while you're here?
Absolutely. I mean, it's Joe's money that you're spending, so I'm sure he has to weigh in on this too. But there was a reason. 10 years, if you think about it, 10 years is about the extent of the impact from the development. When you start in phase 1, you're not going to have impact on the road right away, year 1, right? The multimodal is specifically to offset the additional impacts. Now, our transportation study says your roadways can handle it, so this was an added bonus, but there was thought in that 10 years. In addition, when you get to phase 4, there is no development, there's no new units, and there's no transportation. So at most, you're talking about 10 years of additional impact based on the construction schedule. So that's where we came up with that. I can let Joe, I mean, it was very thoughtful and very negotiated with the city manager. And so I'll let Joe address the financial.
So, point of clarification, if we end up building the whole project in 4 and we just do it all at once, does that mean that we only pay 4 years of the fee? Yes, so it does. What I'd appreciate, because I have no idea what the rest of the conditions look like or the economic benefit, I'd love to take this one and resolve it and discuss it at the end. I just don't know if the next comment is, I'd like you to pay $500,000 for this or that or whatever it might be. Thank you.
I think you'll find that the impact is going to be in perpetuity. That it's not going to be there for 10 years, and then after 10 years, the additional units and traffic disappear. So, yeah, the language was proposed with Commissioner Reznicki's comments was $125 per year for the duration of the development agreement.
Point of order, the impacts will have to be mitigated. We have to come in and show that the roadways accommodate those impacts. And then if we can't do that in a subsequent phase, in order to move forward with the development, we're going to have to make financial improvements, mitigation measures, and that's going to cost money. So I just want you to be thoughtful about, it's real easy to say, oh, let's just have an additional 10 years of $125,000, but we're doing safety studies. We're paying for those improvements. We're paying impact fees for our transportation. You have a mobility fee system today that said if we generate a certain number of cars, we pay fees, and that's studied. That's to keep everything consistent. Just remember, this is all over and above, so adding an additional 10 years is a large financial ask considering all of the other financial transportation obligations that this applicant has already agreed to, particularly with respect to the impact.
Respectfully, your economist told us that the benefit to the applicant over 10 years would be $1.3 billion, and we are asking for 0.1%.
All right. I think we agreed on number 4. We took a informal vote.
Well, do we want to discuss the applicant's objection to the multimodal?
Sure. I was thinking we could maybe, God, I hate to say circle back. I've heard that in the media too much, but maybe come back to that one toward the end, see if there's any other financial sticking points.
I think it makes sense to go through them in order on the page so that staff can
Correct.
have a shot of keeping up with what we're doing.
So that one's coming up, right, later on?
Yep.
Okay. I'm good with that. All right.
So on the first page of conditions, we just talked about, the first one we discussed was number 4 with the music. Prior to that, on condition 2, the applicant had requested to cross out the line for rooftop dining on the second floor of the beachfront restaurant constructed in phase 1, since they're not going to construct a rooftop restaurant in phase 1, so I think we're good there. And then also condition 5 is eliminated about a glass barrier along the southern side of the second floor bar area of the Phase 1 beach restaurant, because that won't exist. So I think that makes sense as well.
I agree.
Okay. I think, is everybody on the page? Can we just discuss the ones that we have issue with?
I think that's a logical way to do this.
Unfortunately, I don't have mine in order, so I still can't help you on that. I'll try, but
Do you have the agenda?
I do have, yes.
It's page 57 of today's agenda is where
Yeah, but it's a lot of small print, 20-some odd pages, so it's...
Unless I'm missing something, I don't think any of numbers 6 through 10 have been anything of discussion.
Yep.
Well, again, 7, no one verified their financial ability.
I'm comfortable with what we've been provided for their financial ability to complete the project.
As am I.
Okay.
And sorry, go ahead.
For the mayor, because it says that the city commission retains the right to request reevaluation via public hearing. Would that satisfy, will we be able, or, ask a request?
Certainly, I mean, I brought this up a week ago. We've had a week to make that phone call, and
May I just make a point of clarification? That letter is from one of the largest 10 accounting firms in the United States. It's from our auditors. There should be no doubt in your mind that it's valid, it's descriptive, and there's no uncertainty about our financial condition. So I appreciate maybe you don't want that to be true, but it is. There's no other way to interpret that letter. There's no way one of the 10 largest accounting firms in the United States issues a letter, a letter like that, and it's untrue or unfounded. So I would think it's reasonable for the city to receive a letter from a top accounting firm and say, this is acceptable proof. I mean, I think most people do that.
How about we keep the same methodology that we've been doing, majority rules?
Yeah.
Are we good on 7?
Yeah, 7 also talks about if the property sells, the city commission retains the right to reevaluate.
So we're good?
And excuse me, could I ask a member of city staff to turn the air down? I think it shuts off at 10 p.m.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I see nothing else between 8, 9, and 10.
So number 12 discusses the 4 diamond rated lodging. And I was trying to determine if the current wording from staff is any different than the applicant suggested wording.
Yeah, I'd ask for clarification on that from the applicant, because it looks like what was taken out was about being maintained for the life of the development.
Yeah, just to remind everybody of the discussion that we had last time, the newly constructed buildings will conform, but they look at it as a whole. So for example, Phase 2 will have the large resort amenity, which is one of the things that they look for in 4 diamonds, or grand water features and upscale molding. So this condition applies today. And so what we are saying is that all of the new buildings and the new amenities, everything is going to comply, and over time, the other buildings will be upgraded. But on day 1, or even after Phase 1, if a rating agent came in and looked at the property as a whole, which they do, we might not be given a 4-star rating. So we worked with staff to put language in to make sure that those types of amenities and that quality because what you're really concerned about is the quality of these new buildings and the landscaping, because they even talk about like a unified landscape plan. That's not going to happen until phase 4. And so we worked with staff, and we're open to other wording. But the idea was, we know what the staff intended here. Kristen can talk about that more. Is something that ensures that this is quality redevelopment, and then we're doing is quality, not necessarily that this is for Diamond. That's just a rating agency. It could be something else. But we were trying to capture in a objective way sort of those subjective criteria that you look at when you're trying to say, hey, we want a high quality development.
So Commissioner Filtz, are you okay with the rewording of condition 12?
I'm okay with it.
You're okay with it? Okay. I'm okay with it as well. Does anyone else have any thoughts on that one?
I'm good for the rest of the page.
Okay.
Wait a second.
It looks like the only change to 15 is again just the removal of the phase 1 rooftop restaurant.
Yep.
Number 16.
Yeah, I've got a question on that one.
Go ahead.
What will the discount be for residents? Yeah.
Which one am I looking at, Elise? 16.
16.
Right. So I'll tell you what we have in place right now. You all may know that we've actually issued cards for the surrounding associations, which they're using today as we speak. That's a 20% discount, I believe. I think we would plan on holding a similar discount going forward.
Is that issued to surrounding like neighborhoods?
It'll be modified upon approval of the CUP. What I'm going to do is consistent with this condition. It'll be to St. Pete Beach residents. So right now, it's just the surrounding, like C-Mart gets it. I want to say, I think Sunrise gets it. I want to say Regency Condo 1 and 2 get it. But upon approval, this is a requirement to do it for St. Pete Beach residents, which we'll do.
Okay.
So can we specify that then?
That it's a 20% discount. There are so many conditions that I think we'd go through. We'd be here all night. For example, does that apply to 4th of July day? Does it apply, is it, what we're doing right now is generally doing it all the time, but I think we would need to come out and thoughtfully craft with the city, what conditions, if any or if much, might apply to that. So, I don't want to start negotiating, talking about one condition when there might be 10 others that we should all be thoughtful of. But I know that the city will, monitor this and make sure we do it. But I think the condition requires that. I would say this. I think it's a good faith sign that we did this without anyone asking us. And I'll remind the commission again, a lot of these things that, I know, Mayor, you say that these really are standard and not additional things, but that's really not true, right? This whole discount, we implemented. It was done months ago, if not a year or more ago. No one told us to do it. No one demanded of us. We did it of our own accord. And so if that's not a good sign, a good faith sign to the community that we're serious about it, I don't know what is. So a lot of these things, again, these ideas that manifest itself both in the Serrata CUP and ours, were actually our idea in the first place, and we implemented them, and we are a leader. Whether it's the freebie contribution, as you suggest, whether it's the beach walk. These were all things, the multiple beach access, these were all things that actually proposed by us, not even asked by us of the city. The city obviously asked for more money in a couple of situations, but these are things all driven by us. So if that's not a good faith sign that we will do well and we'll do right, I don't know what is.
I guess the detail on it, I mean, is it going to only be offered August, September, October?
No,
Or-
it'll be throughout the year. There might be like a peak date, and again, I'm not in front of a calendar, so maybe it's 4th of July, maybe it's Memorial Day weekend, maybe it's
non-holidays.
Yeah, non-holidays, exactly. But the rest of the year, yeah, it's available. I mean, we're not trying to be cute. We're just trying to say, okay, if we're already over, we have lots of capacity, and everyone's running to stay up with business. I'm not trying to promote even more business that overwhelms the infrastructure, the property, and the staff. But the rest of the year, yeah, I don't have a problem, and we've been doing it already. Thank you.
Commissioners, we're approaching 11.
Yeah, I was going to look at the clock. I'd like to make a motion to extend till midnight.
I'll second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Commissioner Lorenzen?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
So on 17, it says by completion of Phase 1A. Is that a typo, or I'm not sure what 1A means?
For the record, because I haven't spoken tonight, Kevin Reale with the applicant's team. The 1A is actually just a line item, and the architect can confirm, where the first thing that has to happen so that the property stays in compliance is to build a parking garage. So that's actually an internal item to say 1A is the first thing to be built is the parking garage, and then the tower follows. So if you want to modify that language, it's fine, but the very first thing to be done will be the parking garage in Phase 1.
So 1A is the parking garage?
Correct.
So we could just put parentheses, parking garage?
We could do that, or you can just call it Phase 1, but I think it's a benefit to say the parking garage. Yeah.
That'll work.
So 19 talks about no new beach amenities seaward of the CCCL. So if we wanted to, I asked already about that. Commissioner Resnicki, you talked about that. If we wanted to add something in there asking for removal of something, I guess that would be the place to do it.
Well, we don't have to start talking about removals. That's a separate CUP that has clauses that allow us to remove it regardless. But I'm not quite sure why it's here anyways, because all of those are separate. The water slide, for example, is a CUP in itself, and all the other amenities are separate licenses. So are we then saying we agree with what's there currently? I'm not
No,
quite
I think all we're doing is saying that they agree not to apply for any other conditional uses for anything
Just a good faith.
seaward of the coastal construction control line.
So the way it was explained to me, this is specifically there so we don't do another slide. It's saying don't do more. That's what this provision is about.
Yeah, specifically referring to no new ones.
Kind of a good faith step forward. We won't do anything else.
Not meaning we agree with current ones either.
Correct. It's just
Okay.
saying no new ones.
And I don't know where to add this, because I had this on a separate note, which has to do with the CCL line, and I don't know if it's elsewhere, but in our land development code, if someone is to do substantial improvement on a pool deck or a pool, right, is not allowable if it's seaward of the CCL, right? So I would like to place somewhere, and I don't know if it goes here or elsewhere, that if the two pools that are seaward of the CCL, including the pool deck, are to be substantially improved or remodeled or whatever it may be, that it needs to be removed.
So you're looking to remove the grandfathering?
I mean, this is a conditional use, but, and I always hate using grandfathering, because I haven't read where it says that things are grandfathered.
No, I'm just saying it's, right now,
But I know
they'd be able to replace it in place.
Correct.
As is, where is, and what you're proposing is that if it requires if it gets to the point where it becomes derelict and requires substantial improvement, it would have to be removed rather than replaced.
Correct, and even for, let's say, if the new pool between Alden and Rumfish were to be constructed, right, or wherever it may be, I think we just had a brief conversation way in the beginning about the potential of that happening, that pool be removed, because you're reducing water usage, right? This is also about water consumption, right? If you're adding any more water features, that would set the trigger somehow to have it removed.
So there's two things I think you're asking. One is asking if there's a substantial improvement to the existing pool that's seaward of the coastal construction control line, it would be removed. I believe that under the state regulations, it would have to be removed if there was a substantial improvement. So you're just telling us what the law already says. We're fine to put a condition in there. That's what the law already is today.
Because when they're mentioning grandfathering, and then that's why I wasn't.
You're grandfathered because it exists, but once you do substantial improvement, even under your existing code, then you have to bring things up to current code. So I believe we're all saying the same thing, and that's what your code already says today.
So you can't, and the general rule is you can't expand or enlarge a nonconformity, a legal nonconformity.
Pardon?
I was just saying, the general rule is you can't expand or enlarge a legal nonconformity. So you have two.
So what would happen with the beach walk if that's expanded? I mean, does it trigger it?
The beach walk?
If it's connected, you know how we had discussions before that, especially behind Breckenridge, because it's kind of in the middle from where the site plan, when you look at the site plan. So we're either going to have to build around it or, through it. That's.
Their grandfather, those two areas that go beyond the CCCL are grandfathered in, and the law would be that if they have to do a substantial change or improvement, let's just say the pools were becoming defective and they have to rebuild them, it would be controlled just the same way any law would. They'd have to come into conformity with the new law, which is pullback landward of the CCCL. And we can write that in there if you want to feel more comfortable about it.
And Commissioner Resnicki, the other thing you were concerned about is adding new pools. I think 36 already addresses your issue. It says through the site plan process, the applicant shall demonstrate no net cubic volume or surface area increase of accessory or ornamental water features site-wide. So if we were to put a new pool in, that means we need to take something out. So no net increase. So I think that addresses your concerns already in that condition.
And in that condition, could that be the first choice? Because it's any, right? So you could be removing, and I wasn't quite sure yet if you're keeping the Rumfish, fountain that's in front of Gulf Boulevard. You could just, and I'm just saying this because you could be removing that fountain versus removing the pool in the back.
We haven't gotten to the fountain. I would assume there's a modernization someday. There probably is not a fountain, but to be honest with you, I haven't even gotten to that minute detail yet.
And remember, just from a large-scale perspective, the site hasn't been fully engineered yet. So a lot of these conditions are to protect the issues that you're identifying. But since we don't have the subsequent phases, or even phase one, fully engineered, so much of that is going to depend on the actual engineering of the site. We understand, and I think that that addresses your concern with 36, but we understand the intention.
Musical microphone. Are we adding to 19? Is there a consensus that essentially no structures currently beyond the CCCL, I can word it, any substantial improvement to any structure currently past the CCCL will have to come into compliance? Or something along those lines?
Correct.
Sorry, Matthew, is there a threshold generally if you're improving more than 25, 35, 50%? What's the threshold generally?
I don't know the answer to that. I just know for something like a pool, because we deal with it all the time for code enforcement, if you're replacing like a pool deck, it's not substantial improvement. But if you're all of a sudden adding a spa and making it deeper, I mean, that is what staff is normally considered substantial improvement.
Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of got lost there too. I thought we were good with 19.
Commissioner Nikki, this was your recommendation, so we'll take.
I think we're just mirroring the state laws, what we're doing, you know. Yeah.
I think even 36, right?
No, 19.
Mayor, if I may, I just wanted to read the Land Development Code of substantial improvement, just so everybody knows. It means any combination of repairs, reconstruction, rehabilitation, alteration, addition, or other improvements to a structure, the cost of which exceeds or equals or exceeds 50% of the market value of the structure before the improvement or repair is restarted. Just so that's what we go by.
I'm good with 21, 20 through 22.
Would 22 be where we add, last week we spoke about when the landscape architect, I think, was speaking to work with local community, like dune savers, you know, when they're, should that be in this condition?
Yeah, that's fine. Derek, you have any proposed language? We can work on that and bring it back. Derek is with the Perry Becker as well, and so.
Did anybody get that? 'Cause I didn't. I mean, please tell me what you guys just did.
I'm sorry. The applicant made a commitment to work with, can you tell me the groups? I'm sorry, they probably.
So currently Dune Savers has been working
Dune
with the city, so the recreation here in the city have been doing removal of exotic invasive plants. And they've been also working with Treasure Island, who also has another like Dune Saver organization. To be a part of the community, to work with this community group when they're doing their landscaping, making sure that the placement is in invasive plants that they're kind of battling right now on the beach, so to kind of work together.
So
as Commissioner Resnicki described it at the last hearing, it was that certain kinds of plants are more aggressive than others, and so the idea would be that we would work with them during the site plan process administratively to select landscaping materials that were less aggressive for the non-native Florida vegetation species.
So are you clear on the name you need?
Dune Savers.
Dune Savers?
Yeah, they're called
Okay.
Dune Savers.
Thank you.
All right.
I think we just put in that it's for the non-native aggressive vegetation to work with the organization that you stated. You know.
And then Commissioner Resnicki, I think condition 31 may be where we would address if we don't want plastic.
Correct.
I'm not sure what the proper wording would be, because I don't think, I mean, right, you know, and I think, you know, for me personally, I think the concern would be pieces of stuff that break off and end up on the beach that's not actual vegetation, right?
Right.
Just as an informational note, staff actually ask us to have non-real plants because of some of the concerns that you had expressed in the past about water and also about maintenance. I don't know that Scott can talk about that. He's our landscape, not our architect, and I know that he designed those, so he can talk about what kind, I don't know, do you want to help me here? I'm floundering.
Yeah, and my concern, in addition to the concern Commissioner Resnicki made, would be, we would want it to look good. So if it is going to be real, how could you assure that the upkeep will be good?
Yeah, I was going to say, Scott Eisenhart, we also want it to look good as well. There's been some amazing advancements into synthetic planning, but I understand your concern. If we went with live planning, that would have to be something that we coordinated, obviously, with Perry Becker, as they're the experts in landscape, to have something that grows there. But I know that we do resorts all over that have plantings that are able to thrive in different conditions, so we just have to work closely with them to get something that would work effectively for our situation.
I appreciate the comment, and I definitely understand where you're going. One thing that I try and balance when I think about that garage and I think about the landscape, I think, okay, let's say we had real plants and it was on a water system. And for whatever reason, there's a, fungus that comes through and it turns all brown. Or the water system breaks for a week and no one realizes it until it's too late and they start dying. I'm worried that'll look worse, number one. But I'm also worried about, and I very much respect the initiatives and the objectives you're trying to achieve, which is reduce water usage. At the same time, we're adding a lot. I see if that's all live plants, that's a lot of water. Because think about it, we're 1,700 feet long, right? And those garages are a good portion of that. So you're talking about 5, 6 stories, talking about plants up and down, 1,700 feet, it's a lot. I think that's actually a bigger use of water than a pool. So I'm worried about that for our own selfish reasons too, right? It's money, right? It's not just the environment, it's also a lot of money. But I'm pretty confident that we can work together with our landscape architect to find good artificial alternatives. And look, we're going to be charging a lot for these hotel rooms. The last thing I want for people to pull up and say, oh, wow, that's fake landscape. I mean, we failed. I'll be very honest, we failed if that's the result. So I'm with you. I don't want stuff that I'm sure there's other alternatives. I'd love to work and make sure that I don't want stuff drifting fake pollen around the site. That's horrible. And I agree with you. It's horrible also because it's just bad for the cars, bad for the guests, and then bad for our water and runoff. So I would still like to do that. I think we can find a really high-end solution. I'm sure it exists out there. And I think that the water savings are really going to be worth it, because I don't know how we can live up to these silver LEED standards, but then have all these plants that are just draining water. I don't know how we can live up to the standards of the DA that says we have to be 35% below typical water usage, and then we add all this. I'm kind of getting squeezed between all these requirements. I'm not sure how to walk that path without doing something like artificial landscape there. Thanks for understanding.
In the words of Yogi Bear, it's deja vu all over again, the parking garages. And
one more point to add to this, Kevin Reale, for the record, is it probably, and I'll have a follow-up here, but it probably wouldn't be native. It's hard. There's not a good Florida species to grow that way, so that's another thing to consider. Can you explain what species there would be?
For the record, Derek Taylor, Perry Becker Design, Orlando, Florida. In Florida, we do provide the toughest environment for plants to grow vertically to hide our architecture. We might have to venture a little bit out of native so that we can get something that's going to be robust. I will say that through the design of the architecture, I think the way that the landscape has been shown, it's not a consistent green wall to completely mask, but is strategically placed, and I think we can work in the advancement of that to try to provide the respite within the architectural facades to help provide the best opportunity for growth. We have seen some of the fake plants put in strategic areas so there's 100% green to how to offset and balance when other plants kind of go through the phases of the seasons. But I think it's going to be smart, strategic working with the architecture to integrate that.
So is that, you mean a combination of artificial and
We will strive to get 100% real material, but also knowing that that can be a large ask for that plant material to take that much abused. But I think it's a valid point about the fake material degrading and had to be replaced over time. So I think it's very strategic, but we'll work for that for sure. So
I would say I'm okay with the synthetic if it looks good and it saves water.
We can't have it all.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think as the, balancing the options, I wonder if there's some, I don't know that we can spell out every detail. I would certainly hope that they would be trying to find the highest quality or the least likely to end up in the waterway. I'm not sure if there's any way to draft that or to guide staff at site plan stage to require a certain quality of synthetic plant material or something like
I
that.
suggest that we just say a durable, high-quality synthetic option is acceptable. Durable meaning that it's not going to decompose and float away. I appreciate Derek's fervor, but I don't agree with what he just said. So I really think I'd rather do more screening because maybe I'm just panicking, but the amount of water to water this wall, pools, you haven't seen anything. That's a real water usage because it's constant. It's on a drip system. It's all day long. It's more in certain seasons. I really think that's going way in the wrong direction of where we want to be environmentally responsible. And I realize we're not saints, we're not perfect, and we have work to do. But I think that's one of the things that would be going the wrong direction.
Could I recommend we stick with methodology we've been using, that we do up-down votes among the five of us so we don't get too stuck in a place, you know what I mean? So, you wanted, what would you like? So we can.
No, it's not about me. I'm trying to, you mentioned other alternative screening, that you would prefer an alternative screening? Is that what you were saying?
As opposed to real live plants, I think that's one of the solutions we can look at.
Yes.
Yeah. So if it's really like I'd rather have screening as opposed to fake plants, and that's something we can. I think it personally looks better with a mix because it breaks your site line up more into different patterns, and I think it looks more luxurious and high-end to have synthetic plants. But if the commission's really like, no, we'd rather all screening, we'll figure out a way to screen it and just forget the plants.
I like the synthetic plants, but I would add in about the high, durable, high-end, I don't know how else to say it, durable.
High quality.
Yep.
Also, I just want to remind the commission that there is that check-in that we do with you. So, let's say there is an issue with some of the plants. That's why we have to come in and check in with you every year to see how we're doing. Those are the kind of things that we anticipate we would talk about. So there is going to be these touch points throughout the process. So I would recommend the durable, high quality language. And then again, you're going to have the opportunity to look at us and say, you know what, it's not doing it or whatever, and we can adjust from there.
Yeah, I agree. I'm
Thumbs up?
fine with
All right.
that.
Great.
Condition 31. I don't have any other questions with the remaining conditions.
38. I don't. This one is a huge sticking point for me. I don't think 90 days is necessary in the first place. Don't violate it. In the second place, 30 days is adequate time to rectify.
Can anybody in the staff that's here remember what we've done for others? I don't recall that number.
If I may, that is another standard language we have, like if there is some kind of code violation, and again, this isn't a single-family home, this is a commercial property. So some violations may be larger and require more coordination, ordering of something perhaps, than just like a nominal violation. So I think we just have to keep in mind that there could be a complete range. And that's why we've done the 90. if parts or something has to be ordered or manufactured, or something's broken, say a canopy. I mean, I'm just spitballing, but it allows for that time.
And does that number seem familiar with other things we've approved?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Since that's consistent with what we generally do, I'm fine with the 90 days.
Concur.
All right with it.
If I may, I just had one question with regards to going back to the beginning. Number 5 with the glass barrier and the change for the restaurant. I don't know if it was put on the record for testimony that we're not having any music there, but is it intended to be open on the sides, or is there going to be some enclosure?
Phase 1.
No, this is,
Phase 1.
yeah, number
Phase 1.
5.
That we eliminated, you eliminated that. If it's open on the side now, or if that's still going to be entirely enclosed, because we didn't have a rendering.
So your code talks about rooftop dining being open air or open to the sky. So without that, we could not have true wall, we'd have to have walls of some sort and a roof. That's my understanding of the code, and I did talk to Brandon about that.
So next would be the development agreement.
Or if we want to add any additional conditions.
yeah,
The one was the multimodal.
I think that condition was under the development agreement.
That's under G. But before we get to that, there's a few other items. On section 3C,
Page 1052.
or page 5 in this one.
Yep.
Sidewalk.
Page 5 of the development agreement, page 1052 of our binder.
Sidewalks. Sidewalks. Again, one of the things that's required by the Land Development Code. I don't think waiting 20 years is acceptable. I think just like the, we talked about the turtle compliance within the first 12 months or so, I think at the very least the sidewalk should all be completed by the end of phase 1. It could be, I mean, it literally could be 20 years before you see anything down by the Alden and the Rumfish. And so I think if you're concerned about pedestrians and if you're concerned about making sure that they're safe, I don't see why we can't accelerate that plan.
I think my concern with requiring that would be that if they have to build the sidewalk and then tear it up for some future construction, then that's another time when the sidewalk is being constructed that the right-hand lane of southbound Gulf Boulevard is closed. And with all the talk of traffic being a problem, it seems like when one lane of the Gulf Boulevard is closed is when traffic is the absolute worst. And so if I remember correctly, that was part of the reason for the sidewalk potentially not having to be completed until the end was so they didn't have to build the sidewalk, tear it up to build some next phase of the development, and then rebuild the sidewalk. And I mean, I guess I don't care how many times we make them build the sidewalk, but every time they have to do that is another time when a lane is closed on Gulf Boulevard.
I mean, at this rate, half the benefits that we're supposed to be getting, some of us might not even be around and alive to see them.
If I can clarify, if you continue reading that provision, there's a requirement that if more than 6 years elapse between the issuance of the first vertical permit to the second, we have to go in and complete the entire sidewalk, very similar to stormwater. So that's already baked into your development agreement.
Yeah, that's if you take too long in between developments. What I'm proposing is that it'll be completed by the end of phase 1.
That's impossible to do. From an architectural perspective, can you put the overhead on, please? We had many meetings with the city about this, and we might as well build the whole thing out all at once, not even in phases without continual construction. There's utilities there. I mean, there's so many things that would have to be relocated. It's impossible to do that unless we build everything all at once. But from an engineering standpoint, I mean, that is the fact, which is why we negotiated the 6 years.
Okay. I mean,
Jennifer McMahon, just for the record, and just how the process went because of the utilities, what she just explained. We did sit and meet with them, and that's where you have the next condition under there about the beach walk, about them paying for that. That's what we negotiated for that, because if the sidewalk is ripped up, as Commissioner Marriott was explaining, that it would be difficult to transverse. If we had a beach walk that is in the back of the property that would be available when they're doing construction closer to Gulf Boulevard. So that would give availability for people to transverse there. So it was a yin and yang on those two conditions to allow for the extra time, but them paying for the beach walk that would be behind the building, that would not deter people from being able to walk north-south. So that was the reasoning when we sat with the city manager and their team to go through those for the development agreement.
During the construction, the sidewalk will still be open per se, right, with barriers. So if at the end of phase 1, we get a 10-foot wide sidewalk, that 10-foot wide will still be somehow connecting to the current one. So technically, we could still walk the sidewalk. It won't be the safest, but there'll still be a connection.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I do agree we won't see it for, let's just say 20 years. Hopefully, it will be much sooner, but you'll still have a sidewalk along the way.
That's correct.
Well, and it sounds like the sidewalk plan is kind of in lockstep with F, stormwater, because that has a 6-year trigger as well. And I can kind of understand from an engineering standpoint how you want to go down the road and do both those probably almost about the same time.
that brings us to G, mobility services.
Yeah.
So just to understand where we are in the process, is this the last condition we're talking about in either the CUP and/or the development agreement? Is that correct?
No, we still got this many pages.
Okay. Well, then,
You want us to skip?
I'd like that, just to make sure I understand the totality. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Which brings us to J, marine turtle compliance.
Before you get,
Sorry.
for I, because it says developer shall design and construct, this is under dune restoration, but isn't this the city that's going to design?
Not the dune restoration.
It's the beach walks.
Yeah, I believe the city's designing the beach walk.
That's
But the dune I mean, I may be naive about this, but I think the dune restoration is essentially controlled by the Department of Environmental Protection, right? I'm imagining there's not much leeway with them in what you can reconstruct as far as dunes go.
This is a design. This is not a reconstruction. So, and because we talked about this at the last meeting, because there's a lot of open space between current walk and what's dune, and if we're trying to restore it, you know, but we're not part of the design, so then we're allowing a lot of those open spaces.
Well, if you recall, we have to build the dune. We have to design and build the dune immediately. And we mentioned sort of the problem that it will pose for the developer, although we've agreed to it, that if you come in and the beach walk is interfering with the dunes that are permitted, FDEP is going to tell us where we can put the dunes. You know, there's a preliminary design, but we will come in and we will get permitting. That's a requirement under the development agreement. If the beach walk interferes with that, we know there's a potential that we may have to come back and modify some of those dunes and get those re-permitted. That's the requirement under the development agreement. So the city designs the beach walk, so to speak, but there will be collaboration, obviously, with the developer since it's on the developer's property. But then we will actually construct your city design and pay for that beach walk.
And in this part is, and you help me out, city manager, or maybe Kristen, is this where the removal of all of the exotic trees applies? Because this is preservation zone. This is not part of the site zone, right, where we're building. So is that triggered, like all the Australian pine that's behind the rumfish?
I would believe, and I'm not 100% certain, but I believe that would be under a separate permit that would have to be required. It wouldn't be combined in with the dunes.
Well, my question is, does this have to be a condition? You know, if we want the removal of those exotic trees, does that have to be a separate condition? Because it's not part of the landscaping, I would say, right, of the lot? I'm not quite sure. Do we need to state that here?
It would be the safest thing to do to state it, because I don't think we have an answer for you on that. So just to make sure you can state that.
To remove, any exotic or invasive trees that are in the dune restoration.
And just Jennifer McMahon, we do have a permit process that we have combined with DEP for any invasive removal in our dune system. So we would just fall in line with what we have existing to do that. So I don't know if that's got to be included in how we reword that.
So it's already included. In other words, this would be redundant.
We already have that process in place.
We have a process in place,
Yeah.
yeah. So you may just want to state that they would be required to follow that process.
And let me double check with you, Jennifer. The process is if you remove it, if I'm correct, because I know, like landscaping citywide, if you remove an exotic, you don't have to replace anything. Is that what you're talking about, or just that the fact that
Invasive is on our list for any tree removal, yeah.
But in this case, this is a dune restoration, which might not require the removal of an invasive or exotic tree. So what I'm asking is the removal of this invasive tree.
I think they're two separate things, if I could say. Dune restoration is different than the removal of invasives.
That's correct.
And we can separate the two, but there are guidelines and permitting process, both through us and through DEP, for us to do those. So I just want to be clear that dune restoration and invasive tree removal or plant removal are two different items.
So are you asking for the removal of any exotic vegetation?
We're asking for it for the site.
Seaward of the CCCL,
Correct.
which is the preservation zone.
Correct, because we're asking for it on where we're constructing, correct? On the lot, right, the zoning lot. But the preservation zone, unless I'm incorrect, and you can correct me, if it includes it, then it's included, right? It means all invasive or exotic.
The dune restoration and the beach walk are
in the preservation zone.
Yes, which is seaward of the CCCO.
Correct. So I think to the city manager's point is to be safe is to state it.
To be safe, yeah, you just say that you want those removed.
Yeah.
Sure, so I think we can leave it up to staff, whether that gets included in I or if it's a separate item.
And just a point of clarification, that's as the dune restoration, the beach walk are constructed, right?
Correct.
So that we don't have to do it twice. We remove it as we do that work.
Correct.
Yeah, during the dune restoration is what.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. That's what
Because on this item I, it mentions Breckenridge, Coral Reef, and Alden properties. Does that mean we have to state Rumfish properties as well? Because it's not mentioning Rumfish. We're only, it's only mentioning four buildings.
I think that's what, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's really where your focus is, those two big trees out in front of Rumfish. That's the biggest,
I think there's 4.
or whatever it is
Yeah.
outside of Rumfish, that's what you're really focused on? Okay, yeah, we can, however you want to word that, that's fine. I mean, we've talked about removing those trees anyway, so.
Assistant Attorney, you got what you need on that one? Yep. All right. Exactly where we are.
Do we need to change anything on D with the beach accesses?
I think we're on marine turtles for a second.
Okay.
I'm good through, all through section 5. I'm sorry, 6.
My question is 4D with the beach accesses. Do we need to change any wording there?
Yeah, it seems to be contradictory to the verbiage in section 1.
So yes, I don't know what version you guys are looking at, but if we're talking about beach access, we should really go back up to 3A. Did you hand out the updated?
Yes.
I was looking at the one in our binder, so maybe.
It's in the beginning. Page 4.
So there should be 6 sections in 3A.
Yes.
Yeah?
And this one, yeah.
So 4D should be rewritten to conform to section 3.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you all were reviewing the version that I'm reviewing for 3A that has, okay.
Yes.
Oh, 3A.
Yes. So 4D will say phase 1.
3A was the, 3A is these, the beach access.
It's D in the agreement. That's the old one.
This is the one handed out today.
Not what I was given today. This is what I was given today. And the beach access is D.
So what is the change to 4D?
It's going to be rewritten to match what's in section 3, 1 through 6.
Right now, I've removed 2 and 4 and just put phase 1, but we could probably take out the first sentence too.
Matthew, just to be clear, are you looking at the changes that was provided by the applicant?
I just made those changes.
Well, okay. I think we're all looking at different documents. So.
Yeah, I'm looking at the document you gave me today, and under that it's item D.
Correct, 4D.
Just at 3A.
4, section 4D. But right, but what's this 3A we're talking about? I don't have anything that references that.
There was, do you have another copy? There was some proposed language based on the fact that Phase 4 easement is now being permanent in Phase 1.
Which document are we trying to adopt tonight?
Those are just proposals from them. That's the only language that they included is in 3A. Everything else I'm drafting as we go. So you are looking at the correct document.
Page 4.
There's very small language in that one. I would just put that to the side.
So
4D is where we are.
4D is the number we're talking about
Correct.
now.
We're removing 2 and 4 and replacing it with the number 1.
Okay.
Okay, we're further down. We're section 4.
I'm sorry, Matthew. So what will be the new language for 4D? And what would be the new language?
The first sentence will remain the same. It's kind of redundant. Second sentence will say the additional beach access provided within Phase 1 instead of 2 and 4.
About the North Beach access.
Correct. Phase 1. Essentially, all the beach accesses are going to be provided for in Phase 1.
Thank you.
So I think we're up to section 6, are we?
Where's the section that deals with the airport shuttle?
We'll find the reference, but it's actually a code requirement, which is why it didn't end up in the documents, because it's already a code requirement, but we'll find that section.
So much like we talked about turtles, pedestrian safety, picking up your stuff off the beach and so on, I think what we're trying to achieve with this shuttle service is to get the cars off the road. But if nobody knows that there's a shuttle service, no one's going to use the shuttle service. And so one of the things that I would like to see is that, just like with the other things, that there would be adequate education and advertisement at the property to let visitors know that this is an option. So I know, for example, the chamber does these little card handouts that they give to all the hotels about, you know, watch out for the dunes, watch out for the birds, watch out for the turtles, don't cross Gulf Boulevard in the dark wearing all black, right? So if we're trying to achieve fewer cars on the road,
There's already a lot of that information in the rooms in the booklet. We can absolutely add something saying that airport shuttles are available upon request.
Make that part of the CP condition?
That's what I was thinking.
So we'll put it on at the end.
Yeah, it's not an appropriate development
Put it in
agreement
the CUP because you're going to do it right away,
for the
right?
CUP. That's right.
So that'd be number 40.
Well, the CUP is going to be all renumbered, but we can put the,
yeah, so I had stuff like, Matthew, if you're looking for ideas, just to be prominently advertised in the lobby on their website.
And when you say advertised, you're talking everything, right? It's shuttle.
I mean, in particular, we're talking about the shuttle.
With Golf Boulevard, or just the shuttle?
No, we're talking specifically about the things that are in the codes and plans.
Okay. Similar to what is required for sea turtles, like pamphlets in the room, brochures that check in, that kind of language.
Yeah.
The book.
I don't want to get too specific because we want the ability to operate the business, but
I'd like to, I mean, who knows where technology is? Who knows if websites are used? Who knows if it's all, social media? I don't know. So if we use it more loose, I mean, there might be something that goes out in your reservation email. It says, contact us if you need to be picked up from the airport. Call this number or click on this link. That might be today's technology. Tomorrow's technology might be something different. So, if we have some language about, we'll make sure that we educate the customer about it by having materials available for the customer, I think that's fine. But, it might be a booklet in the room that you flip open. It might be a placard in the room. It might be a website. It might be a social media post. It might be something that doesn't exist today that exists tomorrow. I have no idea what it is.
Yeah, I think the language I used was prominently advertised, so how you do that, really, we're not specifying that you need to use pamphlets or...
The only pause I have with that language is prominently, like, if we're advertising rooms for sale, does prominently mean in priority to the rooms we're advertising for sale? The word prominently, I don't really know what that means, or I'm afraid that it might mean in preference to our normal business, which goes to Lisa's point.
No, I think just in terms of, for example, if you went to any hotel website, hotels.com, Expedia, et cetera, right? You can search, for example, by property amenities. I'm just giving an example of that wouldn't be giving priority to one thing over another. It's just that, hey, it's on the list of amenities that we're offering.
So that's an outstanding point, right? So those amenities, like iron in your room or whatever's listed on the amenities, that's not prominently listed. It's within the detail of the reservation, but it's not prominent. So I don't mean to play lawyer and get specific with the language. I apologize. But as long as, we're taking appropriate steps to educate the customer and provide materials, hopefully that's good enough language, but maybe we should just...
How about promote and educate? Promote.
promote and educate. What we don't want is to set up where we're arguing about what is prominent and where someone's saying you're in violation of the CUP because you don't have a large sign in your lobby saying there's an airport shuttle. I think that if I'd like that language and we'd agree to that language.
Any other items before we get back to the multimodal?
I'm good with the rest of the development agreement. Most of it's, I hate to say boilerplate, but it's standard stuff.
The only other thing that I have a concern with is the skipping concurrency for phase one. This is, to me, again, another safeguard that just put in the Comprehensive Plan Land Development Code. And in fact, if you look at the development agreement, it several times cites, Section 4A, LDC says this, we're going to do something else. Section 4B, LDC says this, we're going to do something else. So, and I understand it's only the traffic.
So
still.
So if I may explain this, the way to establish transportation concurrency is to do a study, which we've done. And the study includes all 4 phases. And so the reason that the development agreement says what it says is because we studied all 4 phases, but we're only reserving concurrency for phase 1. So the development agreement is meant to work in the reverse. It's meant to make clear that we're not reserving concurrency for phases 2, 3, and 4. It's only satisfying phase 1. If the traffic study for phase 1 is to be done again in 2 months when the building permit comes in, it's going to be the same. So the issue here is the way it's listed in the development agreement is to make clear that even though the study included all the traffic, it only reserves phase 1. So we've already complied with that. It's not skipping anything. This is the process to comply with transportation concurrency. This is what would be done to comply with transportation concurrency. We're protecting the city by saying it's only phase 1.
City manager, could I ask for your expertise, is it unusual for an applicant to do a traffic study and then not be required to do another one in 3 months when they get a building permit? Or would it be common that somebody would do a traffic study for something like this, and that then at the building permit stage in 12 weeks, they would be required to do a second traffic study?
Well, I've seen the second one is required, but usually not in that time frame. If you're giving someone additional time to start, say you're giving someone 2 years to start their project, then you may want to require an additional one. But if you're expecting the project to start within a reasonable amount of time, then usually the one you have initially is adequate.
Well, that's where Section 4A comes in. Building permit LDC Section 4.3C, notwithstanding developer shall submit an application for site approval plan within 1 year. Normally, they would have to start breaking ground within 1 year, so we're actually giving them additional time because of that. It may not be 3 months. It might be 15 months, might be 18 months.
So let me clarify something on the record. The transportation analysis is not a requirement under your code for a CUP. Your staff came to us and asked us to do this transportation analysis early so that we could talk about these issues and show you the concurrency issues during this process, concurrent with this process. This is not us trying to gain something on the city. This is us trying to provide you with information prior to when your code requires it to show you and give you the comfort that the adequate facilities, the level of service, and the intersection analysis exist. So whether it is now or in 3 months or in 6 months, we can have our transportation engineer come up here. He's already testified that the results don't change. There are so much capacity and levels of service that this is not going to change for at least through phase 1. And so to require an additional study, whether it's 2 months, 6 months, or when we apply for site plan, which is when you would normally look at concurrency if it was not a CUP, seems like a lot of wasted time and effort on everyone's part since we've already provided you with that information. And if you'd like, I can have Steve Henry address his study again to show you, to confirm that.
If I could comment on that too, I think there's 2 things here. One is exactly what she said about probably not a change. So you have to determine, are you going to be comfortable that the numbers you've seen in the traffic study that was done are going to be adequate when they do start a year from now, 18 months from now? Do you think that there will, in your opinion, do you think that there will be any significant changes between now and then that would change that? The other thing you have to realize is that the traffic study actually took into account all 4 phases. So they're showing you now with the traffic study that there's actually meeting the concurrency for all 4 stages, but we're still requiring them to come back with stage 2, 3, and 4. So I think those are the 2 things you have to feel comfortable with on that, on whether or not to require another one, whether it be 3 months from now or whenever that site plan approval comes along.
I'm very comfortable with the traffic study as it is and not requiring a second one. In addition to all the things the city manager just touched on, I think we hadn't discussed before that for this traffic study, they also use traffic for the Quarry Landings project, and that conditional use permit has expired. I mean, that project doesn't even exist anymore, but they use that traffic. So if they do another traffic study, 7, 8, 12 months down the road and don't take into consideration Quarry Landings, which is no longer a project that's happening, I mean, I can't imagine the traffic study would be anything except for more advantageous, show more capacity.
Well, you've got 4,500 units that are being built at Maximo, and those people, where do you think they're going to be going to the beach? And so there could be a very big swing in the traffic count.
May I remind the commission that we're using a growth rate that's 400% higher than reality, actual numbers. And we're using, as city manager points out, a unit count that's nearly 400% the actual unit count that's going to be built in phase 1. So I have to go back to high school math, but is that like exponentially 4 times? So are we 16 times, is that right? 16 times above reality. I think at some point we have to say enough is enough, and this has gone way beyond any expectation of a realistic study or analysis, and we'd have to move on. I mean, that's my, I don't know anyone who can take what I just said and turn it into something else. It's a fact. This is the way it's being done.
I concur. I think we've gone through this traffic analysis extensively. Second point is, I think I need to make a motion that we extend to 1 o'clock. I make a motion we extend to 1 o'clock.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Resnicki? Yes. Vice Mayor Lorenzen?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Mayor Petrola?
Yes.
Who is this?
Mayor, my name is Dave Muntean. I'm the one who did the review of the applicant's work. 40 years of experience. So the applicant himself has 40 years of experience. It's 80 years combined experience. He did do the traffic study for all 4 phases, and it showed that it was under capacity still. So you can conclude that phase 1 would definitely be under capacity. So the next time a traffic study would be done would be when they submit for phase 2. And then you accumulate all the trips for the existing phase 1, add in phase 2. They'll probably do it again for all 4 phases. If they're under capacity for all 4 phases, they're going to be under capacity for phases 1 and 2. So you'll get a chance to look at that later on. Okay? Thank you.
I'm done with my questions on the development agreement.
Go back to 3G.
Yeah, we were going to go back to G, mobility.
3G, I apologize. 3G. Okay. I don't know. I feel like it was kind of an arbitrary thing. We're asking for additional money. I'm not sure I understand the... I get your point, Mayor, about we'd be, if approved, we'd be going out to 20 years. It almost comes across as punitive to me. I'm not getting it. I guess I need to hear your thoughts on that some more. But
Yeah, Land Development Code says you get 10 years. They're applying for 20 years. Land Development says you have to start within 12 months. They want to start later. Land Development Code has got all these provisions in here, and every single one of them that we're removing all the safeguards. If you're asking for 20 years, then...
But how does that rectify anything? I don't get it.
No, I'm simply saying is you're going to be impacting, you're going to be having impact for 20 years, right? Therefore, 20 years. Now, personally, I'm not comfortable with giving them 20 years, period.
Mayor, if I may go back to your own words, where you said the impact is really perpetual. I actually agree with you. So when we look at Serrata and we say they're paying 5 years, I actually often wonder why we're paying 10. And then I said, okay, well, they're doing maybe 300 and something new units. We're doing 600, so we're paying double what they're paying. Okay, that kind of makes sense. You know, didn't make a big deal of it and said, okay, we want everyone to win with this, as we've always said. But to use your own words, Mayor, when you say that's a perpetual impact, to sit there and then tie it to some time period that's a development period doesn't really have anything to do with the perpetual impact that Serrata is paying for a few extra 100 units. We're paying for 600 units. I'm just, to your point, Commissioner Lenz, and I'm not following the math.
Well, Serrata said they'll be done in 3 to 5 years. They're not asking for a 20-year development agreement. You are.
Yeah, so to go back to your words, it's a perpetual impact, right? That when you're built units, doesn't matter how quickly you build them or when you build them. But I think what your point is, and I agree with you actually, Mayor, which is that perpetual impact should be paid for in some lump sum amount. I think we're double what Serrata is. I saw the logic in what the city did there, you know, where you're building double, you pay double, and that's that. That's the way I understood the genesis of it, so I'm not really following where you're going with this.
And we keep talking about impacts, And I have to go back to the fact that the impacts are paid through impact fees. You have a mobility fee ordinance. We are paying those. This is all on top of those impact fees. So when you say it feels punitive, it feels very punitive from this side, particularly when it's not really related to those impacts. It feels sort of like an extraction of additional money or wanting to get one more thing. I understand you're trying to get as much as you can from this developer, but at some point we want to feel like what you're asking for is mitigating the impacts that you are concerned about, and I don't feel like this particular situation does that, for the record.
Well, section 4.1 states that that the city commission may impose mitigating measures to address concerns, and there are several concerns that would be addressed by this. It's not arbitrary or punitive. I'm sure you perceive it that way. That's all right. But for the record, we asked for 16 conditions, and so far the only one that you've given us is signage for the shuttle. You've turned down every single thing that we've asked for as a commission. You haven't agreed to a single one, not from the smallest, not to the biggest. And so I'm not really sure what I'm seeing here. There's a lot of cooperation. I think what we have here is you have the way that you want it done. This is the only way you're willing to do it.
Mayor, I disagree with your characterization of that. I think that they've clearly been incredibly willing to work with staff over a long period of time to negotiate a lot of these things. And the fact that we weren't involved in every step of the negotiation that they've been doing with staff doesn't mean that it didn't happen. I personally am totally fine with the previously agreed on with staff agreement of 10 years for the micromobility payment. I think that's completely fine. Personally, I would be ready to make a motion if no one has significant more discussion.
We did not finish this point because the last time we had 3 people that were in favor for the 20 years, and I have not heard from the other 2 commissioners.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I concur with you on the keeping the 10 years as is.
I don't agree with 20 years. I mentioned that earlier, so.
What's the term of the development agreement?
Pardon?
For the term of the development agreement.
Yeah, for the 20 years of the term, correct.
Yep.
I just want to be clear, if we're asking for 20, is the answer no?
I think originally the mayor was asking for as long as it took for the project to get completed.
For the term of the development agreement. So if the development agreement is 10 years, then it's 10 years. If it's 15 years, it's 15 years.
Okay, so if we're asking for the term of the agreement, is the answer no, or is the answer yes?
Commissioner, I mean, with due respect, the way I'd answer that question is I still haven't heard the rationale or the justification for why it should be more than doubled in Serrata. If this is a perpetual impact, we're adding a few hundred units, we're adding roughly double, I don't have the math in my head, we're paying double the fee to offset the impact on traffic. I still haven't heard a rationale for why it should be quadruple. I'm not following.
So when there's something else that I think is important as you think about the dollars. What we're talking about is 10 years or 20, but we're forgetting about the dollars and what they pay for with the freebie contribution. So when we started these discussions with the city, and I think this is important, we went to Jennifer and we said, how much does it cost to operate a freebie for a year or to get a new freebie? And it was $50,000 or $60,000. $50,000 or $60,000. The idea was that we would get a new freebie for a period of time. But then it wasn't the $60,000, it was more, and it became $125,000. So it sort of snowballed. So it's not the term, it's how much more we're doing based on the impact and even where these discussions started, which I think why you're hearing so much resistance. $60,000, we're more than double the $60,000 to add an entire new freebie for a year. So Then it got stacked to, because we talked about different terms and different lengths, and then it was, well, we want that more front-loaded so we get the money earlier. We would have preferred to spread it out, but at a lesser amount. So it became 10 years at $125,000. So I don't think it's the term. I think it's the amount of money and what it's going to go to for the freebie, and the fact that we've already agreed to a shorter term with more money. So again, you get more money into your mobility system earlier. And now we're more than doubling each year and then trying to spread that out over 20 years. So I think it's the impact of the total contribution and the payment. You don't know about these negotiations because you haven't been part of them, but there's been a lot that's gone into it. Thank you.
Mayor, if I just want to, I've heard some words that bother me, I guess. This is not punitive at all. This is and it's not about freebie. It's a mobility of services that was discussed through this process, and it's rationally related to the impact, and it's proportionate. It's not a punitive. There's nothing punitive about this. This was developed through calculations and careful thought with the manager and others. It's not just like, how do you fund the freebie? I mean, because it could be other things. So I don't want council to kind of flippantly say that this is punitively.
I didn't say it was punitive.
You did.
One of the commissioners did. And by the way, that is not how the negotiations occurred. I was in every negotiation, just for the record.
You said it was. You said it felt punitive.
It does feel punitive.
Okay.
It feels punitive. The negotiations were not as you just described them. I was in all of those negotiations, and so were Wayne. And the dollar amount was sort of, well, would you agree to this amount? It wasn't like, okay, that amount is going to fund the impact. I just want to be clear. I'm sorry that I feel frustrated. I just feel like we've done so much in this regard, and it's $1.25 million that you get the first 10 years. And so I'd just like you to take all of that into consideration.
But I think your client actually said he saw the math and he understood it. He said, I saw the math and I understood it.
So a point of clarification, I don't view the $1,250,000 as punitive. Because that's ratably appropriate for other CUPs that have been approved by the commission, so it seems like there's a rational, and quite honestly, I proposed it, right? The reason why we're talking about this today is because I came in and said, what can I do for the city so that everyone wins? And I said, how can I further reduce traffic? And I came up with a suggestion of the freebie shuttle, and it's got a fancy name now called mobility, whatever, sorry.
Well, it could change. It could be something else.
It could be something else. And so what feels punitive to us is that when you go beyond the $1,250,000, I think that's what feels punitive, because it's not ratable with what's been approved under other CUPs, such as Serato.
Well, I was just referring to what was negotiated, because I heard that word punitive, and I didn't think that I didn't think that was the proper characterization.
Yeah, $1,250,000 is what we agreed to, and so that's.
You are asking above and beyond what others are asking for, and above and beyond what's in our land development code for 10 years. You're asking for 20, so we can keep going around on this, and we're going to keep disagreeing.
Right, 63 units an acre versus 75. I don't think it's above and beyond. I think that's actually less than what the code provides for. But anyway, like you said, we can go round and round all night long.
I'm not sure I heard Commissioner Phillips.
I just wanted clarification if they're agreeing to it or not. We saved it till the end, so it sounds like they're not agreeing to it. Okay.
So I think that what was on the table was, are we good with as existing? And I think we had 2 yeses, so I think we're just waiting to hear from everybody else.
I mean, of course, I would love to see more money for the city. And I'd prefer for it to be 20, but we asked them, they said no.
And they're asking us, and we can say no too. This has just been, again, 16 asks, 1 yes. It's in our job description is to put in mitigating efforts. It is our job to put in conditions. You know, the staff laid out a long laundry list of things that they thought were significant issues with the comprehensive plan land development code where this project does not conform. And then they suggested some conditions, and I'm looking at it and saying, hey, I think there's some conditions that were missed, or that we, but everything we asked for, turtle lighting or turtle compliance, nope. Sidewalks, nope. Mobility, nope. So I ask again, what are we getting in return?
Well, we're getting $125,000 over 10 years. I mean, I think that's a good amount. I was just simply asking for more.
Sure. I mean, they're getting 1.3 billion, so,
So I think we've discussed all of our perceived benefits and things that we are not as happy with for, 4 or 5 hours now. So
when you're making a decision for the next 20 years, you should take the time.
Absolutely, and I think we have. And I think we've carefully examined a lot of issues. And I think we've had some robust discussion, and I appreciate many of the comments that my fellow commissioners have made. I think it's very clear that everybody has put a lot of thought and care into this. And I would like to make a motion to approve with conditions as have been discussed tonight, Resolution 2023-27.
Okay, so we're going to start with the CUP, all right? Okay,
Yes.
So the motions for modification or approval of the CUP.
With conditions as modified.
Right. And so just to be clear, we're going to have to modify the resolution language as well, because that's got part of your CUP in it.
Okay.
So you need time to do that, or is that something you do?
No, it's just because part of the advertisement had the outdoor dining CUP in it, which they've withdrawn. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that we'll have to modify the language of the resolution to match that.
Do I need to restate anything, or are we just waiting for a second?
So so we've got, Matthew, can you get up for a second? Let's just go through this. So just to be clear, we're talking about the removal of the outdoor dining CUP, and I think it was conditions, is it 2 through something?
I personally think the way the motion was said is sufficient.
Yeah.
It's okay, as long as everybody knows what they're voting on.
I second.
So, yeah, I can clarify and go through it, but happy to do that like I did last time. I can go condition through condition if you all want. I know what.
I don't think a lot of things were changed.
Not much.
No.
I don't think anything was changed.
I wouldn't say that either.
I think it's important that everybody knows what they're voting on.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. The resolution, I did not modify the title, but to Andrew's point, now that they've modified the condition for the outdoor beach restaurant, the title will have to be modified. Next, condition 2, the words, "the second floor of the beachfront restaurant constructed in phase 1 as part of the first sentence" are removed. Condition 3 and 4, condition 3 is unchanged. Condition 4, prior to certificate of occupancy for phase 1 and 2. It says phase 2. Condition 5 is stricken in entirety. Condition 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 are unchanged. I personally put a note under operational and design requirements to add some kind of condition related to advertising of shuttle. For shuttle, I just thought that was the best place for it.
Sorry, Matthew, where did you put that?
There's a title above condition 11 that says resort development, operational, and design requirements. And I just figured under that section is where we should just include the advertising for shuttle.
So we'll add a new condition related to that.
Correct. Condition 12 reads, upon completion of the phases, all newly constructed hotel buildings subject to this approval shall be constructed to and contain the amenities associated with a 4-diamond rated lodging or better in the AAA travel guide or by a rating agency of similar authority. The next sentence remains unchanged all the way up until high hotel quality consultation or consultation services such as the project architect, and then the remaining portion of that sentence is unchanged. The current 13, 14 are unchanged. 15 with regards to the renderings, it excludes phase 1 restaurant. Based on the change, there will be updated renderings that will have to substantially comply. 16 was unchanged. 17 after 1A in parentheses parking garage. 18 unchanged. 19 last sentence, if the applicant substantially improves any structure or accessory structure currently located seaward of the CCCL, comma, the applicant shall be required to bring the structure into compliance with applicable codes. 20, 21, unchanged. 22 left a comment, non-native vegetation work with dune savers. We need to include that. 23 through 30, unchanged. 31, I made a note at the end of this, high durable synthetic landscaping shall be used. So we will word that into the condition based on rules. And then the remaining.
Not as high quality and durable.
Thank you. Remaining conditions remain unchanged.
There's a telecommunication condition proposed.
I did not see that.
Right here. So we'll add that one into the appropriate places. All of these are going to have to be renumbered, obviously.
Mayor, did we actually discuss that one? I'm not sure if we discussed that as a group. We could slow it down, but.
So that one has to do with the CMARC telecommunication issue.
I don't think you all discussed it. That was proposed by the applicant.
No.
Didn't. I think they just have to decide if they.
I gotta read it. Finish reading.
So I believe where we're on that, unless there's some objection or change, that would be added. Is that correct?
Is there a consensus that the commission wants this proposed condition included? How would you like to do that, Andrew? Now that the motion's been seconded, without this condition, do we need to modify anything?
Yeah, if you can amend your motion to include the telecommunications condition.
Sure, I'd like to amend my motion to include the telecommunications
Who seconded?
Seconded.
condition, yeah.
I am so sorry. Hang on one second. I lost my motion.
And while you're all doing that, I just want to remind everyone that this meeting is still ongoing. We still have city business to conduct after this next vote. So I will remind you about maintaining the quorum. If you want to exit, please do so quietly.
Okay,
Okay.
so,
You made an amended motion. Was there a second?
yep, over here. Okay, thank you, Matthew, appreciate that.
Problem.
Anything further?
No, I was just going to stand up here.
He likes to do that.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Resnicki?
No.
Commissioner Lorenzen?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Filtz?
Yes.
Mayor Petrella?
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
Okay. So the next item will be the development agreement.
All right, let's see.
I think we should probably do the same thing, have Matthew come up and just go through the numbers, so we,
Do you want me to go through this before the motion? If there is a motion. So I have some cleanup on one of the whereases. So
on
page 3, second one from the top, where it starts off with, whereas the city acknowledges the project is a large redevelopment for over 25 acres, comma, designed in 4 phases. In parentheses, each respective phase of development hereinafter a project phase, close quotation, just the definition. Okay, first change substantive is section 3A1. During the construction of, last sentence, during the construction of each applicable phase of development is stricken, now that all 3 phases will be provided for in phase 1. Number 2, developer shall construct the landward beach accesses located within phase 1 and 4 during phase 1 of the project, and shall grant a non-exclusive easement for public pedestrian ingress and egress over the phase 1 and 4 landward beach access as shown on the CUP plan within 30 days of receiving the certificate of occupancy for the buildings located in phase 1. Remaining portion of that deleted. Number 3, developer shall grant a non-exclusive easement for public pedestrian ingress and egress from, this is what's included, where the landward beach access is located within phase 1 and 4 intercept. I guess I just, is it easier if I just read the whole thing changed? The whole, okay. The CCCL to the wet sand also referred to as the mean high water line as shown on the CUP plan within 30 days of receiving the certificate of occupancy for the buildings located in phase 1, remaining portion deleted. Number 4, unchanged. 5 and 6 are added. 5 reads, developer shall construct the landward beach access located within phase 3 during phase 3 of the project and shall grant a non-exclusive easement for public pedestrian ingress and egress over the phase 3 landward beach access as shown in the CUP plan within 30 days of receiving their certificate of occupancy for the buildings located in phase 3. We may need to include temporary there somewhere.
Unchanged one is temporary.
The 4 is temporary.
Okay, thank you. 6, developer shall grant a non-exclusive easement for public pedestrian ingress and egress from where the landward beach access located within phase 3 intercepts the CCCL to the wet sand, also referred to as the mean high water line, as shown on the CUP plan within 30 days of receiving the certificate of occupancy for the buildings located in phase 3. Remaining portion of A, that paragraph is unchanged. B, C, D, E, F, G, H, unchanged. I, I have a comment here, remove invasive trees behind rumfish.
Yep. We'll craft language, so essentially the removal of exotics.
During the phases of the beach of the dune restoration, the invasive trees will be removed. That's what I heard. J unchanged. Section 4, A, B, C unchanged. D, halfway through phase 2 and 4 is changed to phase 1. E is unchanged. F is unchanged. Section 5 and 6. All of 6 are unchanged. 7, 8, 9. If I'm not mistaken, the remaining portions of this development agreement are unchanged.
Correct. Correct. Thank you, Matthew.
I'll make a motion to approve the development agreement, excuse me, between the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida and Tradewinds SPB Developer LLC with the amendments as noted.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Lorenzen,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips,
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki,
No.
Mayor Petrilla.
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
Okay, next we have item 8A, Small Business Grant. We can always move this one to a different discussion, although I think the city manager had a 10-second update.
I'm sorry, I was trying to catch up. 8A,
Yeah. Yes.
Jennifer, can you give us 5 seconds on that one?
Is there questions regarding it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, do we have any, what's the status on it?
It kind of died with the former commission. The chamber was who we were setting up an agreement to process those grants and to have the program in place, and we couldn't come to an agreement with them.
Okay, do we still have the funds allocated in the budget, correct?
We do.
Okay. Would it be, I propose that we maybe put together a plan within the next 30, 45 days to find a new avenue for allocating those funds. I know some of the businesses would certainly appreciate having.
I agree. I think it was a really good program. I think what we were doing was really great. It might be, I think what we had put together was a good program as itself, as long with the application and some things that we learned at the first process. It might just be a conversation with the chamber to see if they're willing to come back with this current commission and get something back on the books for
And
us.
if not the chamber, could we have a plan B if the chamber is not looking to be involved?
Well, we chose the chamber as someone who was a nonprofit that could oversee the funding, or we would give them the money and they would handle the application process, giving out the grants and keeping it with their board. And that was a recommendation from our attorneys. I don't know if there's another one that fits that description of working with the businesses as the chamber does. Seemed like a natural fit.
Is there a temporary board we could assign, or is there a board, one of the boards that we could, might be a good fit for this? Finance and budget? I mean, I don't know.
I don't know that we wanted to have the city write checks to businesses.
Yeah.
I think there's some other ways to implement it, so if you just give us a few days to work on that, I think we can come back.
Maybe by, like by May, or end of May, June, one of those commission meetings down the line.
Yes, sir.
That'd be
We'll do
great.
that.
Yeah, it'd be nice summer present to get out. Okay, next we have staff reports, city clerk.
The qualification period for the August 20th election will begin on May 3rd, and books are available to pick up now. Thank you.
Thank you. City manager?
Yes, just real quick, I think last week I sent you all some issues that we need to have some future meetings on, but there are 2 of them I'd like to try to get scheduled for tonight if possible. One of them is the boat ramp community meeting. I know we have a lot of people that are very interested in that. So we would like to try to schedule that as soon as we can. We were looking at possibly the last week of May, first week of June as a time frame. We would have that at the community center. We'd already decided community center, or Mayor, I know you mentioned possibly at the Warren Webster. The issue we have there is we don't have the air conditioning redone yet, so we're working on that. So I don't know if that would be ready or not, but we could, if we could just pick a date, then in a few days we could say where it would be. But if we could pick a date tonight, would be great.
Yeah, I'm fine with any time last week of May, first week of June.
Jennifer, I think we were looking at the 29th. Was that the date we were looking at for
We have a commission meeting on the 28th, so we were looking at the 29th or 30th, unless you wanted to do it on a different week as of the commission meeting.
I'm okay either way, so it's up to you.
I'd like to go with 29th, sooner the better for me. It's a hot issue.
I'm good with the 29th.
29th, 6 p.m.
Yeah.
And
Sounds
then
good.
we'll decide on the location in a few days and announce that. But it will be either the community center or
Warren Webster.
the Warren Webster building. Thank you. The other meeting is, as you know, we've been working on a pay plan. The commission approved a pay plan study several months ago. We're just about to the finish line with our consultant on that. So we'd like to bring that to the commission because it's going to have obviously an impact on our budget. So we also need to have our first budget session, which is usually discussing personnel and capital projects. So, so we don't have too many meetings. We have a regular meeting on the 28th, so we were looking at possibly starting at 4 o'clock on the 28th, and we could start with that salary study with our consultant here, and could move right from that right into talking about how that would impact the budget, and that would help us move our budget projections along. And then if we had time, we could go into the capital. If not, we could come back for another meeting on the capital. So would 4 p.m. on the 28th work for everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, great. We will schedule those. The only last thing I have to say, I know I think everyone received the great information that Amber is going to be back soon with us. But I just want to take this opportunity to thank Jenny for the fantastic work she has done. This has been an extremely busy time over the last couple of months, and I don't think we've skipped a beat. So, Jenny, thank you so much.
You.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. City Attorney?
I did have something, but I'm going to spare myself and you till for 2 weeks. So it's okay. Thank you.
Sounds good.
I'll spare everybody as well.
Commissioner Woznicki?
I'm trying to look for a date. I know there's a town hall meeting coming up. Do one of you have that? I think it's April. I look for my calendar. I'm sorry.
It is the May 22nd at 5:30 here in the chamber.
That's the district.
District 3.
Yes.
District 3 meeting.
Just wanted to announce that, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Phillips?
No updates.
Nothing for me either.
Okay. Just as a reminder, I'm going to be attending virtually at the next commission meeting. I think as we customarily do, we vote in advance to allow the person that won't be present to participate and vote. So if we have any objections to that?
I apologize. Can you repeat that again?
Sure. Normally in advance, you know, we ask for the commission's approval to vote virtually. It will not count towards a quorum, but any votes the absent commission would participate as if they were present for voting.
Thank you.
Okay. Couple of announcements. Some of you should have received some letters in the mail. Today is not the only one. There's 2 more additional conditional use applications that are in the works for the city, Miramar and PCI. And as Ginny so kindly reminded us, the declaration period to qualify for a commission seat is coming up in a week or so. As many of you know, I'm an immigrant. I came from a very interesting country. One of the things I love about the United States is that we have a representative government. So if you take into consideration, who would like to leave? So one of the great things about this country is that we have a representative government. If you do not like how you're being represented, and I'm not pointing fingers at anyone, you have an opportunity to run for a commission seat and then vote accordingly in August. So I would certainly encourage you to exercise your constitutional rights to do so. With that, thank you all very much and have a good night.